The countdown is on. Tonight, we go on the final journey to determine who will compete in the world's greatest greyhound race. The best of the best will be out on show for a chance at the sport's holy grail. Is there another chapter to be written for the sport's golden girl?
But the Queen did it! Well, she's fast as won it!
Will Big Energy replicate his flawless shootout performance?
Big Energy raced away and he bumps in the shootout!
Or will Yachi Bale secure his chance to go back-to-back?
Yachi Bale over the top has won the Melbourne Cup!
Join us for a standout night of racing for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats, live on racing.com.
Hello and welcome to Sportsbet Sandown Park. Look at that. This venue's ready to go for the sports. This is the sport's biggest night, if you ask me, at Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat Night. If you win this, you're into the greatest race, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. 8 heats. There'll be 8 winners. Hi, I'm Gareth Hall. Welcome to our coverage here on racing.com. If you love sport where the very best take on each other, you don't want to go anywhere tonight. You'll be watching racing.com because the best chasers in the world will be doing battle, trying to win their way into the great race, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Let's welcome in the team. James Vandermart, hello to you, mate. It doesn't get any better. For racing fans, this is Greyhounds Derby Day.
G Hall, great to be here, mate. Huge night of greyhound racing ahead and arguably the greatest night of greyhound racing for the year. We get to see 8 heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, 4 heats of the Bold Trees. Phenomenal night of greyhound racing, and for me, the Melbourne Cup is still the pinnacle of greyhound racing. This is the race that if you ask any owner, trainer or breeder, which is the race you want to win, they all say the Melbourne Cup, and we'll find out who is going to make it through to that rich final next week.
I think sport's at its best when there's so much tension in the air, and the participants, the owners, will be as nervous as they've never been before because Mitch and Bayer, as I welcome you to the coverage, they've got to win this race. If they get into the Melbourne Cup, they're living their dream, they're realising a dream, but they've got to get there first.
Yeah, exactly right, G. It's a really interesting concept, the heats into the final, but it really can sort out some of the best greyhounds and produce a few roughies as well. We'll see some data shortly, but favourites don't necessarily win on the big stage. There's so many good greyhounds going around, but when you can make a Melbourne Cup, it doesn't get any better.
I was watching last week and I thought you two were sensational, but it was a tough night for the punters. I've got a feeling that the punters will bounce back tonight.
We'll turn the ship around.
Look,
tonight, I'm
sure. I'm going to be honest straight off the top. Confidence levels going into last week, really low.
Yes.
Right now, and it's always good at the start of the night, Hawley, before there's been any racing, but I am bulging with confidence. Really excited about tonight. Yeah, winners are plenty, and Mitch will have a stat a bit later on about favourites and not being able to get through to a Melbourne Cup. I think the cream is going to rise to the top tonight.
I was walking into the makeup room this afternoon and there was Corey Smith, and I was wondering what Corey was doing. He was strapping his ankles because he's out and about. He'll be talking to all the participants and he'll be ready to go tonight. He's got the most important part of the job tonight here on racing.com, catching up with all of the handlers, the trainers, as they get ready to put their dogs in the boxes ahead of a Melbourne Cup heat. Hello to you, Corey. You ready to rumble tonight, mate?
Certainly am, G. I tell you what, there was a few trainers from the Kilcunda Bass Football Netball Club that were having a little bit of PTSD then talking about strapping me up because I used to be a mummy when I attempted to play. But I tell you what, I heard Jim say that it's arguably the biggest night of greyhound racing for the year, arguably the best. For me, there's no arguably about it. 12 Group 1 heats, 4 over the 700 and 8 over the 500 for the Melbourne Cup. It doesn't get any better than this. For greyhound racing purists, this is Christmas Day, and I can't wait to be involved and have a chat to all the participants pre and post race and get all their thoughts.
Good on you, Smithy. You might have been a dud on the sporting field, but our next guest wasn't. She was a superstar on the netball court. And I tell you what, I've been doing this for a little while and I've had a lot of other sports bet hosts come to the Greyhounds. Terry Bailey was okay, wasn't he, Terry? I thought Felix is okay, but it's all about him usually. Who else have we had? You've been okay, Peacock. But I think clearly the best that I've ever seen was Kelsey Brown, and she's back to do it again. And from a viewer watching from home last week, it looked like to me that she's been going to the Greyhounds all her life. But the only time she's actually been to the Dogs was on a date.
Oh, no.
And I can't believe she got rid of him.
Tell you what.
I can't believe you got rid of him, Kelsey. Hello to you.
Hello, guys. I'm excited to be back. You set me up there very early. I'm excited to be back. It's a balmy 23 degrees out here. I think we're going to hold off from the rain. It's going to be really nice. I'll be bringing you all of the action from the Sportsbet marquee. There's some punters that are already rowdy out here, so I'm excited for that. But I think the biggest thing that I'm excited for is the Chase the Dream promotion that we've got going with the Sportsbet marquee. Last week we saw the AFL Corporate Suite go off. The week before was a trip to LA. So I'm hoping that the cash goes off tonight, and I reckon we're in for a really big one.
Yeah, I love the giveaway each and every night during the Dream Chasers, and this is the third night of the Dream Chasers. It's Melbourne Cup Heat night, but last week we had the shootout. The shootout is a format where there's 4 dogs selected and they go to battle. I was all over Hector Fawley after his Hume Cup victory in the opening night there at the Meadows at Group 1 level. He was a 600-metre dog taking on the best sprinters, but boy, oh boy, big energy from box 1, James Vandermark, made quite the statement.
He did, and look, it didn't surprise me at all, and we had the fortunate position of being on the Neil Brown Museum steps where we were going to air last week broadcasting from, and we were right beside the boxes, and as soon as the lids opened, I said to the boys, they're not going to beat him. Like, there is no way you can beat a dog capable of running 29 dead, Mitchie, when they find the front like that, and that's exactly how it went to script.
No, and spot on, Jimmy. And the other thing as well was that we saw Alpha Zulu miss the kick, which took probably Hector Fawley's run away in a sense. So we expected Alpha Zulu to be out in front. Big Energy was the one that speared the lids. Once he's out in front, he was not for catching. I knew there was a few people on course who were very, very keen on him. Adrian Scott being one of those, and get to see him go around off a good draw tonight, Big Energy.
Now, all 4 of those dogs are going to be hard to beat in their respective heats, but I think the big story unfolding tonight in the heats of the Melbourne Cup will be, of course, Well She's Fast, the superstar greyhound. This is the shootout once again, or the shootout last week. But Well She's Fast competed in the Top Gun. Forget she went around, but that was her first run in 6 months. She gets box 2 tonight, James Vandermark. Does the queen of the sport bounce back?
Off the top, I said the cream rises to the top. Now, look at this run of Big Energy. We just saw the head-on footage. He was so dominant in the shootout. Look at him roar away. I actually reckon the run of Wow She's Fast, finishing, I think it was 6th behind Big Energy, 5th in the Top Gun, was equally as good. I think Big Energy maybe slightly better. I think he was the run of the race, but I actually think Wow She's Fast, on her return in the Top Gun, was the second best run of the race. Now, she finished 6th. She was beaten an absolute mile. No luck. She was smacked around a little bit at the first corner. And what I liked, after all that trouble, her last 100 metres was her best 100, Mitchie, and I think she's drawn to lead. I don't want to give away too much, but I'm really confident tonight on Wow She's Fast returning. And wouldn't it be nice to have her in the Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, I'm with you. And the other thing with Wow She's Fast, finally draws a good draw. It's been a long time. She keeps drawing boxes 5 and 7. No excuses tonight, box 2. And we heard Cal say last week, trialled 1860 here, and there's not many greyhounds that are going to run 1860.
On a slow track too.
Yeah, on a slow track. So if she gets it all her own way, gets a clear run to that first turn, they won't see her. They might see the tail flapping away in the wind, but she'll be running probably sub 29 if the conditions are right.
I had a chat to Cal Greeno on Giddy Up, the #1 racing show on radio these days, and he mentioned that, of course, he trains Big Energy that won the shootout last week, and he said he was really happy with the trial of Well She's Fast, and there's nothing really between those 2 dogs, maybe leaning towards Big Energy because he's a little bit younger and he's got a little bit more spring in his step, but you cannot write off a champion, and on the big stage, she loves the big stage and she doesn't disappoint. Now, the punters need to bounce back, and you've done a lot of research for us here, Mitchie. What can you tell us?
Firstly, favourites are vulnerable in the Melbourne Cup heats, right? So the last 2 years, only 2 favourites have got through. So last year it was Zippy Tesla, box 2, and Plaintiff, box 4. The year before that, Kablens, box 2, and Aston Rupee, box 3. So the favourites that had won had come off low draws, but there's been 6 other heats and the favourites had been rolled. So if you're coming here tonight and thinking, oh, some of these greyhounds are absolute shoo-ins, you can think again, because they're quality fields, 8 greyhounds, all with a chance of winning. But those stats there, only 2 out of the 8 heats favourites got up. It's pretty staggering.
Well, I'm telling you, Mitchie, I'm thinking again the favourites will dominate tonight.
So do I. I'd agree with you.
What about your tips? What are your specials on the card?
Yeah, so let's start. There we go. Race 5, number 8, Alpha Zulu. I said to Jimmy Vandermatt, this is the best bet on the program. Storm Strong Stroller, drawn in 7, will give this greyhound the perfect cart into that first turn. He's probably as fast as they come, Alpha Zulu. So race 5, number 8, best bet. The next best is race 8, number 2, Big Energy. I think gets a really nice run in the race. I am cautious of Fred Rose. If you want to back Big Energy, have a little Quinella or Exacta with Fred Rose, the 3 in that race at around $5 or $6. And then the value selections, race 10, number 1, Mapunga Smoky. Don't worry about Postman Pat. Out wide, if he can cross
Jason
and lead.
Thompson said it was the best of the chances when I had a chat to him on the
Yeah,
radio.
well, he's a flat track bully, Postman Pat is. If he
don't
leads,
disrespect the Pat.
If he leads, they won't catch him. But if he has to go around a dog, there is no chance he is winning. And then race 12, number 2, Magic Muffin as the other one. I'm going back to the well again. Got nailed by Archibald at the Meadows, and hopefully can get a clean run at him.
It doesn't matter what code you're following, Mitchie. I'll pat you on the back. You're one of the best formed judges that I've ever seen.
Thanks, sir.
But the last dog you took on was Amron Boy.
Yep.
And Amron Boy turned into one of the superstars of the sport, one of the biggest runs you'll ever see.
Did I take any credit for that?
You might have, because I think Amron Boy actually listened to what you were saying and said, this bloke's got no idea, and now he's taking on Postman Pat. So at the end of the day, and basically what I'm trying to say is that Postman Pat is a good thing from box number 8 in his heat, Mitchie.
Well, if you like Postman Pat, gamble responsibly.
Yes.
For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number that was on screen before, or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Yep.
But I'll go Alpha Zulu as the best bet on the program. You can go with Postman Pat.
1-800-858-858. Gamble responsibly, but make sure you fill up your Sportsbet accounts as I speak, because the lads have got a special in the opening race, which is ahead of the Bold Trees. The Bold Trees is for the stayers. And let's have a look at this market, because dog number 1, Mitchie Abaya and James Vandermart, Palala King, you're declaring it.
Oh, look, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah,
I'm just a little bit worried. You two boys are going at it, and I'm like the referee stuck in the middle here at the moment. But we'll see how that plays out. But no, look, Palawa King, I'm pretty keen on him, Mitchie. I think he'll be hard to beat.
Yeah, this is probably one of those ones you want to throw in a multi is now. $1.55 is quite short, open $2.60. Yes, the favourite, like Wildfire, at the time was scratched. Get Ready Dora, $9.50 into $6. We'll hold a line off the track, give Palawa King plenty of room. Quarter likes to run wide. It's weak. It's got speed, but yeah, can't go with Palawa King. Rhino Bell runs it out okay. It is 16 into $8. Redeemer Blue's probably a nice each way play, 11 into $10. And Chance Take it, 81 into 61. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. And don't forget the Sportsbet Sandown Park promotion. All races tonight. Run second, get up to $50 in bonus bets back. Nice little promo there from Sport. There's plenty.
Yes, plenty to look forward to. First 4 races, the heats of the Bold Trees. You've got to be in the top 2 to qualify for the final.
You do, and Palawa King's in a good position, isn't he, to finish top 2? He's the short price favourite. Speed maps are the interesting thing here, Hawley, because Palawa King, I think, is not going to be on pace, and we see that with the Sportsbet speed map. He jumps from box number 1.
They're generous there, putting him that close.
Yeah, look, the funny thing is, he actually has really good sprint form, Palawa King. And I know he comes from behind, but he's won a few at Weddy Park over the 5:20 in jet-like time, and his box manners are his problem. It's not his lack of speed. It's the fact he just misses the kick 3 to 4 lengths. If he does that, if he could begin within a length or 2, he'll probably get to the front halfway through the race and be mighty hard to beat. Here's the Top Gun. And look at Palawa King, box number 3. Exactly what I said. He can absolutely bomb the start. Now, Quarter, the greyhound who goes around in this particular race, is the 9 here in this replay, is number 8 in this first heat of the Bold Trees. And look at the ground Palawa King's been able to make up after completely stuffing the start up. So that the way that he made that ground up through the first 100, 200 metres, if he can step anywhere near on terms, Hawley, I just can't see them beating him.
So you're telling me here, guys, in this first race after what happened last week, you're tipping a greyhound that has to get through some traffic and weave his way through, a little bit like Damien Lane at his best on a stayer.
Yep. Oh, I am. Well, it's a small field as well. This is, if he doesn't win tonight, I'll be absolutely staggered. He is as fast a greyhound as there is around. I think probably a lot of people might have jumped into the all-in market after, like Wildfire with Scratch. Palo King gets a cushy heat. There's not an easier heat than this one tonight.
To be fair on that though, like the smaller field's going to help. He's coming out of a run in the Top Gun against such an elite field, and there's just not that depth. So he can afford to give them a 3 or 4 length head start. And to be fair, you're betting around 155 sports bet at the moment.
That's actually overs.
If he was
145.
reasonable beginner, he would be $1.15 in this race. That's why you're getting the 155.
Oh, I love the confidence there. Should be entertaining this opening race. Now, last week, before we get to Corey Smith, I think it's important to catch up with the handlers and the trainers, because we can get a wonderful insight from the participants who are handling these wonderful athletes. Now, I think the perfect example out of all of this was Postman Pat. Jason Thompson on radio, when I had a chat to him on Giddy Up, said that Postman Pat had to start in a prelude last week so he could qualify and get into a heat. But he looked like he was just doing it too much, like he was over the top in a way, and then he raced like that. He raced a little bit flat. He was defeated as an odds-on chance. Be interesting to see how he parades tonight there, James.
I think it'll make a big difference. And Corey Smith, who was producing that pre-race chat with Luke Thompson last week, he sort of saw that over keenness as a positive. In hindsight, he looks back at it now as being a negative, and I think I feel like we can't write Postman Pat off just yet, because I reckon he was so underdone last week. Team Thompson are going to have him absolutely primed for tonight's run. And yeah, box 8's not ideal. Drawing outside of Morton's not ideal, but I can't wait to see what Corey Smith has to say about these runners tonight.
What excuse did he have last week? He lobbed up next to Storm Stroller, who the trainer said he was outgraded, wasn't a chance of winning, going around at $20. He eyeballed him down the back, and then he got beaten by him in the run home. I'm absolutely staggered as to what excuse.
We got you fired up now already, Mitchie. Let's go down to Corey Smith. What are you doing, Corey?
I've got a good friend of mine in Maurice Smith. I said, what's going on? There's no Jack. He normally likes to drive down here to Victoria, but she said, Top Gun stays, he didn't come out, and I'm going to be the lucky charm. Palawa King's going to jump a little bit better for me.
Let's hope so, Corey. Let's hope so.
How was the travel down? How long did it take you, and when did you head off?
This morning. Takes about 8.5 hours with no traffic, so pretty cruisy.
Can you give us a little bit of confidence that he's going to jump a little bit better? Has he had a nice quiet week and a bit of a freshen up, or are you just going to put him in the boxes and pray?
One thing I can't do is tell you what he's going to do. What we hope to do is we hope that he jumps tonight.
Beautiful. Well, good luck, Marie. I might try and grab Michelle Nolan as well with Get Ready Door. A very intriguing runner, Michelle. Haven't seen her up over 700 before. We've seen her over the distance at the country tracks. The 700 metres, is it a concern at all?
It is a concern. She hasn't done it yet. We'll see if she can do it tonight.
All right, well, good luck. I might try and grab Nick Britton as well. Nick, your favourite boy, Quarter. You said to me that I had to interview you so you could get your mug on camera. How's Quarter going to go tonight?
Oh, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't think he's been 100% through the week, but if he can get to the front and other dogs are too far back, then he should be right. He loves Sandown, so that's always a bonus here.
Yeah, exactly. He loves Sandown. He's a Group 1 winner at this track and distance. Is he going as well as that? I know you said he might not have had the ideal week, but is he going as well as he was when he won the Sandown Cup earlier this year?
Probably a length or two slower, but I'm hoping he can just run it out and get around safely.
All right, well, good luck, Nick Britton. I tell you what, it's hard to go past Palawa King in this one, fellas, but he needs to jump better than he did in the Top Gun stays. Got the big guns out in Marie Smith to try and make him jump. Fingers crossed he can win. He's my on-top selection from Quarter. My numbers are 1, 8, 4 and 2.
Great to have Marie Smith here because she's a lot more weight than Jack Smith when I was at the Meadows the other day. Good on you, Jack. Hopefully you're watching tonight. Tips from you, James?
Yeah, look, I'm with number 1 on top, Palawa King, becoming one of the best 4 bets of the night for me. I've gone with 1 on top ahead of the 8, the 4 and the 7. I've thrown in Redeemer Blue for my top 4, but I just think Palawa King's the class runner. And to be honest, I heard Corey saying that he needs to jump. I don't think he does. I think he can afford to miss it 2 lengths, Mitchie, and just tuck in behind and let the race unravel. And when the whips are cracking, he'll be just too strong for him.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jimmy. And my numbers were 1, 7, 2 and 8. Obviously, like Wildfires in the numbers before the scratching. But I've got a little bit of inside word from the panel back at Sportsbet HQ, and Palawa King is all the rage. They don't want anything else, absolutely anything else. Nothing's been touched. Palawa King into $1.40 as we speak. Quarter $9.50 into $6. Get Ready Door is at $8. Rhino Bale at $10s. Redeemer Blue $15. As I said before, half a little play there at the place, and Chance Take It at $67. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Considering this is a heat of a Group 1, Hawley, I think there is an obvious lack of strength, and I think that's going to play into the hands of Palawa King. Generally, in a Group 1 heat, you're looking at greyhounds who really stay it out. You look at Quarter, doesn't really find the line. I can't see Get Ready Dora running out a strong 700 based on the run home times over 600. Chance Take It won't run out 700 metres. So all these dogs that are going to be in front of Palawa King are going to fold up, and that's when the hot favourite's going to pounce. And given a half clean run, he's going to be too good for them, I think.
God bless Palawa King here in the opening race. This could make or break our night.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Go you good thing. The dog from Forbes wearing the red rug. Let's head upstairs to the voice of the Melbourne Cup, Daniel Hibbert.
He was third in the Top Gun behind Ritzer Piper, and he completely blew the start there. He then came out and ran 4th at Wentworth Park, was beaten 1 3/4 in 30.03 over the 5.20, the unsuitable 5.20, but he made up many, many lengths at the finish, and he is the clear favourite for the first. 5.50 $, the Sandown Cup winner, has won 14 of 61, 5 of 11 over this trip. His best gallop's 41 and 75. And Get Ready Door has won 3 in a row. Steps up to the 7.15 for the first time tonight and comes off a win at Sale over the 6.40 in 37 and 13. They're at the start, about to move in. Race number 1 on the best night of racing for the year. The 4 heats of the Bold Trees before we get stuck into the 8 heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Green light's on and we're ready to go. Race 1, the first heat of the Bold Trees, they're set, ready, racing, and Palawa King missed the start again, but not as bad as he has. He's only 4 off the lead and he's railing through hard. Getting checked was Chance Taken with Redeemer Blue. Up front, Get Ready Dora is the leader. Out after it was Quarter. On the inside, Rhino Bale. Now Palawa King's aiming up for the inside. He's got to be brave. He pushes hard. He's not quite through. And Get Ready Dora got away. 3 in front of Quarter. Palawa King still desperate for the inside. Next in the field was Rhino Bale. And they're well clear on Chance Taken and Redeemer Blue. Now Palawa King's into the clear. Get Ready Door in front. Palawa King's eating up the ground. Still wants the inside run. Comes through. He's charging. He missed. Get Ready Dora held on and beat Palawa King. Third it'll be Rhino Bale. Next across the line was Quarter from Chance Taken and Redeemer Blue. What a way to start the night. 42.08 the run.
Well, what a performance that was. 42.08 at a 700-metre debut. Get Ready Dora gets the job done for a very, very happy Michelle Knoll. At what point in the race did you have some sort of confidence? I know she led, but the 700 metres was a query. Was it a wait until after the race and then you could get excited?
Yeah, we know she's got a flat spot mid-race, so it was a matter of has she got that to get home or not? Has she got that extra kick? She obviously has, so I'm wrapped with that, absolutely wrapped.
Into a Group 1 final. You're no stranger to those. You've got Idolise going around a little bit later and hopefully she can find her way into a Melbourne Cup, but the sky's the limit for this girl. If she can get this 700 nice and strong and back it up next week, she could be anything.
Well, yeah, we come in a bit underdone, so she's probably a couple of short runs of where she needed to be, but we did the work, my husband did the work, we've put in a lot of time this last couple of weeks, and yeah, she did it, so we just got to back her up now, that's the key.
Before I let you go give her a cuddle, what box do you want next week?
It doesn't matter, we just want no pace on her ass. She likes to be left alone, so it doesn't matter what box.
Good luck, and good luck with Idolise. Well done to Michelle Nolan and Connections there with Get Ready Dora, getting the job done in the first race of the night.
Good on you, Smithy. Yeah, big performance by Get Ready Dora. Palawa King, how much would you want on him as they turn for home?
Yeah, look, it was interesting. I think going through the catching pen the first time is where he lost the race. He tried to burrow up under 3 of them, and yeah, he sort of just wobbled a little bit at that point, Mitchie, lost momentum, and credit to Get Ready Dora because she hadn't had a 700-metre run, and there was no mid-race pace on the clock. They went 30 and 70 down the back, which is only moderate going, but the run home actually stacks up pretty good for a first 700-metre run, and hence she's held that late challenge of Palawa King, so a good win for the winner.
Yeah, 5.95 metre form was really good. Obviously 34.11 here is it's a decent time. It's not blistering, but to run the trip out in 42.8, I thought it was a really good run. I thought the red was very disappointing, Palawa King, from where he got to on the home turn. I thought he would have just left it standing, but didn't.
All right, upset result in the first. There she is. Get Ready Dora wins the first at Sandown Park on Sportsbet Melbourne Cup and Bold Trees Heat Night. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the second heat of the Bold Trees. Great to have your company on racing.com for night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival. It's the biggest night in greyhound racing. It's heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup and Bold Trees. Upset result in the first. Get Ready Dora, 11.23.80 Super Tab. Palawa King, $1.04. The favourite had every possible chance to run down that winner, but just couldn't do it in the end. Rhino Bale, 3rd and quarter, was 4th there. one of the stars of the staying ranks in the sport of greyhound racing is Sipping, Kansas, and Martin Hallinan prepares this greyhound, and he joins us here on set at Sandown Park ahead of Sipping, Kansas, going around in the final heat of the Bold Trees tonight. Marty, welcome to the coverage, mate. First of all, how are you feeling right now before such a big race?
I'm feeling all right.
Yeah. And how is Sipping, Kansas? How's his week been?
He's feeling better than me.
Yeah.
Which is good.
And you're looking good too, so he must be ready to rumble.
I tell you that, you can tell when trainers have a runner in a Group 1 heat, because Marty's just wandered on set. He's got a real spring in the step, but this boy, he's got a few quirks, but he is so fast, and he showed this ability from day one. How do you think it's all going to come together on a night like this for him tonight?
Yeah, well, his ability at 2-year-old was unbelievable, but now he's 4. He don't know that, but he just wants to race, and he's going good. I just need luck in running.
To draw a line on this, Hawley, this greyhound has a PB here. We see 41.27. The first heat of the Bold Trees has gone 42.08, which is nearly a second behind. So that in itself shows the ability of Zipping Kansas. And does that add a little bit of pressure to you as a trainer tonight?
No, not really. That's when Jason Magri had him, and that's 2 years ago. But look, the dog's still going good. He's trialling good. He's a little clumsy, but if he gets where he wants to be and room to move, he can really dash. You know?
We're watching this replay now, Marty, from a while ago. This is the fast run, but the way he ducked and weaved, do you think he's got that ability to run anywhere near that right now? Like, as you say, he's a little bit older in the tooth, but he's still got that engine inside, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's still got, not a 41.30, but I still reckon there's a 60 there. In the time trial against Like a Wildfire, he went really good. I thought the 41.7 was good, you know.
So what does he have to do from box 5 tonight? What would you like to see in the first 20 to 30 metres?
He's got to fall into a position on the fence, I think. Like, he's not going to lead or anything because he just got to wind up. But if he has luck in running when he gets that speed up that he gets going, and he can stay that balanced, he's more than a handy little dog.
So can you just explain this to us, Marty? Because this is a question I get asked a lot when it comes to greyhound racing. In the sport of thoroughbred racing, you breed stays. So if you've got a Melbourne Cup and you want to win a Melbourne Cup, these days you go to Europe to get the best stays in the world. For greyhound racing, it's a little bit different, isn't it? You can breed a dog and you just don't know what trip they'll enjoy.
No, you haven't got a clue, to be honest. The mother was a stayer, but it doesn't mean you're going to get stays.
No.
There's really... I found there's no rules. That's how I look at it. There's no rules.
The one thing I do notice, though, Marty, and looking from afar at what you've been able to do with your property in New South Wales, is you're rearing them in big paddocks.
Yes.
And you seem that, I reckon on average, you've got greyhounds that can run further than a lot of other rearers. Do you put that down to the fact they get a lot of running? I see them swimming in dams when they're youngsters, and they get a lot of movement.
Yes, it is. Muscle tone, the way they grow up, the feeding. It all comes to a conclusion at the end. You hope you've got the complete package.
Don't give away too many of your secrets.
Oh, no. But a lot of hard work too.
Tell us a bit about your story, mate. Why did you get into this game?
Oh, my father was a bookie, and then it just kind of led to that, to be honest. I love the sport. My wife loves the sport, so, we're having a real crack at breeding some good dogs now. We're trying.
Tell us a little bit about why these athletes are so special, these dogs. Why do you love them?
No, they're special. Yeah. Like, you see the slow-mo, and I think they're so good, even when just watching Kansas and in slow-mo.
Yeah.
They're a bloody beautiful animal. They're a great pet.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of prize money around too. Yeah. This is an enormous night.
They can change lives these days, don't they?
You can see the passion in Marty, can't you, Gareth? Just seeing the emotion of the night and the excitement that you've got coming to Melbourne. Not an easy thing to do, but I want to learn a little bit more about the operation that you have. The Hallinan Syndicate, the setup, the rearing. How do you possibly know where these greyhounds need to go? Like, you've got trainers just about all around the country now. I know New South Wales, you're quite heavy with racing there, but you're starting to branch out more into Melbourne town. How do you decide when you've got these pups where they should race?
Look, it's the trainers that we deal with, we just kind of stick with, and we mention a litter that's coming along. I'm interested in that. That might be 8 or 9 months old, and then we put a tick to it, they're interested, and just like to have more dogs in Victoria, to be honest, but at the moment we've got more interested.
Yes. Now, I tell you what, Marty, when you get a superstar greyhound, all right, female dog, you've got to name it Zipping Kelsey or Zipping Brownie, because our guest and our colleague tonight, she was one of the superstar netballers, one of the greatest netballers that ever graced the court. And I reckon more of a sprinter than a stayer.
Righto, I'll let you think
wing
on
attack,
that.
I reckon you go down that path, and when she was 2-year-old, probably next year, win the Melbourne Cup.
Righto.
All right, then. She'll replace Welsh's fastest, the queen of greyhound racing. Hey, we wish you the best of luck with Sipping, Kansas.
Thank you kindly.
There you go, Kels. We'll head back to you. No pressure.
Wow, that's an introduction. I feel like this is making me feel great. I'm here with Lincoln McKinlay. He's running the Calcutta auction for us here tonight at Sandown Park. Lincoln, I'm excited to talk to you. It's something different for me. I want you to explain, for those of us who don't understand about the Calcutta, can you explain to us how it works, what's happening, when it's happening?
Kelsey, it's great to be back. This is my second year for the Calcutta of the Melbourne Cup heats, and it should be an exciting night. We've got a cool room of people here again tonight, and look, it's a bit interesting. Each Calcutta's a little bit different. There's a few different rules, but at the end of the day, we're selling tickets already, which will go into a prize pool, which will be drawn before we commence the Calcutta tonight, and then we will auction off each particular heat of dogs, and which will go into a prize pool. And then if those dogs come through in their heat and cross the line first, the winners and the winning bidders and the drawers of those heats will then take a percentage of the prize pool. So it'll be very exciting.
Incredibly exciting. And so for you, what excites you the most about coming to the Greyhounds?
Oh, look, it's just a cool crowd. It's a really interactive crowd. Everyone's here to have a good time, and we all have a bit of fun with it. So it's a really relaxed and really fun environment. Yeah.
Now, a little birdie told me that you are, let me get this right, International Rookie of the Year in auctioneering. Tell me a little bit about your journey, how you got started, what was the interest in getting going, and is that the highlight of your career?
Oh, look, Kelsey, it definitely is part of it. It was started in central Queensland as a livestock auctioneer and have moved forward, throughout, moved into probably more of a purebred stud type livestock auctioneering role, but been fortunate enough to compete on the global stage as a champion livestock auctioneer for Australia, which was very rewarding to represent the country in that on a global stage. And yeah, it's taken us to some really cool spots, including Magic Millions and the likes as well. So there's plenty of highlights and some really cool people that I've been able to work with.
Well, how lucky we are to have you here. Enjoy tonight and good luck with the Calcutta.
Thank you very much, guys.
Hey,
look forward to it.
Kelsey, before you go, can you get Lincoln to sell James Vandermart for me? He's a top-class tennis player, #1 race caller. He's, along with Daniel Hibbert, of course, and superstar greyhound trainer.
Yeah, I don't know whether you could do a better job than what you've just done.
Oh, well, there you go.
Sold,
I'll tell you what, I would buy you for about $100,000 today.
That's underpriced.
Now, Mitchie Abaya, what's happening in the second race? Because the punters need to bounce back.
I'd give you $100 for Jimmy Vandermart. Race 2, Bold Trees heat number 2. Early money had come for Zohar Bale and Exploded. These were the two that the smart punters were keen on at Sportsbet. A little specking for Boom Lateral, second start back. But here's the market. Zohar Bale, $2.15 into $1.90. Valpolicella, the Queenslander, $6 into $4.60. Exploded. $4.50 slightly on the drift out to $4.80. Dewanna Payout, I like this greyhound. $4.60 out the gate though to $6.50. Boom Lateral, $19. There's the specking, touch as low as $12, back out to $15. And first picked is 16s. Lakeview Patsy, 51s, if you like any of those. I'm a big fan of Dewanna Payout. But the Black Book, the Sportsbet Black Book. If you haven't got this function, you're missing out. You can put any greyhound you want in there that you like, that you want to follow its next start, and you'll get an alert. Add all your favourite runners to your Black Book and get a reminder every time they're in action. If you're like me, you'll forget about it, but the Sportsbet crew will give you an update. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Sportsbet team just told me the Black Book's gone into meltdown. Everyone's put Postman Pat in, Mitchie.
Oh, yeah, I'm lost for words.
Yeah. Hey, what's the speed map doing here, James?
Yeah, look, it's not doing too much, being a staying race, but Zohar Bale, look, forecasting to be on pace. I sort of disagree. I think Lakeview Patsy's going to be the initial leader, number 4. Exploded's been showing nice early speed. The other runner that I reckon could sort of position up a little bit further than we're seeing closer to the speed on this speed map is the 2, Dewanna Payout. I thought his run was really good behind Icy Eyes here the other day, and the 6 there back in the field, Valpolicella, this star from Queensland. I'm intrigued to see what she's going to do first up here at Sandown Park, because she's got the X factor. We know she's going to stay it out. And if anything, there's a bit more strength in this. Now, we've got a replay from a couple of days ago here at Sandown Park. Zohar Bale's in box number 7. He goes on to win the race. Exploded is the 4, and I think runs a really, really good race. And considering the differential market-wise coming into tonight's race, I just feel like Exploded is a little bit of value. I would have loved for him had drawn inside. He hasn't. And you can just see Zohar Bale, the last 100 metres starts to extend, starts to put them away, and that's what Zohar Bale does. You know, if you're backing the favourite here, he will stay the 700 metres out with his eyes closed. But look at Exploded, Hawley. It was a good run, stuck on like glue, PVA glue.
Are you taking the $1.80 here, Mitchie, Zohar Bale?
Definitely not. I like the two to want to pay out. I think this greyhound will be somewhat midfield. It won't be up on speed, but it won't get that far back, and its preparation is second to none. 42.50 at the Meadows behind ICIs. They don't go much quicker than that. The Warrigal run was fantastic, as was the Shepparton run. So the preparation's been prime. The punters have come for it, and I reckon it's a great each way played around that $6.50 and $2.80 the place.
All right, then let's head back out to Corey's, catching up with the handlers as they head to the start here for Heat 2 of the Bold Trees.
I'm here with my another one of my good friends and co-hosts on one of these nights is Mark Delbridge. Mark, Zohar Bale, box number 3. Probably doesn't matter too much what box he gets, given the fact that he's not super quick early. But in a race like this, how's he been during the week? Has it been a perfect sort of preparation? He's right to go?
Yeah, he's right to go. Yeah, I'll give him a look here the other week. So yeah, he knows where he's going. He's been unbeaten at Sandown, so let's hope he can do it again.
As I said, box number 3, it probably doesn't matter too much, but he should be able to lob himself in a decent spot as I try and avoid these puddles. Where do you see him kind of landing? Do you see him in the first 4, or is he going to have to come from back in the field?
Oh, I'm hoping up near the front. Yeah, look, it doesn't matter, I suppose. Yeah, hopefully he can lob close and see what he does, I suppose.
Good luck, and hopefully we're chatting for a few times throughout the night with the Delbridges. I'm here with Pete Riley. Pete, this girl managed to win last week, and there was a few little hiccups during the week. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yes and no. I mean, she's been going okay, so I think she's drawn okay. It's a hard race. I mean, it's the Group 1 heat, so if she puts the best foot forward, she'll be up there.
After last week, obviously just a week straight into this, and then I'm thinking of Pearly Piers. I'm thinking I should be on top of my game because I'm tipping this girl. I think she's over the odds first pick. A few months ago, she won the Group 1 Perth Galaxy, Pete. She's come back over here. She's probably not in the best form of her career, but going into a race like this, she should be well drawn.
She's well drawn. She's fresh. I think she'll go well.
All right, well, I'll open up the form guide to the right race next time, but I am actually tipping her first pick. She's my on-top selection, mainly just due to the odds. I think she's well and truly over the odds. She's my on-top selection from the 6 in Valpolicella for Tony Zammit. He's flown down. I just had a chat to him before off-air, and he was getting a little bit concerned about the aeroplanes because he got a bit of a delay. So he's glad he's here. He's here to handle. Valpolicella's my second selection, but first pick is well and truly over the odds.
Good on you, Smithy. I know that Corey Smith's a man of the people. He's got a lot of good friends out there tonight.
Well, it seems that way, doesn't it? Every one of his is a good friend that he seems to be interviewing. I'm just a little bit worried that tape that he's put onto his ankles seems to be holding him back because he's getting all of his dogs confused, thinks it's Pearly Tears, it's not. He doesn't make mistakes like that normally, our man Smithy. So
told me it was Tuesday as well.
Oh, he's got no idea what's going on, but
throw him under the bus, lads. We're meant to be a team here.
We're not a team.
We love him.
We do love him, but we've got to have a crack at him when he gets it wrong. Yeah, who are we tipping? I'm 3 on top here, Zohar Bale. My number's 3268. I reckon the price is rock bottom with Zohar Bale, though. So I think the place bet on to want to pay out, I'd almost prefer have that instead of backing Zohar Bale to win. Or you could do a same race multi if you want to get a little bit adventurous, I suppose, and take Zohar Bale top 3 to want to pay out top 4, Mitchie. Really nice little cover bet.
I like that. I'm 2, 3, 6 and 8 here. I'm with to want to pay out. I think this greyhound is over the odds. As I said, the preparation is fantastic. It'll run the trip out, no worries whatsoever. And it will not get that far back. It'll be up on speed. It should beat Zohar Bale out. And there's your market. Zohar Bale, $2.15 into $1.80. Absolute rock bottom, as you said. Valpolicella, $6 into $4.80. Exploded on the drift, $4.50 out to $5 to want to pay out. Still drifting. $4.60 out to $7. I'm not concerned about the drift boom. Lateral, $19. Did touch as low as 12s. Back out to $23 as we speak. And Smitty's with first picked at 23s. Lakeview Patsy, $51. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
So basically any of these dogs can win it?
No, I don't think so. I think you probably put a line through the bottom couple, the 4 and the 7.
Okay.
But I think that the 1 is over the odds now, and I'm with the 2. Yeah, I like it.
So they're heading to the start for Heat 2 of the Bold Trees, the Sportsbet Bold Trees. And last look at the market before we head upstairs to Daniel Hibbert here.
Yep, the Boom Lateral is around the $23 mark. Do want to pay at $7. Zohar Bale 180, rock bottom. You don't want any lower than that for Zohar Bale. It's just not sure where it's going to posse up.
So I'm giving you $20 each.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Give me $10 each way on the 2 to want to pay out, please.
I'm same race multi with to want to pay out top 4 and Zohar Bale top 3. Just quickly, the roughie here, Lakeview Patsy, stepped up to the 700 metres for the first time last year on this particular meeting and led all of the way in the heat of the Bold Tree, so she might be overs.
Here's Daniel Hibbert.
Favourite Zohar Bale at 175, 460 Valpolicella and number 8 Exploded, 850 for Dewanna Payout, and then double figures for the rest. Boom Lateral 31, 21 for First Picked, and Lakeview Patsy is at $51. So just repeating that. News from the stewards that Boom Lateral number 1 is racing in blinkers. It was information that didn't come through directly from New South Wales, and they've only just picked that information up. So Boom Lateral is wearing blinkers in this heat of the Bold Tree. So the favourite Zohar Bale for Mark Delbridge. He's got a perfect 3 out of 3 over this trip. A couple of his wins have been phenomenal over this distance. He's won 22 of 55. Comes off a regulation win here last time in 41.82. And he was a $1.30 favourite. He's a $1.70 tonight in the heat. 460 Valpolicella, 5th in the Top Gun. Exploded is at 460. It was second behind Zohar Bale last week out. Certainly far from disgrace, and it'll be trying to get through to the Rich final next week. The want to pay out next best was second to Icy Eyes at the Meadows last time out. They are the top ones in the market for Heat 2 of the Bold Trees. The green light is turned on and the lure's on the roll. They're set to run. Ready, race 2, and away. There was good speed out from Valpolicella initially, trying to drive through Lakeview Patsy. Getting checked was to want to pay out, and it's gone back to last. Zohar Bale was a hell of it. It's Valpolicella, leads out by 4 with a lap to go from Lakeview Patsy. Up to third was First Pick. Back in the field was Boom Lateral there. Checked again was to want to pay out. Exploded, and Zohar Bale's run into backsides, but is now starting to loop the field. But Valpolicella's got a massive lead. It's about 8 or 9 in front. Lakeview Patsy. Zohar Bale gets to second. There's still a chance here. They get clear on First Pick. Valpolicella's in front. Zohar Bale's motoring home, but it's too late, and Valpolicella won it by 3 lengths maybe on Zohar Bale. They're a minute in front of the rest. Boom Lateral got home for third. Fourth home was Lakeview Patsy, next in First Pick. To want to pay out, well, it got bumped from pillar to post the whole way around. Exploded was last, and it's 41.70.
What a performance that was. Valpolicella, we've known that she's had a huge amount of ability, Tony. We picked her in the Top Gun Stayers. She came down, she ran in that. She stayed down here with Mick, and then she comes out like that. I can't imagine that you would have thought she'd jump straight to the front and it'd be all over.
Not first look out of them boxes. Like I say, she trialled out of the 595 here last week, and Michael said she went very slow early, but her run home time was good. So I thought, well, the extra distance is going to suit her. It would just depend on how she jumped, and to see her jump like that tonight, that was an enormous effort, because she's not known for her early speed. That's the thing.
Once she hit the front, she's a greyhound, as you said. She's not known for early speed. She's more of your, not dour stayer, but she's a really, really strong type. For her to be able to do that all the way out in front, it's got to give you a fair amount of confidence leading up to next week. I'm sure you'll have to fly back down and sort the flights a little bit earlier this week.
I think so, yeah. Almost didn't make it, but I'll certainly make an effort to be here early next week, and I just hope Mick can do well in the next race, and I'll have him as a challenger in the final, and then later on hope he can do all right in the Melbourne Cup heats with JJ. But no, honestly, she got a little bit tight at the end, knowing that Zohar Bale's a very strong finisher, but at least you know with a second run over it next week, it's going to be a little bit in her favour, having one run and then backing up a second time. It'll be good for her.
Beautiful. Well done, Tony. Go and give her a pat. Thank you for your time. What a performance that was. 41.70 the time. Well done.
I'm very happy with that first go. Yeah, very happy with that. So, we've got 2 more heats to go, so we'll see how we shape up against the other 2 winners in the third and fourth race tonight. As I say, best of luck to everybody in the Melbourne Cup heats as well. Hope that turns out to be a great final.
There you go. Thank you very much, Tony Zammit. What a performance. Val Policello, the Queensland Raider, gets the job done in the second heat of the Bold Trees.
Good on you, Corey, and well done to Tony Salmon. In fact, the Salmons are having the year of their life. Jay is Jay, the $1 million chase winner. So they become millionaires pretty quickly. They lived the dream on that particular night. They could win a Bold Trees, and I think Jay is Jay will be hard to beat in his heat. He takes on Flying Zulu.
Off the red, Flying Zulu, who will be mighty hard to beat in that one.
There she is. She blitzed them. She brained them. She was too strong in the second heat of the Bold Trees. And we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this. Welcome back to the Racing.com coverage of night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival. We've had the first heats of the Bold Trees. 2 more still to come. And the Queenslanders strike there in the second event, $392 for the Samet Train Greyhound. Soho Bale second for the Delbridge camp. And then the 1 and the 4, as you can see, we're back into third and fourth. The Queenslanders and the Zammit family could continue on their merry way in the next race because they have the favourite in Icy Eyes, who just keeps on winning. It's a $2.20 favourite at the moment with Sportsbet. Our next guest, well, the Delbridge family lived their dream this time last year with Yachi Bale. Came from the clouds, would you believe? He came from nowhere when the series started, and then he was in an impossible spot to win the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and somehow and some way he found a way to win our greatest race. And Lisa Delbridge joins us here on the set at Sandown Park. Hello to you, Lisa. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for having me.
What was it like, if you turn back the clock a year, what was it like winning that Melbourne Cup?
It doesn't feel like a year, but we really relive the moment. Actually, I pulled up his heat win and the cup the other night when we were on holiday. So just to have a look, and it still brings a tear to your eye. But you know, like
he's the 4 dog here,
he's the 4, yeah. And you know, I'm thinking, he'll run a place from there. But to get up like he did, it's just and such a young age, and like 20-something starts. It's mind-blowing and it's life-changing, and it's you can't describe what the feeling was like, and people that have won the Melbourne Cup will know exactly how you feel. But
you can see the emotion in your eyes through the day.
Well, there you go. There's the emotion. Look at her bawling her absolute eyes out.
I felt like such a goose, but I thought, that's just the raw emotion. You know, like it takes over, and you can't. There's no point trying to hold it back because you can't.
No, and there's been some new races that have come onto the scene, like $1 million chase in the Phoenix, but for greyhound participants, the Melbourne Cup's still the Holy Grail.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, that was the first year we'd ever had a runner in the Cup. So to do it first time is, pretty good.
Hey, Lisa, we saw Yachi Bale there winning the Melbourne Cup last year. Went a long time without winning a race. I think might have won one race in about 8 or 9 months' time.
Yeah, he won the Sale Cup heat.
The Sale Cup heat, that was it.
Yeah,
and then just wound back the clock at the Meadows a couple of weeks ago. Does he know what time of the year it is? Because the run the other day was phenomenal, and I think Corey, or it might have been James, spoke to Mark before the race and said, Yachi Bale is here sniffy. He goes, he's just going to have to run himself back into form. And that's his words, and comes out, runs 29.69. You must have absolutely been stoked with that.
Yeah, well, we did put him in the nomination for the Top Gun, but he never got a start. So then after when he won, Mark goes, he should have been in the Top Gun. He ran quicker than him. but you know, like we have had some issues with him throughout since the Melbourne Cup, just injuries after injury. But he seems to be putting it. He must know when it's November, because his last 2 starts have been absolutely enormous. Yeah. And he's got box 5 tonight, but you know, he'll make his own luck, hopefully, and whatever he does, it'd be nice. But it'd be nice to win tonight and then, you know, back up to another Melbourne Cup, because I don't think it happens quite often 2 years in a row.
Lisa, when I started following greyhound racing, I started to listen to Mitchie Bayer, and you talk to the trainers and about how do you win a Melbourne Cup, and they all tell me that you need box speed, you need to be in front because of that even, and then greyhounds usually get in trouble into a Melbourne Cup. So if you lead to that first turn, you're halfway home. But your dog did the impossible, they tell me. Like Yarchi Bale, if you can remember, for the racing fans out there watching racing.com, Chautauqua, who would win TJ Smiths, and you would just tear up your ticket and you think he can't win. That's what Yarchi Bale did. He was 100 to 1 down that back when he won that Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
So what's it like watching a dog like that does the impossible?
Oh, it's nerve-wracking. Yeah. It is very... I was... For the heat last year, I was at home because I had my son's birthday party the next day and I was home. And to get through, and then I thought, and then to be here on the night, I watched it in the kennels because I wasn't going to be standing anywhere near anybody, just in case, you don't know what's going to happen, and I'm a bit superstitious. I like to watch it by myself, but one of my workers was in the kennels at the same time, so it was a nice feeling when he went over the line. But it's very nerve-wracking because when you're out in front, you think, you got it, and then you watch the other dogs coming from behind. But when he's behind and he leaves it to the last minute or last stride to get there, it's heart-wrenching.
Just quickly, I've seen a photo that you showed me the other day, the kitchen splashback.
Yep.
If you haven't seen it, Gareth, it is arguably one of the greatest backdrops to a kitchen you've ever seen. All the greyhounds on the splashback, it's fantastic. All the group winners that you've had. So
I picked out 8 dogs. So they're Jason, the photographer here at Sandown, did it up for me. So we have Jarek Bale, Kaheem Bale, Penta Allen,
Dinah Dean,
Yarchi Bale, Christo Bale, Zipping Rambo, and Landon Bale.
Well, you're a star, Lisa. Who's the best chance tonight for the Delbridge camp?
Out of the 3 left, Yarchi, if he can get a clear run around the first corner, and I'm hoping Landon Bale can use his pace and lead, and he'll have to lead a long way, but he does seem to hold them off sometimes, so fingers crossed.
This time last year, your husband, Mark Delbridge, wouldn't say a word. That's your greatest training performance. Now can't shut him up. So
that is so true.
Yeah, thanks for your time, and we wish you the best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
There's Lisa Delbridge, the Delbridge family, superstars of the sport. Talking about superstars, James Vandermaat is catching up with one of the very best administrators this sport has ever seen, and he's with him now.
So much so, Hawley, that they named the museum here after him, the Neil Brown Museum. I am joined by Brownie, Neil Brown himself. Brownie, the encyclopedia of greyhound racing. How are you, mate? What's been happening?
I'm terrific, yeah. What a wonderful night it is. My favourite night of the year, Cup Heats night and the Bold Truce Heats. So really looking forward to them unfolding later in the evening. But, I'm great, James.
I want to chat a little bit about the history of the Melbourne Cup and your history of the race itself in just a moment. But before we get to that, and Mr. Spot, who won the first Melbourne Cup that you went to, I'm going to give away your age here, but 55 years ago, Brownie, tell me a little bit about the history of the Sandown Park Greyhound Racing Club, because I didn't know up until a couple of moments ago it was actually over at the horse track once upon a time.
Yes, we started in 1935 and raced over on a site which we leased at the horse racing track. It's a very unique area for greyhound racing here in Victoria because we moved across here in 55, and there was another greyhound track at the end of our car park here on our left-hand side at Greystale Park, which raced in the 30s and 40s and early 50s. So it's been an immense amount of greyhound racing in this area. So no better place than to have a museum right here at our track here at Sandown.
It's a beautiful spot for it. We're right at the 515-metre boxes, the Neil Brown Museum, and you must be so proud to be able to put your name to this, really showcasing the history of greyhound racing.
Well, it's always been a passion of mine, the history, and look, I was absolutely blown away and delighted when the committee informed me that they were going to name it in my honour, and it's a tremendous legacy for my grandkids and my family. So, I love the historical side of the greyhound racing, and, so to have somewhere to put these artefacts, and we've got continual artefacts and trophies being donated, which we'll be able to rotate here, and it'll always be an ongoing place for people to just have a wander around and catch up with the history of greyhound racing.
I can 100% urge people to get down to the Neil Brown Museum and just go for a little bit of a wander. There's actually right behind us here the tin boxes in which they used to draw the fields, and I think that's just extraordinary to take a look at. We've got Gary Thomas's bookmaking board over there with the 8 greatest greyhounds that you rated. Fernando Bale's in there with Cheltenham Lass and Highly Blessed. But Brownie, you said a moment ago, 55 years, you have not missed a Melbourne Cup. Now, if there is one man who I can come to for a tip in the Melbourne Cup who's got more knowledge, more history behind him, it's you. What does it take to win a Melbourne Cup? And who is the greyhound? Because the punters on racing.com want to know this. Who is the greyhound who's going to claim the Melbourne Cup this year?
Well, I really like Big Energy. I thought he was super last week. I think he's perfectly drawn tonight. So he's in the final. And he's got the ability, the speed. And if he just draws her right next week, he might be the greyhound to beat. But you can only win it with a special greyhound. It's a very difficult race to win. Sudden death heats tonight. In you go into the final. And it's just been won by some special dogs over the year. And over the years I've seen some of the best chasers and sprinters that have ever raced in Australia. And plenty that have got beaten in it too, James. So it's a hard race to win. And gee, we've seen some superstars when you just mentioned Highly Blessed and Rapid Journey, and the list just goes on and on. Tangaloa, some marvellous greyhounds have won the Cup, and I'm sure this year's will be no exception at all.
It'll be a wonderful race. I think I can speak on behalf of everybody involved in greyhound racing. We thank you for everything you've done over the years and everything you continue to do, and showcasing this in such a great way in the Neil Brown Museum. We're very grateful for.
Thanks, James. It's a pleasure, mate.
Well, there we go, Hawley. I'm with Big Energy now. If he says Big Energy, I'll listen in. I reckon Brownie's onto something there.
Yeah, he's a superstar, Neil Brown. Dogs are heading out for the third heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trease. And what's the market doing here, Monsieur Bayer?
Yeah, Heat 3, Gareth. 2 greyhounds that they were awfully keen on early were Ritza Piper and Moraine Susie. They both had good support. Icy Eyes, $1.95 out to $2.40. Moraine Susie, $4 into $3.20 and continues to tumble. Ritza Piper, $7 into $4.50. The Top Gun Stayers winner. Your Colour Room, $4.20 out to $5s, and then you've got the greyhounds at double figures. Savage, $12 out to $34. Warringah Bale, $67s, and Donington Girl, $101. And don't forget, Bet with Mates. How good is it? If you haven't, I'm sure you two boys would have seen it or been a part of a group. But start a group now. It's the easiest way to bet and banter all in one place. It's fantastic. It's a great setup. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Corey Smith's got a lot of mates, as we heard tonight, and he's ready to go once again.
G'day, fellas. I'll tell you what, that was a fair run for me. James had my microphone. I've just grabbed Andrew Paraskevas. Andrew, box number 1, Your Colour Room. Chances?
Your guess is as good as mine.
No confidence then, I'm guessing.
No, he's a little bit hot and cold. He's got a mind of his own, so he could do anything. So
certainly talented. Is box 1 where he wants to be, or would you prefer him off the track?
Early days I said yes, but now I'm not quite sure. So I don't think it really matters, to be honest. But it's all sort of in between the head with him.
All right, well, good luck tonight from box number 1 there. Everyone's running away from me. I really want to talk to Mick Zammit. He's all the way up the other end, so we'll do our best roaming Brian here. Get right up there, because Icy Eyes, since she has come to Victoria, has been absolutely phenomenal. Mick, good to see you down here. I hope you're enjoying your time in Victoria. It certainly seems like she is.
She is. She's taken to Victoria very well so far.
So am I right in saying that she hadn't had a look at the Meadows or Sandown prior to her wins there? Correct, yep. And then now she's had the look at Sandown. Do you think she'll come on from that? I know it's hard to say given the time that she went.
It's hard to say. It'd be nice if she could, but as long as she can probably run up to that, it'll be, she'll be competitive anyway.
I'll let you go. Do you like your chances tonight?
She'll have to do everything right. It's a very good field, I think. So,
all right, well, good luck, Mick. Tony managed to get the winner in the previous with Val Policella. Now Mick Zammit is having a crack with Icy Eyes. She's my on-top selection. My numbers are 6, 3, 2 and 7 in this one.
Good on you, Smithy. Thanks for that. What are we tipping here? James Vandermark.
Yeah, look, I'm going the 2 on top, Moraine Susie. She is going to be 1 for the thrill seekers, Hawley. I think she'll get back. I think she'll storm home. I've got a smoky in this one. It's Savage, number 7. He's about 30, 40 to 1. I reckon if he can cross and find the rail, he can run an almighty race. I've gone the 3 for third, Ritza Piper. Just couldn't discount that win in the Top Gun. She was outstanding there. And then I've gone with, in fact, I've gone 6 ahead of the 3. The other runner that I wanted to put in somewhere, but I couldn't, was Your Colour Room. I think he's the leader. I just think when the pressure goes on over 700, Mitchie, he might struggle. But I'm having a little each way bet on Savage. I think he's overs.
Yeah, I'll let you have that one yourself. 2, 3, 6 and 1. My numbers. I'm with Maureen Susie. She is the superior stayer in this. Ritza Piper, I think we'll be up on speed here with Your Colour Room, and Maureen Susie just gets the absolute camp on him. Has been well supported into 270.
It's Susie's night tonight.
Been absolutely truckloaded. Was awfully unlucky in a heat of the Bold Trees last year. Makes amends tonight, comes out and wins. So 2, 3, 6 and 1 for me.
Good form line too.
So I need to have a chat to Susie. I say, Susie, we need to get back on track here. Can you lift? And the punters believe so. $4 into 270.
Yeah, here's the market. $2.50 now ICIs. Maureen Susie, $4, as you said, Gareth, into 270. Back out to $3 there. Ritza Piper still had continuous support. $7 into 440. Your Colour Room holding firm, $5.50. And then the roughies. Savage, James can have it, the $21. Well, let's move from 27s. Maybe that was the great man next to me. Warringah Bale, 67s, and Donington Girl, 101s. But chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential support.
So where do we need to see Susie in the run?
4th or 5th.
Okay. What about Savage?
I think he'll sit either first or second outside of Your Colour Room. If he crosses Your Colour Room, I think he's a good chance. I reckon Maureen Susie's been a greyhound who's been a little bit underrated through her career.
Yep.
We all forget she won the Top Gun in 2022 and then she was second in the Top Gun in 2023. That's an immense form line coming into this. So she's definitely the dog to beat. But as I said a moment ago, Hawley, I know you're a thrill seeker, mate. I know you love to go for a little bit of a ride when you have a punt, but you'll get that with her.
All right, then. They're heading to the start. I'm sick of thrill-seeking. I just need to win it.
2.
Yeah,
Savage.
Let's head upstairs to Daniel Hibbert, the voice of the Melbourne Cup.
$4.60 for Ritza Piper. Your Colour Room at 5. And it's double figures the rest. Savick at 26. Warringah Bale at 81. And Donington Girl is at 100 to 1 on the fixed odds. So a tussle between Maureen Susie and ICIs for favouritism here at $2.80 each of 2. Maureen Susie was brilliant in winning the race 2 starts ago at the Meadows, and then a great run behind Ritza Piper in the Top Gun. She was a long way off them and was able to rail through into second placing. She's the equal favourite with ICIs, who's been faultless in its 2 runs in Victoria, a win here in 41.57 and then 42.35 at the Meadows. And as the more money comes in, Maureen Susie now into favouritism on the fixed odds at 260. $4.80 for Ritza Piper, the Group 1 winner at the Meadows, has won 15 of 40, comes to Sandown for the first time. And Your Colour Room has won 18 of 37, steps up to this trip for the first time, but its provincial form has been first class, and it will certainly be trying to get in to that final by running in the top 2 here in the 3rd heat. So Maureen Susie the favourite at $2.60 as they get set. Heat number 3 of the Bold Trees, and they're getting set. Just a little bit of precipitation starting to fall, nothing heavy at this stage. Hopefully it's just a passing shower. They're getting set, they're all in, the green light's on, and the lures rolls. Race number 3, they're set, and they're away. Beginning quickly was Ritza Piper, and Ritza Piper found the lead over second ICIs, and third was Your Colour Room. Up to 4th was Warringah Bale with Donington Girl. Maureen Susie is following the rail, and Savic's at the rear of the field. A lap to go. Ritza Piper leads out by a length on second ICIs. Railing through was Donington Girl underneath of Your Colour Room, and here comes Maureen Susie with a run, and further back to Savic, and last Warringah Bale off the back. Ritza Piper the leader, a length and a half. ICIs is second. Running on was Maureen Susie with big strides. Ritza Piper in front. Maureen Susie is absolutely roaring home. Maureen Susie over the top and won. Beat Ritza Piper. Third across the line will be close. Hanging on ICIs, but Savic died and probably got it. Clear from Donington Girl, Your Colour Room, Warringah Bale, Maureen Susie in 41.69.
41.69. That was an impressive performance from last year's Top Gun Stayers winner, Jason Ireland. I don't know where Brendan is tonight, but I reckon you might have to handle next week because she's gone beautifully there.
Oh, I think Emma's got handling duties next week, so I think he's down Tassie with Emma at the moment, but that was a brilliant win, Ron. She came from nearly last. I said, she had to go through the field in the end. I said, she's just got so much track sense when she gets that rail. She'll go in and around. I said, I knew down the back straight, I thought she's going to get close to this dog, and she did.
She's an out-and-out stayer. We see her flop out the back most of her races, and as you said, she has that beautiful track sense to kind of weave her way through. Box number 2 worked perfectly tonight. Is that the sort of box that you'd want kind of moving into next week's Group 1 final?
Ideally, I'd like that, but like today, she needs pace around her to get because she needs a bit of room early. If she can settle down, she gets into her work, and she just takes those big strides at the end, and she's got phenomenal mid-race pace too, and that's what wins races in these stays races.
All right, well done. You go back and give her a pat. Moraine Susie, last year's Group 1 Top Gun Stayers winner, is through to the Bold Trees in a very, very nice performance. She just weaved her way through beautifully. She's an out-and-out stayer, and if she gets a crack at them next week, she's going to be hard to beat.
God bless Susie. I told her that she needed a lift for us, and we could give her a big kiss right now, Mitchie Abaya. You declared her down the back for the final time, and you were right. I was a little nervous that she might not get there, but she did.
Nah, she's class. Leaves it till the last minute, but she's as strong as anything going around. Had 2 greyhounds out in front that were speed dogs. The run, look at the manoeuvring. She just worked her way around them. Doesn't have to worry about railing up the inside. Go around and mow them down.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, Hawley, I've unveiled a genuine superstar in that race.
Who?
Savage.
Okay.
Seriously, black book him. He has tracked Moraine Susie everywhere. We all tip the winner.
Yep.
But look at him. Flash to the line.
Next year's Bold Trees. There she is, Susie.
Mm.
Well done to Susie. She gets the job done. She's into the Group 1 Bold Trees next week for Brendan Purcell. Very good trainer, the boy from Tassie. Let's take a break. On the other side of it, the race caller, Daniel Hibbert, will join us. And you can't miss Daniel because he is one of the great stories when it comes to broadcasting. He's a bit like Moraine Susie. He's come from nowhere all of a sudden. Now he's a Group 1 performer. Welcome back to our coverage here for night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival on racing.com, and Moraine Susie, from nearly last to first, takes out the 3rd heat, defeating Ritzer Piper. Savage, the black booker for James Vandermartin. Icy Eyes was back and forth, the favourite. I'm joined by royalty here, broadcasting royalty. Now, we all know that the Australians, us Australians, produce the best race callers in the world, and I've got 2 of them right next to me, and James Vandermartin, Daniel Hibbert, the boy from Shepparton, who about 3 or 4 years ago was calling the Shepparton trials and the trots, and now he's calling our greatest race. Hello to you, Dan, and happy birthday, by the way. Happy 21st.
Again, 21st again.
Yes.
Thanks, Gareth. Yeah, I've been very fortunate in my calling journey. I don't think there's any callers out there that could have a story like mine. No. So I've been very, very fortunate and, loving every minute of it.
Yeah, do you have to pinch yourself? This is your 3rd cup now, isn't it?
3rd cup this year, and it's obviously all the ones in the Dream Chasers this year. So it's awesome. Absolutely loving it, and it's the best job in the world.
Do you get nervous? James, you've called a Melbourne Cup as well. What do you feel on a night like this? I'll ask you first and then you, Dan.
Yeah, look, I do get nervous. I don't think Dan gets as nervous as I do, but everybody's different. I think everybody prepares differently. And I'll say from my perspective, as soon as I heard Daniel Hibbert call the race, I spoke to the guys at RSN and I said, this is a legit good caller. Like from my knowledge, what I've seen, you just came into the role, Dan, and I know a lot of people, they become race callers. It's like a transition period. It's like an apprenticeship, and somehow this man here just fast-tracked that and just went, bang, you just worked it out straight away.
Yeah, I used to sit at home and, dream of doing a job like this, but I was pretty realistic in that it was a very niche market and there wasn't many jobs around. But with a lot of racing, a lot more racing now than what there was years ago, there's more opportunity, and I was, very fortunate to get my opportunity at the trials at Shepparton, and that led to calling trots and then calling the dogs, and haven't looked back.
So the different codes, they tell me, depending on what caller I ask, they say that, and I think the majority of the broadcasters say that the dogs is the toughest code to call. Would you say that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't have time to think, and you can't plan anything. You've just basically got to see it and say it. Whatever happens out on the track is.
That'd be dangerous for me.
Yeah. So whatever happens on the track, you've just got to know your dogs, know your names, And anything happens. It's not like It's not like the trots or the gallops where you can sort of maybe plan a little bit. This is all unscripted, and you just don't know.
You could have a cup of tea while you call the trots.
Potentially, yeah.
Jimmy?
What I wanted to chat to our man Daniel Hibbert about was, I was just watching that vision of you calling the Speed Star, and it's a two-pronged attack, this question, Gareth. It's, firstly, you seem to get really involved in the call. I noticed almost like a bit of an angry face on, a really focused face. Second question to that was, you were calling the Speed Star. What's been the highlight for you? I know you've called a Melbourne Cup. Was it Koblenz? Was it last year's Melbourne Cup? Has there been a highlight? Two-pronged question.
Oh, there's a couple of really good races. The Melbourne Cups are obviously special, but last year's Bold Trease was probably one of those races that you just dream of. And to have a finish like we did have was just awesome. And with Stagger Out Lee, but I mean, there's a lot of races. I mean, I had one last night. I had a dog race at the Meadows on a Friday night, and there was half a length between 6 of them.
Yeah.
So it's there's so many good races, and I've been very fortunate to call Wow She's Fast here a lot. And I have really thoroughly enjoyed having her, and I'm glad she's back for one more run tonight.
The angry face, though?
The angry face?
That'll be out tonight?
I do. Well, I don't know if I get angry, but I get enthused is probably the word.
So basically, when you came along, so did Well She's Fast.
Yep.
Now, if Mrs. Hibbert left you, which she won't because it's your
I've only
birthday.
just got married.
Oh yeah, you'd probably leave her for Well She's Fast.
Oh, I don't think I could do that.
No, but you love me. You love Well She's Fast.
I do love.
I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, she's one of the greatest that I've ever seen, and her performances, particularly here at Sandown, have been astronomical. And she went through a period where she was just basically unbeatable, and I hope she runs really well tonight. I really do.
I reckon she will. James is declaring her, but there's nothing better when a champion, she hasn't got her back against the wall because she never will, but she had her first run in 6 months the other night, and she was down the track. She's trialled since, but the sport needs her. She's the queen of the track, and she's the biggest name. It will bring the house down if she can jump to the front and D. Hibbert's calling her down the back.
Yes, I might get a touch excited, I think, if she's out in front particularly, or even if she's coming from behind. I mean, that would be awesome too, but I'm just hoping she runs a really big race.
You're a really passionate caller, and you seem to have favourites. Hector Fawley's one who springs to mind, Hawley. The other one being Wow She's Fast. Could you seed your top 3 greyhounds, Daniel Hibbert's favourite top 3 greyhounds for me? I reckon it's Wow She's Fast, Hector Fawley, and then some.
We've just got the trifecta right, because it's Wow She's Fast. Hector Fawley's also. He's so good to call over the 600 here, because sometimes he doesn't get the start right and sometimes he does, but his speed through those middle sections is just awesome. And Yachi Bales, he's just unbelievable to call as well, because as you said with Lisa, gets back and charges home.
Now, James was just doing a few Phantom race calls last week when I was listening to them, watching the coverage. Manifestation, I'm big on that these days, and we just had Marty Hallinan on the show, and I said to Marty, next time you've got a superstar zipping greyhound, Kelsey Brown's just joined our team, and he's going to call one of the dogs Zipping Kelsey. Can you give us a 5-dog race with your throw, or the 4-dog race with the favourite dogs you just mentioned, and can you have Kelsey
Zipping
winning?
Kelsey.
Yeah, Zipping Kelsey in the Melbourne Cup next year.
You want to call?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, she's fast in front.
Well, she's got to.
Yep. Hector Fawley out the back.
Well, she's fast. Is off the back straight. She leads out by 3 lengths. Coming hard was Yachi Bale. Trying to run on now was Zipping Kelsey. It's Wow She's Fast in front. Zipping Kelsey's coming.
Get up.
At a rate of knots, but Wow She's Fast just.
No.
Wow She's Fast just beat Kelsey Brown.
You can't do that to us. You can't do that,
Danny.
Danny.
Beat it by a nose. By a nose.
Yeah, by a nose.
TV though, Kelsey should have won.
He's got. Would you believe he's got the photo wrong, and Kelsey's got it. Zipping Kelsey. Hey Dan, good calling. Hey, you're an inspiration to everybody. You're following your dream. You never gave up, mate. You were so resilient.
Yep.
And I love that, mate. So well done and enjoy tonight.
Thank you, mate.
All right, then. There's Daniel Hibbert there. We need to find a winner for the final heats of the Bold Trease. We've just had the 3 heats run and won. I think Mitchie Bay is going to come over. Or is he over there? I think we've got to cross to Mitchie Bay. Thanks for that, Danny. This is last year's Bold Trease.
And our man Daniel Hibbert made mention of this. Check out the Stagger Out Lee.
Yeah.
Just a phenomenal performance in the red rug. Absolutely no chance to win the Bold Trease from there. This is what she did, though. Would always get back, would always run on. But honestly, Hawley, you've been around racing a long time. We actually started working together, I reckon, probably 15 years ago.
I'm not that old.
Have you seen many win a Group 1 from where the red is here?
And he was 100 to 1, wasn't he?
Oh, about that.
Yeah, and no, I didn't. It was a weird night last year because you had
Look at this, though.
2 big finishes like Yachi Bale winning the Melbourne Cup from nowhere. Look at it.
And she's just ducked and weaved.
Run a kilometre.
And it was a
Phenomenal.
great story too, because the young trainer who staggered out Lee, that was his first Group 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not only that, Daniel Hibbert just surmised that perfectly, because I think everyone that was sitting and watching just said, wow. And he went with stagger out Lee, wow. And I think that as a race caller, you want to just call what you think, what you see, and that is exactly what he did. And who knows, mate? Will we see a get back run on top like stagger out Lee next year? They're phenomenal. That's the Maureen Susie of this year.
Yeah. Mitchie?
Yeah, the run last year was enormous, but this year's field, you can see some of those greyhounds going around when you see the names on screen. Some of the greyhounds that contested last year's are in this year's, so it just shows how versatile the dogs are. If you keep them sound, they can race for a couple of years, and on the top level, you've always got a good chance at prize money here.
We just had a bit of rain just in the last, 10 or so minutes, so the water truck didn't have to really go around because it stopped Mitchie and James, which is good news, but we need to find the winner of the final heat of the Bold Trees. What's the market telling us here, Mitchie?
Yeah, there wasn't a stack of movement here, Gareth. There was a little bit of early money for Rip and Grace, 420 into 380, back out to 390. Now your favourite, this is the one, Corey Smith, number 1, Pearly Tears. I know you might have thought it was in a race or two earlier. 260 out to 270.
Stop throwing him under the bus.
Zipping
like you never make a mistake.
No, we all
Mitchie.
make mistakes. I've made plenty of them.
Yeah.
460 into 440. We spoke to Marty Hallinan earlier. Obviously, he's quite nervous, but excited. Untapped, a greyhound who's been on this stage numerous times. 450 out to $5. And then the greyhounds in double figures. Big Susie, 10 out to 12. Hit Top Gear, I think this greyhound is a massive chance, $26 into 18. Stellar Girl, 27s, and Mrs. Avenger, $61. Don't forget, take a sec before you bet. Set a deposit limit. There it is right there. Take a sec before you bet. Set a deposit limit. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen. Visit the Gambling Help online website.
We all love great stories in sport. One of my favourite stories is Dustin Drew, the trainer of Untapped. Now, this was a syndicate dog, so there was a lot of first-time owners involved in this greyhound. He's a Group 1 winner. He won a Sandown Cup, and I remember when he won that Sandown Cup, there were tears of joy. Now, this greyhound broke in like James Vandermaat. No one really wanted him. And then he came good, Untapped, and now he's one of the superstars in the sport.
And we saw that vision just a moment ago of last year's Bold Trees, and there was Untapped leading the field. So this is a greyhound that will front up, will show speed. You know what you're going to get. And as you said, it's a great story. There were a lot of new owners involved, first-time owners that were able to reach the highs that myself, Mitchie, and I think a lot of other people who have been involved in greyhound racing for a long time are chasing that Group 1, that elusive Group 1 win.
Corey Smith in me. Get to me now, Gareth. Get to me now. All right then, Smithy. Take it away. It's your stage once again.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was nearly going to bypass Peter Riley here because I thought I might confuse myself with which dog I was going to talk about. But we're here with Pearly Tears, box number 1, ideal draw, Untapped. Generally likes to show a fair bit of pace and then push up the track a little bit. She should get a fair bit of room, the way that the experts are looking at it. Do you agree with that, Pete?
I hope so. She showed some good early pace last week. I think that run topped her off beautifully for this week, so we'll see what she can do.
Well, I'll let you go now that we've nailed the right dog. James Shaw, I'll grab him. Big Susie, we spoke last week. She's up in class once again. Box number 6 is going to make it tough.
Yeah, pretty tough tonight for her, I think.
What's your better half doing? Is she sitting at home watching it and laughing at all my mistakes tonight?
Oh, most certainly critiquing you, I'd say, yes.
Well, so she should, I reckon. Now, I might just grab Dustin Drew as well with Untapped before I throw it back to the boys. Dustin, over your right shoulder this time. Untapped, how's she been? Obviously had to be scratched from the Top Gun stayers. Had a couple of weeks off, but she's here, and is she ready to go?
Yeah, she's ready to go. She's probably hasn't had the ideal preparation, probably missing a run, or really 2. But she's trialled. I give her a trial at Geelong during the week, and she's trialled as good as she ever has. So, just you're taking on good dogs, and she's going to be at her best tonight though.
Are you confident that she's got the miles in her legs for a race like this? I know it's just a heat for a Group 1, but it's probably a Group 1 calibre field, and she's got to be at her absolute best.
Yeah, for sure. And all these races are, you've got to be at your best. You can't be off. But look, she's proven herself. I think she's made 10 Group 1s, but she is a run short, so that's a concern. Yeah.
Oh, well, it sounds like to me she's just going to be better for next week if she can find her way through. Good luck to you, Dustin, and good luck to the massive group of owners as well. Is there any of them here from the National Greyhound?
I've kept away from everyone tonight, but I'd say there would be. She's got a big following, so yeah, they've had a massive ride, so hopefully there's a bit more to play out still. So.
Well, good luck, Dustin. Hopefully she can use box 2 to her advantage and find her way into another Group 1 final. My on-top selection in this one is Pearly Tears. I'm tipping both of those runners that I keep confusing. My second selection is Rip and Grace for the Team Thompson. Come down from Peter Lagogiani. I think she's going to run a really good race. She just has to overcome box number 7. But my on-top selection in this one's Pearly Tears.
Thank you, Corey. Tips here from James Vandermeer and Mitchell Bayer.
I'm with Zipping Kansas on top, but he's a tough greyhound to watch. He's got such a big motor. Trialled at the Meadows, 42.59, has that phenomenal PB. We heard from Marty earlier suggesting maybe he's not at that, but he might still go a 41.5, 41.6, which I reckon's enough to win this. 5 on top ahead of 7, Rip and Grace. If she had it drawn inside, she would have been my all-in tip to win the series. I just think she needs the fence. She probably has the speed to get it, though. Number 1, Pearly Tears, I couldn't leave out. And Untapped, maybe I'm a little bit soft putting that in for 4th, but she's just been such a good dog for such a long time.
Yeah, she's been great for the sport. I'm 5, 4, 6 and 8 here. I'm with you with Zipping Kansas. I think the each way play, those hit Top Gear, and they've backed it on Sportsbet. It's into $14 from 26s, so a good long odds move there for the 4 hit Top Gear. I thought Big Susie's run last time out was good, and Mrs. Avenger is drawn well out in box 8. This race is a bit of a raffle. Anything can win. 5, 4, 6 and 8 for me.
Troy Little, one of the great judges, he's texted me through his, not because I don't trust you guys.
Set?
He said he likes Hit Top Gear and Big Susie, both at a price because such an even race. I'm with Susie because I think it's Susie's night, as I pointed out.
Yep.
And Susie got the job done in race 2, and Big Susie hopefully can get the job done here in race 4. Just talk us through the handlers, because the handlers play an important part. You can't have a handler that's nervous, because that goes through to the dog.
It runs down the lead.
Yep, it does. Anthony Azzopardi taught me that. During COVID, he had to hand over his dog at the border, and one of his dogs, I forgot which one he was talking about, but used to jump and lead by 3 or 4. Gets to Wentworth Park, new handler, he looks up at the handle and goes, "Who the hell are you?" and misses the kick by 3. And Jason Thompson, he's talked us through some situations where some of the dogs that he's trained just don't jump for him when he handles them.
I think a lot of it's routine. And we'll often see now for Team Thompson that it's either Luke or Holly handling, and it's just the repetition. And if a greyhound's going well, like for example Alpha Zulu, like Luke Thompson's probably the main, I guess, handler for Team Thompson, but Alpha Zulu's just been humming for Holly. So now Holly Thompson's handling Alpha Zulu everywhere they go, and I've got no doubt they have that little bit of a, I guess, thought as to whether or not a greyhound's going well with a different handler, and they'll often use that as a bit of a tactic, I suppose.
$20 quickly, lads.
Give me $20 on, actually, each way, the 4, hit Top Gear.
I'm in an aeroplane with turbulence, and I'm backing Zipping Kansas. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but I'm having $10 each way on the 5. He's out to a backable price, Hawley. It's a good price, $6.
Let's head upstairs to Dan Hibbert.
Pearly Tears for Robert Britton. It's won 8 of 17, 4 out of 5 over this trip. And it is the favourite. Rip and Grace is the second elect into 350 and has won 13 of 41. Has its first race start over this trip tonight. But was a good winner at the Meadows in 34.43, beating Aston, Michigan, who franked that form by winning last night. And it is the second elect on the fixed odds. 650 for Zipping Kansas, who trialled at the Meadows in 42.59 last time on the 28th of October. It's won 22 of 54, 1 of 3 over this trip. So just a persistent little shower of rain at the moment. Very light, but it's just hanging around at the moment. There's hardly any breeze to speak of now. The flags have lost their flutter at the moment, but they're getting set for the 4th and final heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trees. The final Group 1 next Saturday night. They're set to go. Ready, race number 4. And away. Pearly Tears was fair to go. Untapped won the start, and Mrs. Avenger's got very good speed and gets over to lead. Mrs. Avenger clears out by 3 on Pearly Tears and Untapped. Up to 4th was Zipping Kansas. On its outside was Big Susie. Deeper was Rip and Grace from Stella Girl and Hit Top Gear at the rear. Mrs. Avenger not waiting for them. After it was Pearly Tears quickly. Untapped is third. About 2 lengths away to Zipping Kansas. On the outside was Big Susie. Next was Rip and Grace. Further back in the field then to Hit Top Gear and Stella Girl, but Mrs. Avenger is going well. 4 in front. Untapped got past Pearly Tears. Big Susie runs on, but Mrs. Avenger Mrs. Avenger bolted home by 3.5 on Untapped, who makes the final. Big Susie ran third. Fourth across the line was Zipping Kansas ahead of Pearly Tears and Hip Top Gear. Next in was Rippin' Grace and Stella Girl. 41 and 77, a blowout.
41 and 76. What a performance that was, Joe. You're going to be very, very happy with her. Just her 5th race win, and it's to find herself into a Group 1 Bold Tree.
Oh, it's just, I'm wrapped. We knew she had the ability, but lacking experience. She's down on experience. It's only a second start here. Having her first look at a track last week, she was looking all over the place, jumped tonight, got the brakes early and got the job done.
Did you expect her from the pink to be able to punch up across and lead? As you said, she's got the ability, but to do it in a race like this from the pink, what sort of level of confidence did you have going in pre-race?
Look, she felt really good coming here tonight and travelled well, and that's what I like. Coming all the way from Maryborough, you need them to travel well.
Fair enough. And George Borg's down as the trainer as well. What's George doing, and how happy will he be?
He will be over the moon.
All right, well done, Joe.
He's doing a really good job.
He's doing an outstanding job, if you ask me. Well done, Joe. You go and enjoy it. This rain is coming down, but what a performance that was. Another absolutely cracking performance in probably not the best weather I've ever seen.
Thank you, Corey. Look at Mrs. Avenger, $43 on the tote, an upset result leading all of the way. Mitchie Abaya, talk us through it.
Yeah, drawn well out wide. That was I included in the numbers. Last week, just had no luck. I actually thought it was a huge chance to win last week's race. Over 700, had zero luck tonight. Got on the arm and really just run him a merry dance. 41.77. This greyhound has lit up the clock at the Meadows in the past and comes to Sandown Park and dominates.
Okay, so there's Mrs. Avenger leading and winning there. So we've got Get Ready Dora and Palawa King, who were the first two across in the race number 1. Then we had the Queenslander and Sohar Bale. How do you pronounce that?
Zohar Bale and
Valpolicella.
Valpolicella. I've got to get that right eventually by next week. Maureen Susie and Ritza Piper qualified after the third heat, and then Mrs. Avenger and Untapped into another Group 1 final. Right now, as Mrs. Avenger goes to the winner's circle and get a well-earned drink in just a moment, who's the dog to beat?
I would say Zohar Bale or Maureen Susie.
Maureen Susie for me. There's a lot of speed with Untapped, Mrs. Avenger, Valpolicella. I think Maureen Susie, the map is perfect.
Do you know what time Mrs. Avenger won at Horsham over the 485?
26.80.
26.90.
Absurd.
To be honest,
absolutely a jet.
I think, Gareth, if you went far enough back in the form, 26.90 at Horsham, won by the length of the straight, 27.04, but you had to go back a little bit. If she finds the front, she's 10 times better, and if you're backing Mrs. Avenger next week, you're backing her to lead.
Just quickly, the rain's starting to fall. Now, in the gallops, it's nearly a no-no when the rain starts to fall when you're trying to work out a pattern. Is that a similar case here with the dogs, or it doesn't really matter?
No, unless it's torrential. If it's torrential rain and it absolutely buckets down, the rail can be off. It can be a couple of lengths off, but the track staff do a phenomenal job here and have it absolutely Mickey Mouse.
I second that. Just have a look at the vision. The track looks in absolute wonderful order. I think, if anything, your confidence maybe lowers a little bit because of surface water, but you can see the track's draining beautifully, and they prepare these greyhound tracks like you would not believe. The amount of work that goes in to make sure these tracks are safe for racing, the average person would have no idea, Hawley. They are out on a tractor for 6-7 hours making sure this is ready to go.
Yeah, it's rated as well. They test it, they do everything. And the water drains into the inside of the track. The water runs off. It doesn't sit on the track. There you go. Look at them.
There, you can tell you're a landscaper in your former profession, Mitchie Abaya. Hey, don't go anywhere. It's great to have your company on racing.com, because coming up next, the first of the 8 heats of our great race, the holy grail of the sport of greyhound racing, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Great to be with you if you're just joining us. This is night 3 of the Dream Chasers here on racing.com, and we just had the 4 heats of the Sportsbet Bold Trees and an upset result, Mrs. Avenger. The boys said after the race she was a good thing. She wins and leads all of the way at $39.86. Untapped makes another Group 1 final. What a dog he has been, 220. Big Susie was a run back in third, and Zipping Kansas back in fourth, 8, 2, 6 and 5. The big dance isn't far away. 8 heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup about to get underway. It's the holy grail of the sport. There'll be a lot of nervous trainers, handlers and connections as they try and win their way into the biggest race in greyhound racing. But we were just having a chat about the track and how well the track curators do by preparing the surface. And our next guest is Timmy Godfrey. He said he was hearing us speak about him and he thought, well, I want to get all the recognition. I want people to know who I am. So he's come and visit us on the desk here at Sandown. Tim, welcome to our coverage, mate. First of all, we're just trying to work out if the rain has any impact on a track like a surface out there. Can you explain what the rain does if it rains during a meeting?
Well, it's not really how much rain falls down. It's more how the rain actually comes. So I'd rather a heavy downpour, where it hit it hard and fast, and 90% of it's going to hit the surface, run off, and not really have much of an impact on the track.
Yep.
As the radar sits at the moment, I don't think we're going to be fortunate to have those circumstances, but we'll deal with it as we come, and yeah, she'll hold up fine.
So do you get a bias or anything like that if it's drizzly rain throughout?
No, basically make all the calls, mate. I'm intently watching the radar, and we just minute by minute take it as it comes.
We did mention a moment ago, just before you wandered in, Tim, that there's a lot of work that goes into getting these tracks to look the way that they do and the way that they race and the way that they play. Give us a little insight, I suppose, into what it takes to prepare a track for race conditions.
Well, basically, a good example, last night we got hit pretty hard with as much of the state did, with a lot of rain. So I come in this morning, we had quite a few washouts and stuff like that. So we spent about 2 hours repairing the surface this morning, and obviously it's come up a treat so far, so really happy with it. But just the lead up into Melbourne Cup and stuff like that, it's full on. We start preparations weeks in advance.
And the sport, Tim, has come a long way as well, especially for the welfare of the dogs. They've changed the way that the track, with the camber especially, to help the dogs get around, and the surface as well. So the dog's safety is paramount, and I guess that's your number one job, to make sure that
number one
priority,
mate.
Yeah,
dog safety. So.
And it's come a long way, hasn't it, over the last decade especially?
Well, I've been a curator now for 13 years, and from where it was 13 years ago to now, it's chalk and cheese, And
we're even seeing now penetrometer readings, and they're making sure there's enough moisture in the track. And I guess as a punter, we just go there and, gee, track looks good, Paulie. But these guys over here, you're doing, I guess, a lot of data, a lot of science behind preparing a greyhound track.
Heck of a lot of data, yes. So we do readings 2 hours before the first race. We'll do a set of readings at race 1. Halfway through the meeting, and then a full set of readings at the end as well. So our ultimate goal is to try and keep the track as tight as possible from start to finish without too much variation, apart from the weather.
So what would your advice be to a greyhound trainer watching this, and they're trying to get their track prepared, say at home, and they do a lot of, you've got a greyhound track at home, or a straight track,
If I had more money, Gareth, in the bank, I'd be employing Timmy to come up and prepare it, but I can't afford that.
Do you get, like James would say, hey Tim, mates rates, can you come and help me? What advice would you give him?
Basically, just if you can get some irrigation into your work and runs.
That's where I'm going
like
wrong.
A few sprinklers and a nice little tractor just to keep things smooth. I think you'll be all right.
Now, when I have a chat to the track curators and the gallops like Liam O'Keefe and Timmy Baylor and the like, they get to watch track work, so they hear some whispers from time to time. Now you get to see trials. Mitchie Abay comes out to the trials now and then, and he hides up in the stand so no one can see him. And I know over the years some trainers have tried to paint the paws of their dogs so none of the spies can see them, so they can have a punt. And that's why we all love racing, because sometimes an old-fashioned plunge, that's what you're in the game for. What have you heard? Is there any whispers?
Oh, mate, I've seen plenty of fast dogs go around over the past few weeks.
Yes.
Leading, there's plenty of dogs that can run time. It's just a matter if they can put it on the board on the night, and box draw's paramount. It can affect a lot of these fast dogs that are going around tonight.
He's kept that pretty open, but last week we had the CEO of the Sandown Park Greyhound Racing Club on. Didn't keep it so quiet. The big energy has been absolutely humming around here.
He spilt the beans on that one, didn't he?
Poor Cal Grano was looking for a bet, but the boss just give him up. But Timmy, congratulations, mate. The track looks an absolute treat. Well done. We all know how hard, how much you guys work not only yourself, but you've got a big team behind you. So well done and enjoy the night as well as you can anyway when the rain's starting to fall.
Might go and grab that yellow jacket now, I think.
Yeah, all right, good on you, Timmy.
Cheers, guys.
There's Tim
Thanks.
Godfrey, the track curator there to the Sandown racetrack. Now, Mitchie Abaya, your old man, doesn't he watch the trials from time to time? Have you got a story for us that you've seen a dog trial maybe before a mate and you've been able to buy a house with?
Yeah, I think Wow She's Fast absolutely scooted around here at Sandown Park before she come out and ran 29.02 on debut. So that might have been one that the old man might have picked up. But it's a great insight, and these guys get to see these canines fly around. Let's look at the market coming up here, Gareth. The all-in market, if you want to get on, you've got to get on before this race, the all-in for the Melbourne Cup. But race 5, first leg of the quaddie, Alpha Zulu, $2. Out to $2.30, back into $2.15. Buddy Manelli's $3.80, out to $4.50. Now, Eula Bale, one of the best back greyhounds in this race. As soon as markets open, $6.50 into $5. Weblet Wolf, $10 into $7.50. Also had support. I think Jimmy Vandermat's somewhat keen on the 5 here. Dundee Smoky, $12 and firm. Zippy Tesla is at $26. Storm Shoalers, 27s. And I missed Winburn Ruby as the price has changed, shifted to $12. But Alpha Zulu, best bet on the program for me. Punters are keen on for Eula Bale and Jimmy Vandermat. The same race multi. SRM Jim, I think that's your nickname. Combine runners in the same race for bigger odds. Pick multiple greyhounds to finish anywhere in the top 4 and get a fixed odds price before the jump. Chances are you're about to lose. From free confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Let's have a look at the speed map for the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And this is interesting because Jason Thompson on Giddy Up the other day on SEN Track told me that the worst draw in a Melbourne Cup heat is box number 8.
I agree. I think that's the risk for Alpha Zulu. But the flip side is, and we see it here on the speed map, I don't think Buddy Manelli's going to be as far forward as we're seeing. But I do think the likes of Eula Bale, Dundee Smoky, Storm Stroller are all going to be out fast. That's the 4, the 5 and the 7.
Yep.
If they all show speed, they cut across to the rail, it creates space for Alpha Zulu. He's going to be the only runner sort of out there, maybe going a 5.05 to the first peg. And at his best, he's going to be right up there. Very, very hard to beat. But he is going to rely on a little bit of luck, and that's the challenge. But what we're seeing here is the replay of Storm Stroller. So what I'm looking at is what Storm Stroller was able to do early there from box number 2. Had the speed to get across and lead, and then held out Postman Pat down the back. Now, I feel like the key for Alpha Zulu tonight is the 2 in this race, Storm Stroller, showing that same speed, cutting across hard to the rail and creating space for Alpha Zulu. If the 7 does that, I think Alpha Zulu, as Mitchie said, could be one of the better bets of the night. But if he doesn't, and Dundee, Smoky, Eula Bale start to punch through, I can see Alpha Zulu 4 or 5 wide here, and I just think the price is unders.
Let's get to Corey Smith, who's behind the boxes here. In fact, we'll get to Smithy. We can't get to him right now. So, Mitchie, what are you tipping here?
Yeah, I'm with the 8. I thought this was the best bet on the program, drawn beautifully out wide. Storm Stroller in box 7. I don't think we saw a replay of him off a wide draw, but goes straight to the fence. He'll look to get to the rail. He'll give the 8 one of the greatest carts into the race. If you're a non-greyhound fan and you're tuning in for the first time, that box 8, imagine having a greyhound drawn inside you that all it wants to do is run hard left, and you have got clean access to that first corner. So that's the way I'm picturing the race. There's no speed in 6 Zippy Tesla, and the 5 Dundee Smoky also wants to fend. So if Alpha Zulu steps, he doesn't get beaten tonight.
Devil's advocate to Alpha Zulu's chances. If Eula Bale kicks up, if Dundee Smoky kicks up, and if Storm Stroller comes across, where do you see Alpha Zulu? They can't match?
No, they can't run 4.95 or 5 flat early. They're all probably a 5.05 sort of dogs, and I think he does enough to clear them here, Alpha Zulu.
Really?
Yep.
All right, then Dan Hibbert's calling action. We'll go upstairs for the call of the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Really looking forward to it. In fact, Corey Smith, is he ready to go? I think he is. Let's head to Corey Smith now.
G'day, fellas. A little bit of a difference this one. Obviously, we're over at the 500-metre boxes, but they haven't gone out to the parade yards because it's been nice and wet in between races. So the track's in outstanding condition, as I heard you guys discuss with Tim Godfrey. But I might get our man Craig Solkin to come over here and grab an interview, because last week I interviewed him pre-race with Weblet Wolf and managed to get the job done. So we may as well keep it going. How's the week been? All gone to plan?
Yeah, no, all gone to plan. Everything's gone smooth, so happy with how he is. He's in good form, so hopefully tonight see how he goes.
Box 4 last week, got the job done. Box number 2 here, obviously up in grade, I'd imagine, being a Group 1 heat. How do you think he can go from the inside?
Oh, he hasn't really had too many inside draws, but hopefully, he can punch up like he did last week and see how he goes.
Beautiful. I might also grab Paul Bartolo as he runs away from me with Storm Stroller. Another one of the ones that I spoke to last week who got the job done at big odds. Box number 7, he's going to go straight across the rail. Even tougher this week?
Yeah, box 7, you won't. No.
Favourites in box number 8. Is his barking going to put it off again?
You might.
Good luck. There we go. A little bit of a difference. I'm trying to keep my hair from going curly, even though there's not a huge amount left of it. But this is the first heat of the Melbourne Cup, and I can't wait.
Quick tip, James.
8-7-1-3, but I think the price too short now for Alpha Zulu.
With the 8 on top here, that's the best bet on the program.
Here's Dan Hibbert.
Last week, getting set for the first leg of the quaddie and the first of 8 great races, the 8 heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. You must win to go through, and it's all about survive and advance. That's all you got to do is win and you're in. And the favourite for the first heat is Alpha Zulu, who has been absolutely brilliant in its early part of its career. 22 starts for 15 wins and a couple of country cups as well. And he is the favourite from the extreme draw. Buddy Minnelli had support on fixed odds, but is now drifting out and is out to 440. Eula Bale kept safe in the blue at $6. We're just about set for the first heat of the Cup. Green lights on. Ready to run. Race number 5, heat 1 of the Melbourne Cup. They're set, ready, racing. Alpha Zulu missed the start by 3 lengths. Flying out Dundee Smoky. Buddy Minnelli on the inside. Trying to get over was Storm Stroller. Out deep there was Web Black Wolf. Trying to get through was Eula Bale. Next in the field, Winburn Ruby. Alpha Zulu's a mile back. Zippy Tesla last. Leader Dundee Smoky. After it was Buddy Minnelli. They've raced clear on Web Black Wolf and then Winburn Ruby. Dundee Smoky in front. Buddy Minnelli's desperate for the rail. Scraping the Dulux. Gets through. Buddy Minnelli wins. Buddy Minnelli into the final. Beat Dundee Smoky and Web Black Wolf. Winburn Ruby got up for 4th. Alpha Zulu blew it at the start. Zippy Tesla, then Storm Stroller and Eula Bale. 29.43 the time on the first heat of the Melbourne
What
Cup.
a performance there. Buddy Minnelli punches up on the inside from a very, very gallant Dundee Smoky. He's through to the Melbourne Cup. Lynn Smith's that excited that she's run off on me and I'm not going to go and catch her. But that was a serious, serious performance from a greyhound that we've seen do his best action over the 600 metres. But he comes back down and he's through to a Group 1 next week.
So what a performance. The WA Greyhounds, they strike here in the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Buddy Minnelli railed through beautifully and takes out the first heat, James Vandermeer.
I've got to be honest, mate, I had a little place bet on him, and then when he lobbed second behind Dundee Smoky and Alpha Zulu missed the kick, you just wanted to change that to a win bet. He was home as soon as they got to the first corner. 29.44. To be honest, that's about the time you need to run to win a Melbourne Cup. The only knock I have on him, and I don't want to be negative straight on the back of him winning a heat of the Melbourne Cup, is he has to draw inside next week because he doesn't have the pace to run and lead. He used the draw nicely. Well done to Lynn Smith. We actually had a greyhound with her a few years ago, Gareth, who jumped from the red in a heat of a Melbourne Cup and was cut out on the home corner at exactly the same point that Buddy Minnelli got through. So it's been a few years, I think, coming for Lynn Smith there with Buddy Minnelli, and well done to her with a Melbourne Cup finalist next week.
Dundee Smoky was brave. Weberleck Wolf back in 3rd, and the favourite missed the kick and he was out the back, and never a chance Alpha Zulu there for Jason Thompson. Let's take a break here on racing.com. This is night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival, and the superstar of the sport, she's coming up next. She can't go anywhere. Well, she's fast from box 2. We'll jump in heat 2 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Well, the excitement is building. The Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival is well and truly underway. This is night 3. We just had the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and Buddy Minnelli, you could hear the roar from across the Nullarbor. Buddy Minnelli railing through to defeat Dundee Smoky, Weblek Wolf and Winburn Ruby back in 4th. Big cheerio to Marty Sidon, of course, the track curator at Moonee Valley. He's watching the coverage. I forgot to mention his name before when I was talking about the superstar track curators, and how dare I forget. But he does a wonderful job there at the Valley. Well, she's fast. Is about to go around the superstar of the sport in this upcoming heat. She will draw box number 2. But we've got a special guest here in Craig Burns, the Victorian Greyhound trainer, that is his star greyhound going around in the heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. I speak of Tinker Norm, who's a terrific chance in race number 8. Burnsy, welcome to our coverage, mate. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Can you win?
Going to need some luck. I think he's certainly got the motor to be able to do it. It's going to rely on box rise and possibly where the other dogs go rather than where he does. So.
Well, mate, this greyhound Tinker Norm, he's taken you on one hell of a ride. He's been mixing it top class for a long time. I just go through his last few starts. He's been racing with Jay is Jay, racing with Victor Damien. He's been racing with Postman Pat. Talk to me about the journey that has been with Tinker Norm, because you've been here, there and everywhere. You went to the $1 Million Chase. It just must be an amazing ride.
It's been fairly surreal. We've really only been training dogs for about 2.5 years. So, look, he started out as a really promising pup over the shorts, and we sort of slowly worked him through. And I guess he sort of announced himself when he ran down Transponder at the Meadows in a maturity heat. He sort of gave him 5 lengths up the back, and from there he made the maturity final, the national sprint final, and then where we were running for $1 million up in Sydney there one day. So
I'm not sure the people at home would think our man Burnsy has an earpiece in his ear, but that's the replay we're seeing right now. Runs down Transponder on the line, and you absolutely nailed it. 5 lengths off the lead down the back, gets him right on the line. I guess that adds the confidence. I know you'd already know how good this boy is, but the fact Transponder could come out and win a Top Gun, you knowing that you've ran him down must give you confidence going into a Melbourne Cup heat.
Yeah, look, it does. You can only race the dogs you're up against. He's raced Postman Pat 3 times at the Meadows and beat him home twice as well. So he's claimed some good scalps, but that's in the past. Tonight's the future, and he's got another pretty handy one out of box 2 that he's got to try and deal with as well.
Yes,
so,
he does.
So, Craig, I love this story. So how long have you been training greyhounds for?
We started breeding about 5.5 years ago, and probably about 2.5 years ago we decided that we'd go full on into the training side. So it's myself and the wife. Love her. She's at home at the moment, man in the fort. So,
hello, Mrs. Burns.
Mrs. Burns.
We love you too.
Yes.
We wish you the best of luck tonight. Now, so how did you get into the breeding dogs? Was it in your blood? Did you grow up with the dogs?
It was actually Max Scott's birthday yesterday, which was up on the metaphor board at the Meadows. So I sent Maxie a text message when I was about 12 or 13.
So just explain who Max Scott is for the people out there.
Maxie's pretty well known through the industry. He was a president at Geelong, and I think he was a secretary of the GOTBA, and he was around for quite a long time. Max used to live about 4 or 5 doors up from us, and I knocked around with his boys, and every night after school we'd be out lead walking dogs, and when Max would race I'd be in the back of the panel van with 4 greyhounds breathing on me because they were all in the front. So that was the initiation to it many years ago, and probably about 6 or 7 years ago one of my real estate clients' brothers had actually bred a litter of pups and said, would you like to buy one? And funnily enough, thank you, Jen, she gave me the go-ahead to buy one, and that was Tinker Bob. We named him after my dad, which was my dad's nickname, so that's where the Tinker comes from. And then after that, we bought a couple, and then we got a brood bitch in Gorka Bale and Dinah Peanut, and we've had some litters, and now we've got 60 of them and a lot of droppings to pick up every day as well.
You're no longer selling houses then?
No, I haven't. I've put a suit on once in 5.5 years, so...
So people watching this at home then, so it can be done. So you grew up in a way watching how dogs are trained, but so I could go and buy a greyhound and you could give me some instructions, but it's not like the standardbreds or the thoroughbreds. It's a lot easier to get into this beautiful game.
Oh, it's easy to get into. It's just the 12, 14-hour days, 7 days a week, 365. That's probably the downside to it. Although it's a passion and it's a lifestyle, and obviously we love it, or we wouldn't be here. So
I love the.
And you train as well, James.
I do. The wife does the majority of the work for me, and I think behind every good trainer there has to be somebody good at home who's doing the work behind the scenes. But what I love about the Melbourne Cup and races like this, guys, is the passion. And right now we see you with a Norm hat on, ready to handle this boy in a Melbourne Cup heat. Talk to me about the emotion of even just being here tonight.
Look, it's obviously exciting to think you're in a Melbourne Cup heat, but realistically I'll go over to the kennel block later and I'll take him out the same way as I would if I was in a maiden race at Hillsville. It's the same process.
Do you dream though?
Well, you've got to dare to dream, James. I didn't think I'd ever race a dog for $1 million, but we somehow managed to get there. So,
what was that like?
That was different. I must say I'm happy to be back at Melbourne. But look, that was probably a massive learning curve for me as a trainer, because I'd never raced outside of 2 hours from home. So
what a time to do it too.
Yeah, well, it wasn't bad. So that was obviously exciting. Melbourne Cup has a lovely ring to it. So there's now 64 less 7 dogs to go around that are still contenders. So.
Now, Craig, when you go and see Tinker Norm and you take him out the back, talk us through what happens. Do you have a chat to him? Does he listen to you? When you're about to put him in those boxes, what's the last thing that you want to say to him tonight?
Just get around safe, predominantly. I like to tell him put his nose down and run fast.
Yeah. Does he listen?
But he doesn't always listen, does he? And you've actually got some footage here on your phone of look, we don't want to bring the mood down a little bit, but Tinker Norm has created a little bit of a bad habit. And as you log into a very long passcode in your phone, I'm almost getting to your bank details after seeing that one, Burnsy. But hold this up to the camera and talk to us what it is he's actually doing.
I was actually showing this to the boys a bit earlier. As a youngster, Normie was pretty much a lid pinger. He used to come out under the lids, and that was at Geelong back in May, where you can see he's caught his nose on the bottom flat plate of the starting boxes somehow, believe it or not.
Trying to get out, isn't he?
And since he's done that, he's actually the smartest dog that I've got, or I've ever seen, of any breed for that matter. And now that was a bit of pain that day. So when I put him in the boxes, he'll stand up and wait for the lids to open before he sort of goes to drive. And unfortunately, that's probably cost me 2 Group 1s and $1 million chase. But if only I could get him back to doing what he did for his first. That was probably 25 starts ago. So look, tonight's the night.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, mate. Go and live that dream, and hopefully you can win a Melbourne Cup over the next couple of weeks.
Magic. Hope I'm here a bit later on talking to you. Thank you.
There's Craig Burns, the trainer of Tinker Norm, who's a terrific chance in race number 8 on the program. Let's catch up with Mitchie Abaya once again. Mitch, second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. I can't wait to see what she can do tonight. Well, she's fast. What price are we getting?
Around $2.25 at the moment, Gareth. There's 2 greyhounds in this heat that the punters are keen on. They're the top 2 in betting. Wow, she's fast, $2.10. Slightly on the drift out to $2.30. You expect that. She's had one start since resuming. Make no promise, probably been the best backed runner. $3.90 into $3. Drawn well down near the fence. Now, Jimmy Vandermatt was on this greyhound last time out. Crackerjack Bull, $6.50. Touch as low as $6, back out to $6.50. The Thompsons look to put their place into another Melbourne Cup with Navarino, $7.50 out to $9. Andre Bale, $17 into $12. Due to box draw, drawn well down near the fence. Peaky Joe, $13. Sage Chanel, 23s, and Boom Burst at 23s. I think Peaky Joe's half a chance at the $13 quote. And don't forget, Sportsbet Sandown Park, all races, run second, get up to $50 back in bonus bets. The money back special here at Sandown Park. If you're having a play there, chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the Gambling Help online website, or visit the website, or visit the 1-800 number on screen.
James Vandermaat, let's get this all-important speed map ahead of the second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, this is the speed map, and to be honest, I agree with it in many ways. Number 3, Andre Bale with pace, but what he does when the lid's open is he actually likes to roll up the track a little bit. Make no promise in box number 1. Only moderate to go. 5.15 to the first peg, average. Wow, she's fast. Box number 2 here. This is back. I've gone right into the history books here with Wow, she's fast, and I've gone back to the Tem Lee. Look at the names. Look at the names she beats here. This is the last time Wow, she's fast jumped from box number 2. It's a Group 1 invitation. You've got Kelsey Bale leading. Wow, she's fast running on. Amron Boy third. Fernando Mick runners up in last year's Melbourne Cup. And watch this. Kelsey Bale in front. Wow, she's fast. Just knows how to win. This is a winning machine. This is a superstar greyhound.
You pumped me up, Jimmy.
And beat Amron Boy by a head, and that was almost the replica of the Phoenix. So, I'm with you. I think Wow, she's fast. Tonight's the night. Andre Bale, I understand the move, drawn down near the fence, but if there is a greyhound that I think there's a bit of a twist in the story, it's Wow, she's fast.
I reckon, Hawley, I reckon the Greenos should get that coverage from about 15 seconds ago. That could be the pep talk for Wow, she's fast. Just get up and about, girl. You know how to win. We heard last week.
Back to the Phoenix.
We heard last year. There's probably better moments, but honestly, we heard last week from the connections that they believe she isn't far off her best, and if she is anywhere near her best, I am confident to gamble responsibly but have a nice play on Wow. She's Fast.
Sport always needs heroes. You need heroes in any sport, and greyhound racing's got their hero, and Wow She's Fast. She's had her knockers in the past, boys. There's people that have written her off, like a Phoenix, and say, well, she can't win. But she knows it's grand final day. She knows how important these big races are. She's just got that special ability and aura like all of the champions do. She's won more than $2 million in prize money, which is quite astonishing when you think about it. And I can't wait to see her with Jackie Greeno. Corey Smith will be with us shortly to see how she does parade. Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters, to be honest, how she parades. She's such an ultimate professional. As long as she's got her 4 legs glued on, she'll just turn up and run a good race. Like she is just such a reliable dog. I think
Or if they're glued on.
You know what you're going to get with Wow She's Fast. And not only that, Cal and Jackie Greeno, they are 2 of the best greyhound trainers in the game. And when they're setting a greyhound for a particular race, we saw that with Big Energy last week in the shootout. This is preliminary final for Wow She's Fast. Next week's the grand final. If they go on beyond to a Phoenix, I think that's a bonus. Yeah. They are prepping for this particular race night. Hence, I reckon you could play the multi, sports bet multi. Yep. Wow She's Fast into Big Energy, the 2 Greeno runners. I think they'll have a quarter of the field next week.
Surely it's on the up. Surely it's on the up somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd think so.
I reckon he's about $1.10 to catch up with Jackie Greeno here now, Corey Smith.
You've just had an absolute fill up, Gareth. That's the best $1.10 I've ever heard in my life. I am with Jackie Greeno, and Wow She's Fast here. Jackie, I think last time she had box number 2, she won a Group 1. She's looking to find her way into another Group 1. How's the week been?
The week's been terrific with her. It's gone perfectly, so we're just hoping for a bit of luck early.
I've heard you and Cal speak about how she just likes the big crowds on Phoenix nights, which are arguably the biggest crowds you'll see on a greyhound track. She just perks her ears up, she struts around, she knows she's a star. Is she doing that for you tonight as well?
She is. She just wants to go. Yeah, no, she's really happy to be here. So she's happy, I'm happy.
Well, that's all you can ask for. She's happy, I'm happy. Well done, Jackie. Hopefully you'll be nice and happy after the race with Wow She's Fast. I'll grab Cody Charles as well with Sage to Neil. Cody, you've been down in Victoria now for a few weeks. First of all, how's she settling in early, and then how's she been in the most recent week?
Yeah, when I come over before the Top Gun, I thought she didn't quite settle in as well as she did last time, but we've been here now for 15 days and she's settled in much better, and I think she should run a good race, but we're going to certainly need plenty of luck from box 6 because, slow beginner, we really just got to try and find the fence and hope to be running on at the finish.
Last week you got the visitor draw as well. She had absolutely no luck early, but then she got into her work late and she absolutely sizzled home. If she can kind of miss the start and get down to the rail, is that the perfect sort of setup for her in this race?
Yeah, that would be ideal. I think I'd rather see her miss it and get down to the fence rather than get caught out on a limb through that first turn. But watching it live last week, I was a little bit disappointed, but when you sit down, analyse the race, it was a great run. She probably took 4.5 off them going down the back straight and finished at the rear, but yeah, it was a good run.
What would finding your way into a Melbourne Cup mean to you?
Oh, it'd be a dream.
There we go, a dream. That is what the Melbourne Cup makes. Sage Tennille is going to find it tough from box number 6, but I certainly wouldn't be discounting the Group 1 winner. My on-top selection, though, Make No Promise. I think he's one of the better bets of the night. I feel sick going against Wow She's Fast, but I just want to see her do it. Second up after 6 months is going to be tough, but she's second in my selections. But on top, for me, Make No Promise.
Tips here, boys, and market. Geez, that she's drifting well. She's fast.
Oh, I don't mind the drift. More money in the bank if she wins. 2-1-4-6 for me. I think the same race multi-play. Wow She's Fast up there. Make No Promise up there as well.
2-1-7 and 6 for me. I think Wow She's Fast and Make No Promise are the clear top elects, and Peaky Joe could be up on the speed from out wide.
Let's get ready to rumble. Here she is. Well, she's fast. She's the favourite. Let's head upstairs to Dan Hibbert for race number 6, the second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
33 starts, $2.39 million in prize money. 3:30 Make No Promise has won 14 of 33, 7 of 11 over this trip. Best gallops 29 and 29. $5 for Crackerjack Bull and $9 for Navarino as they get set. This is one of the heats that everyone's wanting to watch. The Queen is about to go for a race into the Melbourne Cup. Set to run. Ready. Racing. Well, she's fast, jumped cleanly, and she's got clear air. She's going forward with Make No Promise. Navarino was next. Peaky Joe behind them. Trying to get through there was Sage Tennille. Back in the field was Crackerjack Bull. Well back was Boom Burst and Andre Bale. Leader Make No Promise. Wow, she's fast. Sage Tennille trying to get through. Wow, she's fast, got checked. It's Make No Promise in front. Navarino's running on. Trying to come on with Sage Tennille. In the straight, Make No Promise. After it, Navarino. It's Make No Promise. Make No Promise won it and beat Navarino. Navarino and Saints to nil. Fourth home was Boom Burst. Next in the field was Crackerjack Bull from Andre Bale. Wow, she's fast, and Pinky Joe, and it's 29.41.
Paul Bartolo, you're a Melbourne Cup winner. A few years ago, I won't say how many, but a few years ago, and now you're into another one with this boy. Loves the inside draw, and he showed that here tonight.
Yeah, he loves it. And I thought he had a good show, really, so yeah, I'm just over the moon. What can I say? I'm lost for words.
Tell us a little bit about the team behind it, because it's not just you doing all the work. It's there's a whole family sort of going towards it.
It's the whole family. Like Ray bred them. Diane she probably does more work than me. So, but I'm just wrapped for Ray and a guy called Chris Earl. He's a sheep farmer in New Zealand. So he'd be over the moon too. So
there we go. I spoke to Cody Charles prior to the race, and I asked him what it'd mean to be in a Melbourne Cup. Yeah, he said it'd be a dream. You've been there and done it. What would it be like to win another?
Still a dream. Like you just don't. You don't expect them. I didn't expect them. I said to Diane tonight, we're either going to have a good night or a bad night. So we made 2 group races with Britza Piper and Make No Promise, and what else can I say?
Well done, Paul. It was a sizzling performance from Make No Promise. Inside draw help. Wow, She's Fast gave him a fair bit of room, and then they packed up behind him, but he was too good late, and Make No Promise gets through to the Group 1 Melbourne Cup next week.
So Make No Promise is the second dog into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Well, She's Fast nearly crossed, and she didn't, and Make No Promise railed through, and that was the winning move.
And she had another go here to try and get around Shani, as we see there from box number 2, but she had her chance, got half a length in front. She couldn't quite cross, and credit to Corey Smith, who was really keen on Make No Promise, used the inside draw, and there's another trainer, Mitchie, who can get them to peak at the right time. He ran first and second in the Melbourne Cup. Missed Minnie Mouse, Betty's Angel, so he knows how to do it, and he's got another one through to this year's final. Paul Bartolo with Make No Promise. Well done.
He's an absolute superstar, Paul Bartolo, one of the best gentlemen in greyhound racing. Make No Promise was awesome, and I'll tell you what, Sage to Nil, how stiff was it? It was home for all money down the back, had that much momentum, and then ran straight into Wow She's Fast and put it out the race.
She would have been the story of the week, Sage to Nil. She was the greyhound that Cody Charles, the trainer from WA, tried to put on the internet to give away. No one wanted her, so he took her back home to the west. She was bred in New South Wales. He broke her in, and all of a sudden he got her to chase. She won a Nationals champ, and she just failed to get into a Melbourne Cup, and she was also so close. But Make No Promise, Paul Bartolo, he gives him a kiss. And why wouldn't you? Because you're in a race that you can win. How much to the winner next week?
Nearly 700,000.
Yeah.
Nearly, it's $1 million race.
That wouldn't be a bad Christmas present. We'll take a break and come back with plenty more. You're watching night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival. We're live here on racing.com at Sportsbet Sandown Park. You're watching racing.com, night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival. We just had the 2 heats of the second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and Make No Promise railed through at the start to hold out while She's Fast, and then held on in the finish to defeat Navarino and the unlucky Sage to Nil. Boom Burst was back in 4th, but Make No Promise too strong for Paul Bartolo, who is into the Melbourne Cup final with Make No Promise. Well, tonight we've got some very special guests, because there is a tour group from Ireland and also the UK here to watch our biggest event, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And when you think about the thoroughbreds, there's a few races on the world calendar that you want to win. There's the Kentucky Derby, of course, in America, the Arc de Triomphe in Europe there at Paris. You've got the Japan Cup. And when it comes to greyhound racing, there's the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and there's the Irish Derby. So I'm looking forward to catching up with our next guest in Nathan Corden and Peter Lawrence. First of all, Nathan, welcome to our coverage, mate, and welcome to Australia.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. The group, there's 24 of us in total, half from Ireland, half from the UK. They're having a great time.
Yep.
Really, really impressed with the setup over here.
And Pete Lawrence, hello to you. Welcome to Australia.
Yeah, thank you. Paul it is, by the way.
Oh, Paul, sorry. I'm getting confused.
No worries.
So we've got Nathan and Paul. I better get that right. Otherwise, you won't shout me a Guinness when I get upstairs. First of all, the Melbourne Cup. What do you make of it?
It's the main event, isn't it, really? You know, you look at it, I've been to 2 or 3 already, so much prefer the greyhound version to the horse one.
Yeah. And back home, is the Irish Derby, is that your holy grail?
The Irish, you've got the Irish Derby and the English Derby. The actual English Derby is worth £175,000. So what's that? That's roughly, I don't know, 350, something like that. And that is the richest race in Europe.
Yep.
The Irish Derby is probably worth about $200,000. But everyone wants to win the Irish Derby.
Yeah. Paul, what have you made of our greyhound? So, say our best greyhound at the moment, for argument's sake, well, she's fast, like, even though she didn't make it into tonight's final. How would she go over there?
Well, the thing is that she's capable of winning, you know, the $1 million races, and she's very, very fast. And I think that's the thing over in England. We're kind of envious of what happens in Australia because of the prize money. And I think that the way that you sell the product is so good, and that's what attracts a lot of the English and the Irish kind of punters and owners and breeders to look at what's happening in Australia. And we've been blown away by well, especially in Victoria, when you look at the meadows, and we were blessed with Corey Hiscock showing us around the track, and here as well. It's just on a different level. It's so impressive.
So do you think you can go back home and try and do what we do here and say, okay, guys, for the first time ever, that the Australians are doing it better than us?
I don't think it's the first time ever.
Yeah.
I think you've been.
I was only trying to be nice. We beat you at cricket.
No, don't start the cricket. I knew that was going to come in quite quickly. But you guys have been doing it right for a long time. Unfortunately for us, we're too far down the line with government. We can't change. We'll never have a tab system. We've got a voluntary levy that should be a lot more. We receive about £7 million from bookmakers each year, which is...
It's a voluntary contribution rather than you know, compulsory, and that's the thing. I've actually been involved with a project with the Tote UK and Harry Finley. You've probably heard of Harry, that where we bought Lifford and we tried a low margin 10% model tote takeout there, where you're 14% over here. In England, it's more 29 and 30, and so there's a perception there's no value, and I think that what is really impressive out in Australia is it's a betting industry. So let's encourage people to bet. Yeah. Let's encourage people to embrace the beauty of greyhound racing, and that's what we kind of miss a little bit in England and Ireland.
So can you change it? Is there hope?
I think so. I truly believe. I think that if enough people stick together and say, look, this is what's good in Australia, why can't we do it in England and Ireland? I've been trying to do it with Lifford through the GRI in Ireland, and also Nathan knows, you know, he used to be part of the ownership of Nottingham Greyhound Stadium. The same. It's just that we've allowed bookmakers to take control, and really we need to have it self-funded, and I think the tote is a big part of that.
Yeah. Will we see an English or an Irish trainer come out here to try and win a Melbourne Cup?
We've tried previously about 20 years ago. Didn't go so well. I think the difficulty is it's still 3 months quarantine to get a dog over here. It's probably going to be about $10,000 to send it over, which isn't a problem. I think the key thing is the 3 months. So, you know, like with thoroughbreds, they can go in the Melbourne Cup and come in a few days before, and it's very easy for them. But for greyhounds, you still have to have 3 months in quarantine.
Can we come over there and win an English Derby or an Irish Derby?
Yeah, well, you're more than welcome, and we're sort of half doing that. So, very friendly with David Gill, and he sent straws of Koblenz and My Redeemer over. So we're trying to get him into. We've got a few good brood bitches over there, and we're going to try and get him a runner in the English Derby or the Irish Derby.
We're going to take home the English and Irish Derby and the Ashes, and we don't really care about rugby, so you can have the World Cup. Hey, boys, thanks for that. Enjoy it. Paul and Nathan, enjoy our greatest race. And have you got a tip for us before we let you go?
My tip failed earlier, so Paul's the punter, so he'll be.
The nap on the card, the best bet is big energy. Be short, but
it'll win.
I think it'll win. Just like to say thanks for the hospitality from GRV, and also a big thank you to Nathan and his wife for organising the trip, because it's been fantastic.
Good on you, Paul. Good on you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Nathan Cord and Paul Lawrence there on a trip of a lifetime from the UK and Ireland, celebrating our great race. And I forgot to mention, Kelsey, we also dominate the English in netball.
I am here with, I'm going to leave that comment, and I'm here with Michelle and Justin, who are the trainers of Get Ready Dora, who are heading into the Bold Trees next week. You've drawn box 5. How are we feeling about that one?
Doesn't really matter what box she comes out of. She just needs to step and be left alone early.
So we talked a bit off air about the preparation. I was so intrigued by it. What does her preparation look like heading into next week?
Heading into next week, she'll probably have a quiet one. We'll do a lot of recovery because that's her first 700. So it's going to be a big ask to step back up to 700 again. So she'll probably have a nice quiet week. Some beach swims, some hydro baths and just some quiet time.
Hydro baths, they sound amazing. Now, who do we have here? I think we've got the whole family contingent. You said there might be a few missing. Can you introduce us?
Okay, so my husband Justin, that's my oldest son Brandon and his mate Jessie. So they've been mates since school. They went to primary school together, and there's another one that's missing, Jamie, and they got into dogs, and Dora's one of their, they've had one before Dora, but now Dora's in a group one.
One of their babies. And you've got another dog, Idolize, coming up in race 10. How are they looking for that race?
Yeah, look, Idolize, we need this weather to stay nice. We don't want a super wet track, but if she leads, she'll go well.
Awesome. And lastly, Aria, how do you feel about Get Ready Dora?
What do you think about Dora?
Do you like the puppy dog? Yeah. Okay, we got it. I reckon I'm on Get Ready Dora for the Bold Trees next week.
All right then, Kelsey. I like it. Now she's tipping us greyhounds. Unbelievable. And the box draw for the Bold Trees is about to get underway. And for some of the dogs, you can win or lose the race at the box draw. And here it is now. Soha Bale. You can talk us through the box draw here, James.
Zohar Bale's drawn the red. Valpolicella for Queensland 2. One of the likely leaders untapped in 3. Maureen Susie, I don't think the draw matters. 4's not bad for her. Can just position in. Get Ready Dora's drawn 5. Miss Avenger 6. Palawa King gets through and draws 7. Ritza Piper in box number 8. I can see you smirking, Mitchie, to my left-hand side at Maureen Susie in the 4. You like that?
Yeah, I do. I reckon there's 3 winning chances there. Sorry to some of them. But Zohar Bale's drawn beautifully in box 1. Box 2, Valpolicella, another one that's drawn absolutely beautifully. And Maureen Susie is surrounded by speed. No pressure from the outside. We'll just flop to the fence and let it all unfold in front and absolutely rattle home.
There's a trophy that they will be trying to win next week. It's a beautiful trophy as well, the Bold Trees Trophy for the Stayers next Saturday night. Let's have a look at the market for heat number 3 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Mitchie Abaya, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Flying Zulu is all the rage here. $1.90 into $1.85. Is short but drawn beautifully. Can it continue the trend of box 1? So far, the 2 greyhounds through have both come from box 1 and both favourites have been rolled. J is J, $3.70 out to $4. Aussie Rock $6 out to $6.50, but slightly, but been pretty firm. Launch code $8.50 out to $9.50. The draw is the concern. For Clue Spa, we saw a great win here last week, $26 into 9s. Tonight, $23 into 16s. Lure of Kilkenny, $26 into 18, and Spot Fox, Aston Costello, $19 and $23 respectively. But Flying Zulu is all the rage. Power Play Exotics available on Quinellas, Exactas, Trifectas, and First Fours. Power up your racing exotics in the bet slip and watch your odds get even bigger. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
You tell your fiancé that 1-800-858-858. You have to say it that many times today, and you've been superb, Mitchie Bay. Let's have a look at the all-important speed map here for heat number 3 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, James.
Yeah, I think this speed map just proves a pretty even line away. Lure of Kilkenny's got pace. J is J, can show speed, but it's more of an acceleration than a box speed. I think Mitchie will agree with that. Aussie Rock's another with pace, but I reckon Flying Zulu, you go back 2 starts ago, went 5.04 early, 29.02. If he runs that, he's favourite for the Melbourne Cup. Now, we're just going back, having a look at the replay of Flying Zulu when he won at Sandown 2 starts ago. This is that 29.02 run, and pace to burn. Spot Fox is a fast breaker. Ike Bale's a quick beginner. He just crossed and just dashed away, put them to the sword mid-race. I was not worried about what Spot Fox did here because I rate him as one of the better middle section greyhounds in the country. He's got a huge turn of pace, and look at the way he just explodes. If you lead from box number 1 here with Flying Zulu and they don't pass him down the back, he's not vulnerable because he was so strong home. Look, he's my best bet of the night, this one.
Okay.
I think he will win. I'm fairly confident. J is the concern, just because you don't want to take on a greyhound with his form line, but I think from box number 1, if you reverse the draw, I'm probably with J, but I think the red in a Melbourne Cup heat's so important. This dog loves where he's drawn, and I think he'll be winning.
We'll get to your tips in just a moment, Mitchie Abaya, but Holly Thompson on night 1 of the Dream Chasers Festival, after Transponder took out the Top Gun, told us that Flying Zulu was the greyhound we needed to back Corey Smith for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and the night has arrived.
She's run away from me, so I'll grab Brooke Ennis from the other side. She knew I was going to come straight across. Yeah, this is because we're friends, apparently. It's pick on your friends night here. Launch Code is a Group 1 winner. He doesn't get any easy races, and from box number 8, this one looks like it's going to be pretty tough to get across.
Yeah, no easy races, no good box draws, so probably the story of my life, really. But, no, look, I think it's an easy enough race that if he can come out and put himself there, you know, he might just get there. But, look, it's hard enough to win races, let alone Group 1 Melbourne Cup heats, so...
He's in a race where a few of the main fancies are probably not the sort of dogs that will run 5 flat. We've seen him run 5 flat here and at the Meadows as well. Do you think he's on his game enough to be able to run those sort of sectionals? I know it's a hard question.
No, I think he is. We're really happy with you know, how he's come up from the Top Gun. So look, I think it's just up to him. He's just really got a box, but no, I think he definitely can do it if he does come out well.
He nearly got across in the Top Gun. He needs to do that again from box number 8. I know. I'm not going to moz you. I'm not tipping him, so I know you'll be happy. But I think normally when I interview you, you get a little bit grumpy beforehand, Brooke, and you say, don't tip my dogs. I'm not tipping your dog, so you're a little bit more confident with that.
Yeah, 100%. We're good to go.
All right, well, there you go. Brooke Ennis says she's more of a chance because I'm not tipping Launch Code in this one. We'll go for a bit of a walk, and I'll see if I can get anyone else in the shot. They're all running away from me, which... I think they're learning that I'm not all that fast, and that if they run away, then I'm not going to be able to catch them. I'll grab Des Dash. Des, it's going to be tough from box number 7, but it's a greyhound that's shown a little bit of speed racing.
Yeah, recently, yes. So if he shows a bit of speed tonight, hopefully he can get across.
Box 7's probably not the ideal box, but if he can get across and weasel into a nice little spot, you've got to have a certain amount of confidence in the way this is going.
Oh, that'd be good if that happened. Yeah, we'll just have to see how it happens after the start, mate, but he'll be in there amongst them.
All right, well, good luck, Des Dash, the first of his many chances tonight. I reckon I might be tipping one of his later. I'm not going to tip his now. I'm going to be with J. I feel like sometimes we write off champions, and I think J's a champion. He's a track record holder up at Albion Park. He's won $1 million chase. He ran second in a Top Gun. I know box 4's probably not ideal, but he's my on-top selection, and he's one of my better bets of the night.
Tips here? Jimmy Bob?
Well, I'm going to let Mitchie take the market away because there is a little bit of moving at the top there with Flying Zulu, and more the merrier.
Jimmy opened the wallet, 190 out to 2s, back into $1.90. J, 370 out to 450 if you like him. I know Kelsey likes J, out to 460 now on the drift. Aussie Rocks is an interesting one, holding firm at 650. Launch Code out to $10. Vaucluse Bale into 15s from 23s. They keep piling in the punters. Lure of Kilkenny, Spot Fox both at 20s, and Aston Costello $26. Chances are about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. I'm with the 1 here, Flying Zulu, but I'm scared about the 4 J's.
Nah, no need to be scared, Mitchie. We're going to go together, mate. This ship is sailing. I'm with Flying Zulu on top number 1. My best bet of the night. I think we'll punch up, we'll hold the lead, and the rail, it'll be game, set, match from there. So fairly confident, 1, 4, 2, 6, my numbers. Heat 3 of the Melbourne Cup, I think, going to the red again here, Gareth.
1, 4, 2, 3 for me.
Okay, let's pick up this build-up before heat number 3. Here's Dan Hibbert.
5.24. He can begin very quickly, and he is the 3rd pick and the only other one under double figures. Next best is Launch Code at $11. The Group 1 winner, who's won 11 of 30, 7 of 20 here. He's got a best gallop of 29 and 23. And he was a winner here in 29.47 3 starts ago, but he gets the pink draw tonight, and he will have to come out hard to try and get across from there. But the favourite, Flying Zulu, for Jason Thompson, no luck last week from the pink, gets the red draw when it counts the most in a heat of the Melbourne Cup. And as we've seen already, the first 2 into the final have used box 1 to full advantage. They get set. Leg 3 of the quaddie. Favourite, even money, $2 Flying Zulu, $4 J, now into $3.90. Last look at the board, Aussie Rocks at $6.50. Just about set to go. Race 7, heat number 3 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. They're set to go. Ready? Racing, Flying Zulu began well on the inside, is going to lead. Aussie Rock second, third across Lure of Kilkenny, trying to get through was Vaucluse Bale. Jay's gone back to the road. The leader's gone to miss. Flying Zulu's gone to miss and gone back through the field. So it's Aussie Rock's in front. Vaucluse Bale's after it. Running on now was Spot Fox from the rear. Next in the field, Lure of Kilkenny from Launch Code. Around the turn, it's Aussie Rocks in front. Vaucluse Bale tries to get it, but Aussie Rocks is right up against the rail and into the cup final. Aussie Rocks beat Vaucluse Bale and Spot Fox. Fourth close, Aston Costello, Allure of Kilkenny, Launch Code. Then came J is J, and Flying Zulu has completed the course, 29 and 39.
I tell you what, Jeff Mitchell, I don't know if I've ever seen you that animated, but that is why you get up to get yourself into a Group 1 Melbourne Cup. Tell me how it feels.
Unbelievable. That's what it's all about. Get up in the morning at 6 and everyone do their dogs. And you're in the Melbourne Cup.
You've been around the game for a long time, and this boy's pretty special to you. To be able to get into a Melbourne Cup in that sort of way, I know something went amiss with the leader, which is always unfortunate, but he's a dog that has been always knocking on the door to find himself in one of these big ones, and he's going to be tough to beat next week.
He draws a box, it'll be hard to beat.
What sort of box do you want?
1 or 2.
1 or 2 there for Jeff Mitchell. A very happy Jeff Mitchell. Well done. Go and give Aussie Rocks a pat. What a performance that was.
Well, there you go,
Hopefully
James
all is right
Vandermark.
with
What
Flying
a race.
What a race. We have to have a look at this slow-mo replay of the red because something's clearly gone wrong. He's the dog you want to be on there, and he looks like he has done something maybe to his front end, but the good news is he picked himself up and he did complete the course. But credit to the winner. Seized the opportunity, got the run, Aussie Rocks for Jeff Mitchell, and Jeff's a pretty casual operator. He doesn't sort of show too much emotion, and you could just tell on that post-race interview what it means to him to be into a Melbourne Cup with his kennel superstar Aussie Rocks.
Yeah, and what a time for the red Flying Zulu to go and miss on the first turn.
Yeah.
Geez, it had the race almost signed, sealed and delivered. And Aussie Rocks, before tonight, had 8 wins of its 14 come from boxes 1 and 2. Huge advantage when it draws down near the fence, hence why Jeff was so excited. Well, not excited, but looking forward to drawing inside draw next week.
You don't like to see that. It was a drama-packed race, but to see such a talented greyhound, and look at the emotion there from the Mitchell camp.
This lady's gone for the car, I reckon.
Yeah.
How good is that? Ray Brattain, the bald-headed guy there, he does transport for greyhound racing, so he drives a lot of greyhounds around to their connections, and he owns this greyhound Aussie Rocks. So a wonderful story for him. He does the hard yards in the game, and now he's got a Melbourne Cup finalist to add.
So we'll get an update on Flying Zulu, but that's the heartbreak of racing sometimes. There's so many highs, and the Thompsons have won, 4 Melbourne Cups.
Yep.
Our thoughts with Flying Zulu, and hopefully he's okay.
And 3 favourites have gone under.
Yeah.
First 3 races, all 3 favourites.
You jinxed him as soon as you said that at the start of the night.
We come in here confident tonight.
Boys, put a freeze frame at the first corner.
Yeah.
You are truckloading Wow She's Fast, and you are truckloading that runner there, Flying Zulu. But like you say, Hawley, that's the joys of racing, mate. You've got to be first across the post, not first to the first corner.
That first ben's going to be called the Mitchie Bay Jinx. I think
him off the panel for
Neil
the Phoenix.
Brown's just told me in my ear that's what we're going to name it. Good on you, Aussie Rocks. You deserve that drink, mate. You're into the Melbourne Cup, and you could win 700,000 large next week. So enjoy your week, son, and you're going to get looked after. I give you the tip. Enjoy that soft serve when you stop off at McDonald's as we take a break here on racing.com. And don't forget the box draw for the Melbourne Cup straight after the last race, and you won't miss a thing here on your home of racing, racing.com. So we heard the roar from WA after the first heat tonight when we saw, of course, Buddy Manelli rail through. And then just down there in Tasmania, you heard the roar there after the Tassie-owned and bred greyhound Aussie Rocks was able to get the job done in heat number 3 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Aussie Rocks 810 220, Vaucluse Bale at 280, Spot Fox back in third 330, and Aston Costello was 4th there in that heat of the Melbourne Cup. One of my favourite greyhounds going around is Idolise. What a greyhound she's been. She's won close to $300,000. She's that good. She's been a mum. She's become one of the great mothers, and now she's back racing and still delivering the goods on the track. And her trainer, Peter Prosciutto, joins us here on our coverage on racing.com. Pete, thanks for joining us, mate. What a special dog you have.
Yeah, she's been great. We've been on a good ride with her, great ride actually. So just hope it continues a bit longer.
Explain how that happened. So how many pups did she have?
She had 3 pups. We sold one, kept 2.
Yeah.
Sold one to a good friend, or he's a vet, Des Fagan, Dr. Des Fagan, and Todd O'Neill bought one. By all reports, he's a magnificent type. So the 2 bitches we got at home are the same. So we crossing our fingers they end up being as good as the mum.
Does that happen often?
We're hoping it does. Yeah. Well, actually, the grandmother was handy before she broke down, but then the mother was, Idolise's mother was very handy.
But racing,
racing, yeah.
Then coming back to racing.
She ran
after.
third in the Cranbourne Cup, the mother, and then she's thrown Idolise, and now we're hoping Idolise continues the trend.
Yeah, so like after they have the pups and then come back to racing.
Oh, coming back.
Yeah, does that happen?
Well, it is rare. So when we embarked on the whole thing, it was we had to give it a lot of consideration because I mean she's extremely important to us. So there's a lot of thought that went behind it. And we still worry about her even now. So it is rare. It is rare. I haven't seen too many come back as good as her. So, yeah, she's been fantastic.
She's come back absolutely flying, Pete. No underestimate about it. She's been super. She's got that consistent early speed. What was it that I guess she indicated to you that she wanted to come back to racing? Was she, as the other dogs would go to the races, was she barking, saying, come on, Pete, chuck me in the car?
Well, she had the litter there. They were 6-7 weeks of age. And she could hear our dog working the dogs at home. So we're working the dogs at home, and she wanted to go out and work with them. She wanted to work. She wants to race. So we decided to take her away from the pups at about 7 weeks of age, and we just put her into work lightly, and it just sort of progressed from there, week in, week out. She got fitter and fitter. She had a lot of weight to lose. I think she lost about 5 kilo, and she got muscle tone back and everything, and then she was basically trialling pretty much as quick as what she was trialling when she finished. Yeah,
extraordinary. We just saw some vision of the way she races. That breathtaking early speed. It's what won her the Group 1 in Sydney. It must be nice going to the races knowing you've got a greyhound like Idolise who does begin so quick, and she's ever so reliable too.
Yeah, no, we're privileged to have someone as good as her, and we're very fortunate. Very fortunate to have her.
Do you dream about a Melbourne Cup now, Gareth? We're so close. Melbourne Cup Heat Night. Yeah. She's a proven group performer. She led the Cranbourne Cup, which was here at Sandown. Do you start to dream that maybe the mum could end up being a Melbourne Cup champ? I don't think any greyhounds would have done it.
No, this is her 3rd campaign. So she came here in the heats when she was probably under 2 years of age, and she was here last year, or before she had the litter, I think it was. So this is her 3rd campaign into a Melbourne Cup. So 3rd time lucky, we're hoping.
So does she know that she's a mum? Have you seen the change in her attitude?
Not now, no. She's sort of, she's switched on. She just wants to race. Yeah. So.
And they tell me she's part of the family. And we're having a chat about Well She's Fast. So your greyhound's won a lot of prize money, close to 300,000. I think Well She's Fast has won close to 2 million. But I remember interviewing Cal and Jack Greeno after they won a Phoenix, and the dog can win them $1 million, and then the next day they're sitting on their lap sharing a cup of tea. Not a bad pet.
Well, it's funny, when we went to Sydney and she won it at Nowra, the final at Nowra to get into the $1 million chase, we had a motel room. It was pet friendly, so it was okay. And she was in bed with us, so she just slept. She just slept. We cuddled up next to us, and so she slept with us all night. So it was. That's the type of dog she is. Yeah, she's just. We love her.
Yeah. Are you nervous?
Am I nervous? Yeah. Probably nervous for her tonight with the rain and everything. I'm not nervous as far as otherwise, but just like to see her go around safe, and then bring her home. That's it.
What an athlete, what a story to do what she's doing, and we wish her the best of luck. And she deserves to be in a Melbourne Cup final, and she deserves to win a Melbourne Cup, mate. I was at Wentworth Park when she won $1 million chase night, and the roar when she jumped in the front. She had not her knockers, but her doubters in a way. Yeah. And she said, hey, I might be a mum, but I'm not finished with yet.
No, not yet. Well, she put it in a bad run the week before that, and then she came out the week after and made us proud. So we're just so happy to have her, and enjoying the ride.
You got more people here than Taylor Swift at a concert here. So you've got some support crew.
Yeah.
You'll hear the roar when she jumps straight to the front. Go and get them tonight.
That's it. Thank you.
You wish her the best of luck for us as well, Pete.
Cheers, boys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Pete Prosciutto there. Mitchy Bayer, back to you. What can you tell us about this upcoming heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup?
Yeah, the number one greyhound in the all-in markets and probably best supported runner all night. Big Energy goes around here and's been absolutely smashed. $1.75 into $1.60. Fred Rose, $6 into $5.50 is a massive danger if it lobs on the twos hammer. Dundee Rebel has had support $7.50. Touch as low as $6.50 back out to $7.50. And Tinker Norm was probably one of the best back greyhounds early for this race. $9.50 into $9 as you speak. It was a good run here last week. Crackerjack RT is on the drift from $7 out to $9.50. If you like Xyloid Bale, Captain Larry or Kai Bale, you're getting $18 out to 34s. But Big Energy is all the rage here for race number 8. I think this is probably one of the better bets on the program, and I know the English and Irish guys were very keen on Big Energy. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. And Gareth, I want to give a quick little shout out.
Yeah.
Luca and his mates having a house party in Ivanhoe.
Oh, okay.
You guys better absolutely be tearing it up and tuning into the coverage here at racing.com. And I've got another one for you. It's my old man's birthday today, so happy birthday to Big Tones, Tony Abayer.
Yeah, you sound like Tony Delroy on the ABC when I was growing up with all those Cheerios. You wouldn't know who Tony Delroy is.
No idea.
Yeah, cheer out everyone. What about your cousin? Tommy. And your cricket mates. Anyway, we need a winner here. You've jinxed every bloody favourite, by the way. Hopefully Big Energy can get the job done and the favourite punters can bounce back because they need to bounce back, Jimmy.
I'm deflated, Hawley. I'm about to leave if this one doesn't win.
That's saying something. You're deflated.
I'm about to leave. But I did see Mitchy's birthday dad, Tony, out there. And I tell you what, he's spent about the last 6 weeks on an Italian coast or something like that. And his bald head's glowing brown. He looks in great order.
Metrosexual, your old man.
I've never seen him look so tanned in his life. His dad's Maltese background and
shone
usually,
through.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
My mum's a pom, so fair to say.
So you're through to the dam side.
Yeah, fair to say we're as white as the bit of paper here usually, and my brother's actually see-through. So,
hey, Mitchy, I'm going to straighten this up.
But I tell you what, he's been fantastic. He loves the dogs. He's down here supporting tonight.
It's good to see, mate. Speed Matt we had up. It's back up now. We got a little bit distracted there, but Big Energy, Xyloid Bale, the expected 2 leaders. Look, if Big Energy reproduces what he did last week, and we're about to see some vision of what he did in this shootout. If he jumps like that and he doesn't win, I'm going home.
All right, then.
I don't want to say any more, right? I'll be leaving after race number 8. If he leads at the first corner and gets beaten, I think I'll have to ask Jason Adams from GRV to confirm because I don't want to lose the job. But I think if he gets rolled from the front, I'm going home.
There's only one dog that can beat him.
No one can beat him.
Yes, there is.
Fred Rose.
Fred Rose, a notorious pest in greyhound racing because for punters out there, doesn't necessarily like to win or win by much. But if he does win, it's usually by about that far. And I tell you what, is a huge chance tonight, $5 or $6. You have to have a same race multi or one other exacta with Fred Rose and Big Energy.
I agree.
All right, then. Corey Smith won't be far away. We need to have a chat to him because he'll be catching up with one of the greenos. I've got no doubt about that. And he's ready to go now. He said, get to me now, Gareth. So we will, Corey Smith. What can you tell us?
Yes, I'm with Jackie Greeno again. Big Energy. He was enormous last week, Jackie, and there's quite a few good judges that are on him to find his way into the Melbourne Cup final. How's his week been?
His week's been just as good as the week before, so hopefully he can repeat what he did last week.
Was there anything that you did differently prior to him going that 5:02 last start, or was it just business as usual and that's him? He can just nail it from time to time.
No, time to time, you're dead right. He just every now and then, but I think it was a different box draw helped him, so hopefully it helps him again.
Well, another inside draw. Good luck to Jackie Greeno there. I might hold up, and I know that you lads got to speak to Craig Burns, but I want to do it as well. Craig, he looks nice and keen tonight.
He's ready to go.
He's obviously had not a huge amount of luck in some big finals, and he's run some not really nice placings. What would it mean to you to be able to find your way back into a Melbourne Cup, another Group 1?
Well, it'd be sensational. But there's 7 dogs that are going to have a say in that. Let's just hope we all get some clean air and we'll see how we get on.
When you look at their records, his record at the Meadows, it's probably better than it is at Sandown. And a couple of weeks ago, he ran off a little bit around the first bend, which he can do from time to time at most tracks. Does box number 5 suit that sort of style of running?
I think he ran off because he had a bit of an issue with his right shoulder. So I think we had that rectified for the prelude. I was rapt to see him get around safe, and I think he's 100% ready to go tonight. So I don't think it matters which box he draws. It's really up to him what he does out of the boxes, and hopefully the other dogs where they go is sort of dictates. But if there's one thing he's got is a GPS that works and works quite well. So let's pray.
Good luck, Craig. I sense a little bit of confidence. He thinks Tinker Norm is absolutely cherry ripe for tonight. I might try and grab Jordan Cooper as well. Jordan, Crackerjack RT. I get the feeling that this boy is probably one of your favourites of the litter. You've had a bit of fun. Box number 8, how do you think he's going to go?
He's going to need all the luck in the world tonight, I think. There's some pretty hot dogs, big energy in that, but any trouble, he might zoom around him, and who knows. So.
We saw his run at Horsham a couple of weeks ago was just off the charts, and he had absolutely no luck from the inside last start. Box number 8, is there a part of you that thinks that might suit him, mate?
Can. He just got to hopefully get to that first corner unscathed, and then who knows.
Good luck for Crackerjack RT and Jordan Cooper there. Big energy. He's my on-top selection. He's going to be hard to beat from that inside draw. The one query on him is if he doesn't get that 5:02 early like he did last start, whether he can try and find the front. But my numbers are 2, 1 and 5. I think Dundee Rebel will run a really nice race from the inside as well.
Tips, boys?
2, 1, 3, 5 for me, but I reckon same race multi, big energy on top. You could take him top 2 and take Fred Rose top 3, Mitchie. We both agree on that, but this is a dog who should just win.
It is. I'm 2, 3, 1 and 5. Big energy into $1.55. Now Fred Rose was my second selection into $5.50, including a same race multi, Quinella, Exacta, Tinker Norm, $9.50. Dundee Rebel out to $11. The rest, $18 or more. Chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential support. Call the number on screen or visit the website.
Here we go again. Heat 4 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Here's Daniel Hibbert.
He just doesn't quite stick his nose out when he should, but he's the clear second pick. Dundee Rebel has won 11 of 49, 5 of 18 over this trip, third here behind Petzl Bale last week. So the inside 3 boxes are the favoured runners here for the last leg of the quaddie and the 4th heat of the Cup. And the favourite for the series, Big Energy in box number 2. Green light. Lures on the roll. Set to run. Ready. Racing, Big Energy, flew out again. He flew out and led by 2 lengths on Xyloid Vale. Up to third, Dundee Rebel, Tinker all around it. Next in the field was Fred Rose. Behind them was Captain Larry. Well back was Kai Vale and Crackerjack RT. But Big Energy is motoring. He's a half a dozen in front. Dundee Rebel's trying hard. Then Fred Rose, well back to Xyloid Vale. He is the favourite for the final. He has bolted in again. Big Energy by 8. Second, Dundee Rebel. Third, Fred Rose. 4th in Xyloid Vale. Next in was Crackerjack RT, Tinker North, Captain Larry. And look at that time, 28 and 91.
I'm sensing a little bit of disbelief there. To do that on a track where it's a little bit wet, 28.91, 4.97 early. This dog's in some serious form, Jackie.
Yeah, he is in serious form, but, the box draws make so much difference in dog racing. Like, he could be drawn out wide and not get to the front. So, cross our fingers, he can draw inside again next week.
Is that just the key to him? If he draws inside, he just manages to jump a little bit better. Do you think he can do it if he draws a wider box later tonight?
Well, he has done it from the outside, but he hasn't as jumped as well. But they just need a clear run. I've always said they should run in lanes.
Just quickly before I let you go, how's Shani pulled up from what was a bit of a tough run?
Yeah, I probably won't make any decision until we have a look at her tomorrow until she cools down. So it was a little strange, that run.
All right, well, I'll let you go. Well done there. Big Energy, 28.91. What a performance that is. To do that in these sort of conditions, there's plenty of water around, plenty of rain around. That is unbelievable.
There's the world's best greyhound there, 18.41, which is nearly Fernando Bale's, nearly defending his record down the back straight split. And he's gone, 28.91. On a wet night, he's broken 29. If he draws 1, 2, 3 and 4 and gets beat in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, I'll walk naked to Sydney.
Maybe not from box 4, Gareth, but I think he'll be an odds-on favourite next week.
Yeah.
He is that good, and what a run.
Phenomenal.
18.41 off the back. The record second split, I think, is 37, Fernando Bale. So, absolutely blistering.
Elevating himself to being one of the greats.
Yeah, they don't do what he just did. What a statement from Big Energy. There he is. He is the world's best greyhound. He's jumping like a superstar. And then when he runs that sectional down the back, Superman can't beat him these days. Let's take a break. We'll come back with plenty more. There's your favourite for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We're at the halfway mark of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup with the heats. 4 down, 4 to go. And that was a performance by Big Energy. Look at him go. He's the world's best dog at the moment. He took out the shootout last week. He broke 29 in terrible conditions, really. And on a wet night here at Sandown, he smashed the clock once again. They don't go too much quicker down the back straight. And he begun like a bullet and he's broken 29. If he draws anywhere 1, 2 or 3, I don't know if anyone should turn up next week. He'll be awfully hard to beat. But this man, our special guest, will be, because he's been living this dream, or trying to live this dream, for close to 3 decades. And he's finally got a dog in the great race, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, after the dog that was born and bred in Tassie Aussie Rock saluted in the 3rd heat. I speak of Ray Britton. He joins us now. Ray, first of all, congratulations, mate. Has it sunk in just yet?
No, it hasn't sunk in at all. But, you know, we're there. We'll see what happens. We've got a good field. We'll have a good field, but, yeah, we'll just see what happens from here.
We always need a little bit of luck, and unfortunately when the favourite, when it misses, they swung out of the home straight for the first time, Alpha Zulu. What were you thinking down the back straight then?
When we camped on him, I thought if he just wanders off a little bit and we can get to the rails, we're home.
Yeah.
And when we got up the back and we were few in front, I thought, I started cheering him. He was home. I have no doubt.
Trainer Jeff Mitchell probably underrated what he's been able to do with this dog, and he decided about a month, maybe a little bit longer, 2.5 months ago, to have a 600-metre campaign, and it looks like that's really toughened this dog up. And like you say, sitting behind a greyhound like Flying Zulu, but confident you can run him down.
Yep, 100%. Look, Jeff's done everything right by the dog. Never put a foot wrong with him. He said to me, I want to step him up to 600. I thought, oh, here we go. And then he stepped him up, and he's just improved out of sight.
Yeah.
From there, and I heard you say last week to somebody that, you know, good trainers step him up to 600 then drop him back.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jeff's done that, and I think he's, yeah.
I reckon he won a race over the 600 metres. We see the replay, which I'm sure you're going to enjoy this one, Ray, just booting clear down the back straight. He won a race over 600 metres, and I think we all thought at that stage he'd have to lead to win over 600.
Yeah.
And it was one of the toughest, hard-fought victories. And
Yeah.
I reckon as an owner, that would give you a hell of a lot of confidence to say this boy can beat anything from anywhere.
Yeah, 100%. Look, he's drawn bad boxes every time he's been here. He's had 9 starts here, 10 tonight. Out of those 9 starts, he'd had on 8 occasions 4, 5 or 6. So, you know, like you said, boxers win races.
So how long have you been in this game for, Ray?
30 years.
So describe, like, how hard is it to make it into a Melbourne Cup?
This is just something I dreamt of. I never believed it, but I always dreamt it.
It always brings, every time I ask a participant that, it brings tears to their eyes. Like,
I've had tears.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
He comes across like a tough man, but have a look at him now, eh? A 1 in 30 year.
1 in 30
event,
years. Like,
they
we
say.
bred him. We bred the dog. We reared him, broke him in. He was reared in Tasmania by Paul Young, who's a part owner, and Loretta. And it's just a tough road.
And what I'm seeing as well is just how proud you are of what he's been able to do. You're a proud owner, even if he's not winning races. I know I'll often get a text from you saying, look, he's trial good at Sandown Park, he's going beautifully. You're proud of everything he does, and this must just take it to a new level.
Oh, we just love the dog. We love the dog. And it doesn't matter whether it's him or whether it's one of our Tier 3 dogs. We love them all. But this dog here is just something special to us.
Yeah. You what make the sport so great. People like you with so much passion and love for their dogs, and it's always good to see good people get to live their dream. And we're privileged to see that tonight. But I just want to shake your hand again, because
thank you.
You had Flying Zulu. Unfortunately, you need a little bit of luck in life, and we hope he's okay. But I've just got a text message through. You're a finalist in this competition.
Oh, yeah?
For the Dream Chasers.
Oh, yeah.
So you could have a Melbourne Cup finalist, and you could go and can you win a car tonight, or is it to America or a trip? Yeah, there's a possibility you could win a car.
I had about 10 missed calls and I didn't answer them.
You own about 50,000 trucks, they tell me, so what would you do with a car?
The good news is he does run a transport business here in Victoria, and I actually, well, he was debt collecting earlier today to me, saying that I owe him 120 for a recent delivery down to Toongabbie Lodge, but I think we've squared up. He's made it into the Melbourne Cup. We've had him on the set. I think we're all square.
Yeah, well.
That's it.
Fair?
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Yeah, so you don't get here's $20 for James. Hey, well done, mate. And you know relation to the Britons?
No, they wish I was.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Good luck, mate. Well done. And what
Thank
box
you.
do you want?
1 or 2.
And you want Big Energy 8?
Big Energy 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Big Energy 9.
He's that would be nice.
Yeah.
But he's an amazing dog, Big Energy, and we're up against him. We've got to beat him now.
Yeah. Well, good luck tonight.
Thank
good
you.
luck with the, hopefully, I think you should let out someone else win one of the prizes. You're at a final of the Melbourne Cup, but
Who knows?
yeah, enjoy that week, mate.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
And Kelsey Brown is catching up with the other finalists in the competition tonight. Kels, take it away.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but this is my most exciting part of the night. It's the Chase Your Dream promotion run at the Sportsbet Marquee. I'm here with some of the lucky people that have been picked out. We're about to watch race 9. Now, I'm here with, what's your name?
Pamela.
Pamela. And Pamela, which dog are you on?
Here comes Millie. Lucky I have Sportsbet on my phone, isn't it?
How's that? I'm going to be out of a job with Sportsbet. And number 3 here, who do we have?
Teresa.
Teresa. And who's your dog?
Rocket Riot.
Rocket Riot. How do you reckon he's going to go?
Gonna win it.
Oh, you've heard it here first. And number 4, Sarah. I met you before. I said that I would remember yours. Multi-Mat. Are you excited?
Yeah, very excited.
Perfect. Number 5. This one is, I found this out last week. Archie Bale won a Melbourne Cup. You don't even have to tell me which dog yours is. What's your name?
My name's Kyle.
And Carl, what are you doing here tonight? Are you just here to have a good time with your friends, or are you here to win this competition?
Oh, he came coming to win the competition.
Perfect. Well done. Great answer. Number 6. What's your name?
Claudia.
Claudia. And what dog are you on?
Starline Express.
Everyone is so well versed in remembering the dogs' names. Well done, everyone. At number 8, this guy is a greyhound aficionado. He already knew all of the dogs' names. He knew who he was on. So who is your dog?
Fab's Vegetable.
And what is your name?
Mark.
Mark. And how do you reckon he's going to go?
Well, he's trained by Thomas Daly, so I reckon he'll go pretty well.
Mitch, again, 2 weeks in a row, you're out of a job.
Kelsey's been sensational. Clearly the most talented on this coverage. She's continued like
2 weeks in a row. She said that I need to get out of this job. So I'll tell you
as soon
what.
as she went on that date to the Greyhounds, I knew this was her.
She's always going to come back, wasn't she?
And the next guy that I asked her out, the only advice I would give you, the Meadows is on Saturday night and Sandown's on Thursday night.
You get a Traralgon on a Monday.
That's the first question.
And I'll give you
Where
a
are we
tip.
going?
I would probably go to the buffet at Sandown because the buffet is excellent.
Well, the food vans have been good tonight
yes,
too.
they have
Very
been.
good.
The pizza
Very
was sensational.
What about Jimmy? He had the pepperoni pizza rock up and said, "Is there anything in vegetarian?"
They dropped
I don't eat that.
Riddled with salami on top of it. They drop it on my
You're a
platter.
vegetarian.
Yeah, I need to get a tattoo of a big V there for vegetarian so they don't drop it in front
learn
of me.
something every day. Now, Rocket Riot at 280. Here comes Millie, and the defending champ steps out here. Yarchi Bale, Mitchie Bale.
Yeah, here comes Millie, is the best backed in this when the market's open. Professor Snitch has had some interest at the odds as well. But let's run through from the top. Rocket Riot, 290 into 280 after last week's run here was very, very impressive. Here comes Millie, also won here last week, $3.40 out to $3.90 back into $3.80. Yarchi Bale, can the big fella feature in another Melbourne Cup and give himself a chance at winning? $4.60 out to $5. Professor Snitch, $8.50 into $6. Big go there. Rock Me Rocco, who I liked last week, $10 out to $11. Starline Express, $11. Multi-Mat, 19s. And Fab's Vegetable, $26. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on the screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
I love talking about Yarchi Bale because as Lisa Delbridge joined us at the top of the show, that he does what other greyhounds can't do. He's done the impossible. They tell me that you have to lead to win a Melbourne Cup. You've got to be blistering. You've got to be like Big Energy and lead into that first turn by a couple of lengths. Well, Yarchi Bale defied logic there last year. He was 100 to 1 as they swung down the back there for the final time. And then he jumped out of the clouds. He's the Chautauqua of greyhound racing because he does, as I said, what other greyhounds can't do in a Melbourne Cup. But can he do it again for a second year?
To be fair, I reckon last year he was one of 2 greyhounds who I think speed mapped really well despite being a slow beginner. I think it was him and it may well have been the 6 or the 4 who could have got the right run, and it was him who put himself into the race.
He was the 4.
Yeah.
He was the 4, but the 6 was the other greyhound who could have got the right position. But look, you can't discount him because the way he went at the Meadows 2 starts ago, absolutely phenomenal. He put away a hot field. Rocket Riot's the interesting runner. 1 run in Victoria, 1 run at Sandown Park. To be honest, he elevated to being my outright pick as I left Sandown Park to win the Melbourne Cup last week. And then he's drawn this race, and I don't like the race that he's in because he needed a race where there was a lack of speed so he could find a soft lead. Now he's got Here Comes Millie with pace. He's got Starline Express, who is one of the fastest beginners early. We might even bring up the speed to back this up because there is so much speed. Look at this. We don't really see many races where nearly every greyhound's spearing off the TV, and that's exactly what's happening here. I think Here Comes Millie's got more pace than what they're giving her credit for off the inside. So I guess what I'm getting at with Rocket Riot, and we'll show the replay of what he did last week now, if he's going to begin like he did last week and show this explosive early speed, box number 2, look at that, bang, straight to the front. He has to do that if he's going to win. If he's going to win tonight and make his way into a Melbourne Cup. I thought his run was good. He had Crackerjack Bull right behind him. He had Morton camping up a length away, one of the rising stars of the sport. And if you watch this, Hawley, Crackerjack Bull's a really strong type. Levels up to him on the home corner. Watch the fight of Rocket Riot the last 5 or 10 metres. Clearly headed here. Probably half a length nearly between them. And look at Rocket Riot, just fight.
The northerly.
He's got a really big heart. Really big heart, this dog. And I think he's going to give something tonight. But I'm a little bit worried about so much speed being in the race.
I love the speedo down the bottom there. Don't try this at home, but I did the other day. I went 70 k's down the road and put my head out the window just to feel like how fast the dog's actually going. Oh, what a thrill it was.
You know, I was riding a push bike to work trying to get fit.
Yeah.
And in the Yarra Valley...
7 kilometres.
No, it was an e-bike, so it picked up a little bit. But I was driving down the hill or riding down the hill into the Yarra Valley, into Hillsville, and I actually clocked about 75. And I tell you what, down a hill, not up a hill.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, that is fair going. So you know what began. You know now from what you did the other day. But
I should have tried it on a bike. You're a lot smarter than I am. What about?
Just stick your head out the window.
What are we doing here from a punting perspective? Here, gambling responsibly, of course. I'm giving you $20 once again, Mitchy and Jim.
I'm putting my 20 on Big Energy to win the Cup next weekend.
Yeah.
But
I'll do that and you'll draw box 8.
I'm with the one, Here Comes Millie. I think it's been in some stellar form. It'll hold a spot on the fence. Rock Me Rocco doesn't have a lot of speed. Rocket Riot, I got a feeling it's going to bomb the start. I know it stepped last week.
It never
Second
misses. Never misses.
All right, let's see. We'll see. But I think Here Comes Millie will just roll itself into the Melbourne Cup. And so far, we've got 2 box 1s, 2 box 2s. Inside draws are absolutely causing havoc. And they have for a long time at Sandown Park and the Meadows. As Jackie Greeno said, box draws are so important for races like this. And look at the market. The 1 and the 3 are the 2 right at the top. Rocket Riot into 270. Here comes Millie 420.
We've seen that in the gallops tonight at Ascot. Barrier draws win you big races. And we're seeing it here tonight at Sandown Park, and we see it at the trots as well. If you draw nicely in a big dance, you're halfway home. And as Jason Thompson, and I keep on mentioning him, he's watching at home. Hopefully his luck turns around, Jace. But he told me on Giddy Up on Friday, box 8's the worst draw in a Melbourne Cup. You don't want to be drawn wide when you've got these fast beginners who are good enough to compete in a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And we're seeing it. They're all pretty evenly matched. And if you go and have a race and you're drawn the inside into that first bend, it's such a massive advantage.
If you look at it in the athletics version, for example, the 400 metres, the outside actually start ahead of the inside dramatically. So, look, maybe that's something we could look at down the track, I suppose, but I couldn't imagine them doing a staggered box start because the outside probably would just cut across. And
got them to stay in lanes too.
It would be nice.
We'll give a comparison
speed
here.
start.
We'll give a comparison. So he saw Big Energy win, and he's the world's best greyhound at the moment. If he draws box number 1, what price does he start next week, Sportsbet Melbourne Cup?
$1.40.
$1.40. If he draws box 8, what price does he start?
$2.50.
Yeah, $2.30.
Yeah.
But you take him on from the pink, you don't take him on from the red.
Let's have a look at, we've had a look at the market. We'll have another look at the market because Corey Smith isn't far away as we have a chat to him. We'll be catching up, Corey, of course, with all of the participants before heat number 5 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, just under, 4.5 minutes away.
Let's just have a look through, right? So we're talking about Here Comes Millie, Rocket Riot. The Archie Bell's at $5, Jim. If you're someone sitting at home, racing.com, you're sitting on the couch having a couple of frothies, packet of chips, whatever, who of the double figure...
He's ice cream.
Yeah. Who of the double figure selections would you most want to give a push to or have a little wager on if you don't want to take the 1 or the 3?
Starline Express, based on the 4.92 that he ran here 2 starts ago, could spear to the front. If there's a little bit of a pack at the first corner and he's left 6 in front. The Geels, another training team who know how to get them right at the right time. But for me, I think Yarchi Bale's the greyhound that we maybe haven't touched on enough. He's the defending champ in this Melbourne Cup coming in. He's run 2 2 starts ago at the Meadows, 29.69, defeating Magic Muffin, who was Mitchie Abea's best bet on that occasion.
Why do you keep bringing this
she
up?
went super. It was just Yarchi Bale was phenomenal. And the one thing with Yarchi Bale is he's going to get back and he's going to let those pace runners really cut at each other through the first couple of hundred. If they cut at each other, here comes Millie, Rocket Right, Starline Express, and there's a bit of a pack. Just expect the Melbourne Cup champ from last year, the big fawn beast, to storm home. And I tell you what, if Yarchi Bale gets into a Melbourne Cup, Daniel Hibbert, he won't be able to call the last 3 races. No way.
You'll have to go and sub.
I will.
The race needs a Yarchi Bale as we head to Corey Smith behind the boxes.
G'day, fellas. Unfortunately, no parade again. The rain is coming back down. So we will try and grab them right at the last minute and try and grab a couple of interviews for you. But what an intriguing race we see here in race number 9. We've got plenty of speed. Here comes Millie, Rocket Riot, Starline Express. They can all go those low 5-second sectionals early and even break that. We saw Starline Express go 4.92 not too long ago. And then you've got dogs like Yarchi Bale, like Professor Snitch, that are just going to storm home. So a really intriguing race, this one. I've actually got Here Comes Millie on top from the draw. I think she might be able to punch up and hold the lead and hold the speed outside her, and then the swoopers will come late. So I've got 1, 3, 5 and 7 my numbers, but Rocket Riot, I am a little bit concerned that he may get kept wide from Here Comes Millie as I throw it back to you, boys.
All right then, Corey, thanks for that. Boys, tips here once again, $20 I'm giving you.
3, 1, 5, 7, $10 each way, Rocket Riot for mine. But this whole Dream Chasers Festival culminates, Hawley, with the Phoenix, December 15. I'm staggered by the fact that Big Energy hadn't been selected off his shootout win last week.
Hasn't he been selected?
He still hasn't been selected.
What a deal.
Some rumours going around.
Yeah, rumours are going around, but geez, I tell you what, there's a few that would like him at the moment. He's the fastest dog going around, and when you're running times like that, you're going to go into a Phoenix with a big advantage.
He'd be like walking into a nightclub now and thinking, I can do whatever I want to do, and if you want to hang out with me, you'll have to pay 80% of the prize money.
This is us going out for a night with Hawley.
Yeah, that's exactly
He's the
right,
big energy.
man.
It's simply, I'm not turning up if you're not giving me at least 60 or 70% of the prize money now. You should have made your move a lot earlier, and I think that's the advantage for holding off. And it doesn't matter what kind of code it is when it comes to these slot races now. If you're Big Energy, you hold all the cards on the table. There's Corey Smith ready to go now to catch up with the participants and the handlers before the 5th heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, that's it. They're coming across now. No parade. I might try and just grab David Gill if I can. He's no stranger to success in a Melbourne Cup. Dave, you've got a dog at the end of your lead that can break that 5-second sectional early, but I'd imagine probably has to win a race like this.
Oh, he has to, Corey. He's got no choice. We all know he's very quick early. But he's not strong. We're just going to hope somehow he can get a good break. But normally we just lead a race. But even in this race tonight, like there's 2 or 3 in there that could take him on. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. We needed box 1 or 2, I think.
I was going to say, does the inside make that much of a difference for a dog that has this electric early speed, or is it just race dependent?
Yeah, I think the way he went here off the red, when he went 4.92, he's not using up any petrol. He was just came out and went straight. But if he's got to use a bit of petrol to get over, he won't have much left. That's the problem.
All right, well, good luck, Dave. Dave's, of course, a winner, multiple Melbourne Cup winner, and he's looking to get Starline Express into next week's final. It's going to be an absolute cracking race. To reiterate my tips, I've got Here Comes Millie on top from Rocket Riot. I think one of those guys will try and keep out Starline Express for David Gill, and whoever lead is going to be hard to take out.
Mitchie, tips here quickly?
1, 2, 5 and 3 for me, but I'm so scared of Yarchi Bale, who's been backed off the map into $4 on Sportsbet. Starline Express into $8 as well.
3, 1, 5, 7, Rocket Riot to lead all of the way.
Who's going to be the 5th chaser through to the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup? We're about to find out. Here's Daniel Hibbert.
Race 9, Heat 5 of the Melbourne Cup. The defending champ, Yarchi Bale, looking to keep his crown for a little bit longer. The favourite, though, Rocket Riot at $3. All the money late, Yarchi Bale at $3.90. Set to go. Race 9, they're set. Racing, very slow out Rock Me Rocco, speed out deep Starline Express, right there, here comes Millie, getting across multi-mat, trying to drive through there was Rocket Right, here comes Millie, got checked, Yarchi Bale had to go via the Cape, into the back, Starline Express the leader, after it was Rocket Right, 2 lengths away to Rock Me Rocco, on the inside Fabs Festival, Yarchi Bale is starting to make up very good ground behind them, here comes Millie, they bunch, leader was Rocket Right, after it was Fabs Festival, coming Rock Me Rocco, but Fabs Festival, Fabs Festival's into the final, beats Rock Me Rocco, an action-packed affair. Professor Snitch, Starlight Express knocked up. Fab's Vegetables home in 29.69.
I tell you what, I don't know if I've ever seen you like this, Andrea Daly. You've the Daly team has won Melbourne Cups before, and he's your main man, Fab's Vegetable. Tell us a little bit about him. He's managed to find his way into a Melbourne Cup for you.
I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He's just an absolute champion. He really is.
You've had some absolute champions compete in Melbourne Cups. My favourite race of all time, Fernando Bale versus Dinah Double One. I don't think we can use him in the same breath as that, but you can see that it means absolutely just as much.
World, absolutely means the world. The other most proudest moment was when Lucy's Milo ran in the Melbourne Cup 3 years ago. Yeah, they're just my boys.
Oh, I'll let you go, Andrea. Well done. Go and give him a big cuddle. I tell you what, you can't say it doesn't mean anything to Team Daly. Andrea Daly, very, very animated, very, very happy. And how good is it to see a celebration like that going into the Melbourne Cup?
He was last, this greyhound, for the Dailies, and he was in all sorts of trouble as they swung down the back. But the Dailies, who have been legends of the game for so long, were able to win another heat of a Melbourne Cup, and they did it in spectacular fashion, because you can't do that, come from last, and that's what Fab's Vegetable did. And someone told me, a good judge once upon a time, Jason Lincoln said, just put $100 or $10 on all of the Daily runners in heats of the Melbourne Cup.
You'd need a lot of money to start off with, because generally they've got a few, but they haven't had as many tonight, and I think it's just so beautiful to see. I think a lot of participants would be surprised to see Andrea's response post that race. Andrea Daly, they've quinelled a Melbourne Cup with Dinah Double One and Fernando Bale, so they've been there, they've done that, and it was just beautiful to see the sheer emotion of what making it through to a Melbourne Cup means, even for a trainer who's been there and done that. It was seriously beautiful to see, Mitchie. And you're a big fan of the Team Daily as well.
Oh, yeah, I've actually worked down there, Jim. So I've very close. I've known them since I was about 6. I was an absolute menace to both Tom and George when I was younger, I'll tell you.
Nothing's changed.
But, no, nothing has changed, and I'll tell you, yeah, I'm as happy as they are for making the Melbourne Cup. But you see Andrea, she was bolting to go and grab the dog after it had finished. I've never seen her run so fast in my life. She was absolutely hightailing it. So
I've never seen her talk that much either.
Well, she couldn't speak. She was absolutely in awe.
That's what the Melbourne Cup does. It gets people talking when they don't usually talk. And that's what Andrea Daly did for us tonight. And there she is with Fab's Vegetable getting the chocolates there in race number 9, heat number 5 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. The Dream Chasers winner is coming up next here on racing.com. This is night 3, and there he is. Look at that. He's more happier than Andrea.
You can have 10 grand cash or a car.
This is a night of dreams. Dreams are coming true. Left, right and centre. We'll be back with plenty more straight after this. You're watching racing.com, and this is night 3 of the Dream Chasers, where dreams are coming true tonight. Real people with emotion like I've never really seen before, winning heats of a Melbourne Cup. Ray Britton's been in the game for 30 years. He had a greyhound earlier on in the night that tasted success. The greyhound owned and bred in Tassie, in Aussie Rocks. And he was bred and... I think, is he from Tassie, Ray Britton? They're claiming him, aren't they?
Well, I actually had a message from a few of the Tasmanian folk down there saying that, he's definitely bred in Tassie. So I'm not sure if Ray was originally from Tasmania, but either way, he's into a Melbourne Cup, and I don't think it really matters where he's from. He's just happy to be there.
One lucky patron's chasing a dream tonight with this wonderful competition, the Dream Chasers competition, and Kelsey Brown is catching up with him.
Yes, I'm here with Mark. He says he's ecstatic. He had Fab's Vegetable in race 9, who just came away with that win. How are you feeling, Mark?
Overwhelmed, really. Just so excited. I just couldn't believe he just stuck to the rail, and I just thought, I'm in with a chance here. And before you knew it, he hit the front and he just went away. So fantastic. Just over the moon.
The celebration was huge. You said your heart was beating. Now, I've got to ask you, we've got 10K in cash, we've got food vouchers. Have you thought about what you might do with a win like that?
Not really. We're actually going overseas in probably 3 or 4 weeks' time, so this might sort of help pay for a bit of that. But look, very fortunate. I know a lot of people are looking at me, probably green with envy, but I'm so over the moon. And, it's just fantastic. It's never happened to me before, so
Well, it's all about you right now. Don't worry about the other people. I want to know, you've had lucky number 8 in the race. Are you going to stick with number 8 today?
I'm a little bit torn.
Okay.
I do have a favourite number. It's not number 8, even though I love Fab's Vegetable, but I might have to stick with my favourite number.
Okay, and what is that?
That's number 4.
All right, so we're going number 4. Okay, can I please get a drum roll, please? We've actually got quite a crowd here, guys. So drum roll, please, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Hey. All right, Mark. I mean, it's not the 10K, but it's $5,000 grocery voucher that can buy a lot of food. Are you excited?
Absolutely. I'm just pumped. It's fantastic. Thank you so much.
No, that's okay. He seems over the moon. So this is our Chase the Dream winner, Mark. He's won $5,000 in grocery vouchers. What's the first piece of food item you're going to buy? I'm desperate to know. Mine would be a jar of Biscoff.
Some granola.
Granola, you've heard it here first, guys. Thanks for joining us, Mark.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff, Kelsey. Well done to Mark. $5,000 at the groceries shop, the local grocer, is nothing to sneeze at.
No.
And you would spend a lot there, or you could get a lot since you're a vegetarian.
Yeah, that's
'cause
right.
Meat's expensive.
I was just a little bit surprised that Kels didn't throw back, saying I reckon Mitchie's out of a job because old mate Marky did a pretty good job summarising that race. But no, plenty of veggies for 5K, no doubt about that.
Now, the second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup was taken out by Make No Promise for the Bartolo family, and Ray Bartolo joins us here, mate. Well done, congratulations, you're into a Melbourne Cup. How does it feel?
Yeah, really, really special. It's been a few years, and this dog, I handled Betty's Angel when she won in 06. Really surreal feeling, but to actually breed a dog and rear them, and we bought his grandmother, probably 15 years ago. So it's a good journey, and to make a Melbourne Cup's pretty special.
So talk us through, here's the race now. Well, she's fast, nearly crossed you. Talk us through what happened here.
I got pretty nervous. She nearly crossed him, and once he punched up underneath her, and he seemed to have, I thought he fought her off up the back, and then Sage Daniil come at him. I started to get a bit nervous then, and they sort of checked each other there, and then Sage Daniil fell off him, but then the 5 kept coming, so it was a pretty stressful race, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a great race, and you had to beat the champ to win. Like, if she crosses you, it's all over.
Yeah, he did everything right. He loves the red, but he had to hold the rail in that first corner, and that's what he did, so great race.
Showed a lot of determination, a lot of fight to win the race. You said just a moment ago that you handled Betty's Angel many, many moons ago to win the Melbourne Cup over the kennel mate Miss Minnie Mouse. Now, does this mean the old boy Paul Bartolo takes a break and says, "Look, Ray, you did it all those years ago. Can you do it again for me?"
I don't reckon. He really likes Make No Promise.
Yeah.
There's no chance I'd be handling him.
Yeah.
Not in the Cup.
So Ray, you've been there, done that in a Melbourne Cup. Talk us through what happens now. How's the week? What is it business as usual?
Dad does all the training.
Yeah.
So it will be business as usual. He likes to keep everything the same week in, week out. They're creatures of habit, and so is he, so that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll try and keep everything the same this week as what he did this week. It worked, and hopefully we can come up with a good box and see how we go.
I think last week on the coverage, Hawley, you weren't here for it, but I'm
watching
pretty sure Paul said along the lines of it was Scotch fillet for breakfast or something like that. So he's not afraid to spend up on these dogs and feeds them like royalty.
He does, and I think that's we've got a bit of the theory with the dogs is you keep them healthy, keep them fit, and they'll do the rest.
Tell us. Oh, sorry, Jimmy.
I was just going to say, talk to me about this dog. Make No Promise, because he isn't always a rocket beginner.
No.
But tonight from box number 1, he punched up under Wow She's Fast, and he did show really good early speed and mid-race pace, and that would be nice going into a Melbourne Cup that might be maybe just void of a lot of pressure in the run to the first corner. There's a lot of strength getting through.
Yeah, it has been interesting. I've noticed that too, James, but that's as good as he can go. 5'10" would really be that's it for him, and he'll have to do that in the final. He has to do that.
Tell us what makes your father such a wonderful trainer.
I think it's the effort and the passion he has for them. He spends so much time with the dogs. Like, we were meant to go up and catch up with some people last night, and he said, "Nah, I've got 4 dogs in tomorrow night, racing into group finals," and he stayed home. All he did was work on the dogs. So a couple of nights this week, he's had big nights in the kennels, and he's only got 4 dogs in work. So that's the secret. He just spends so much time with the dogs. Make sure, feel like we spoke earlier about Cal. The dogs are always presented to win.
Is that why all the interstate trainers like to stay with
Yeah.
you? Was there a story the other day, I don't know if it was on the Mar 2 weeks ago for night 1 of the Dream Chasers, an interstate greyhound stay with you because you make the best cakes or something like that.
Give the best pats. I
Yeah,
think
the
it was.
tummy rubs.
Rita Piper.
Oh, Rita Piper,
Yeah, there
yeah.
you
So
go.
she gets a bit spoilt by Joe, I think, back up in Sydney. So, yeah, look, we've had a long relationship with those guys, Joe Sherry and the Gats. So since the Betty's Angel days, so they've trusted Dad with a lot of dogs. So, and the combinations worked in the past, so they keep doing it. So.
You've worked as a family in the racing industry in many different facets. Manager of the Geelong Greyhound Racing Club, and I guess you really give your life for greyhound racing, so you obviously love the sport as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. Had a few different roles in the industry. Decided earlier in the year that probably started to lose the passion for the racing, to be honest, a little bit, and wanted to step away from the admin side of the sport. So it's paid dividends already, really. It's a pretty exciting night tonight. So yeah, that's the reason why I sort of tried to take a step back.
I bet you bloody, you got that feeling back in your stomach now.
Yeah, I'll
back.
definitely breed another litter next year. So
Well,
definitely, yeah.
Hey, just before we let him go, Gareth, I need to know. I want to be in your shoes in a few years. Can you tell me what the feeling's like when you cross the line and win A Melbourne Cup as a handler, which you did years ago, and B tonight making it through to a Melbourne Cup with a greyhound that you own?
Yeah, look, I think probably winning the Melbourne Cup back then probably changed, I guess, my trajectory in the sport. I think Dad always had some, we're always associated with some pretty handy dogs, but to finally crack a big Group 1, probably, that's probably when the industry really captured me, really, as a young bloke. I was at uni and to sort of enjoy that success and see what I did to Mum and Dad. I think it just changes your life. And I think, my kids, they don't really understand the racing as much, but they love the dogs. Yeah. We've always got pups around home or whatever, so it does. It becomes part of your life. So.
Your old man's a legend. You're a superstar. Good luck over the next week.
Thanks a
lot.
lot.
No promise, mate. Hopefully you're living that dream again.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully. Good luck.
Ray Partolo, they're a famous family, and they've got another runner into a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and they're looking for their second cup in our great race. Mitchie Abaya, what's happening in this upcoming heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup? There's still 3 spots left in the great race.
I'll tell you what, 4 dogs in the kennel. They had Ritza Piper in earlier as a handler, or currently in their name at the moment. Make No Promise, and then they've got the Magic Muffin later on. It's a serious kennel for the size that it is. But let's look at this race here. Race 10, massive money on Postman Pat. There's been numerous four-figure bets. That's what I've heard from the crew back at Sportsbet. $2.50 into $2.40, back out to $2.45. I'm taking him on. Morton, $4.20 out to $4.80. This is my tip. I'm with Mapunga Smokey. Finally comes up with a good draw. $5 out to $5.50. Idolise. We spoke to Pete Prosciutto earlier. This greyhound has to lead to win, and hopefully the rain stays away. $4.60 out to $5.50. Shimmer Current was a certainty beaten here about 4 starts ago. $8 into $7.50. Heffernan Bale's drawn well down near the fence, has had some long odd support, 34 into 18. And if you like Akina Jack, $18. Petzl Bale, $27. But the same race multi. The popular same race multi. Jimmy Vandermat's giving me a wink over there. See what bets are trending with punters and get on board with these. Chances are you are about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
All right then, Mitchie. Just before we have a look at the speed map, James Vandermaat, I was watching the coverage last night. I was crook, and I nearly choked. I was eating cornflakes. I was that hungry, and I nearly choked on my cornflakes. And then I interviewed Jason Thompson during the week, the champion trainer, and I had Mitchie Abay's comments in the back of my head, thinking that this greyhound, he was potting Postman Pat. And then Jason Thompson said to me, "Postman Pat's our best chance from box number 8." So I thought, I just wanted to, and I had a chat to Darcy, our producer. I just wanted, because I was a bit crook. I didn't know if I was with it basically, with all those cold and flu tablets.
The cornflakes.
Yeah, the cornflakes. But did you actually say this, Mitchie Abaya? Roll the tape.
Big win, big statement win, holding off Postman Pat, and a bit of a surprise for the Bartolos there, Mitchie, but not for you. You said he was a good chance.
No, I said it was a really good backable price at $21, but I'll give you my thoughts now. A bit of an
Here we go.
Boy. Postman Pat, flat track bully, right? Cannot go around a dog, has to get on the fence. If he doesn't draw box 1 and 2 and leads, Cactus.
There you go, Cactus. And then Jason Thompson said box 8 is his best box. the champion trainer that's won 4 Sportsbet Melbourne Cups. But do you know what? I love strong opinions. We all need to have strong opinions, and I love how you're brave enough to say what you think. Now, you got it wrong last year with Amron Boy. Well, he didn't win.
I wouldn't say he got it wrong.
I
could see what he was saying. Yeah,
it was one of the biggest runs in the Phoenix you'll ever see, Amron Boy.
He was.
But Postman Pat, I think he wins tonight from box 8. He crosses straight to the front and leads them a merry dance.
Hey, and I've got nothing against Jace Thompson. I get along with him really well. But that's my opinion on the dog. I thought the run last week was very, very disappointing. It wasn't as though he was trying to chase down a greyhound like Big Energy out in front or Hector Fawley. It was Storm Stroller, who the trainer was looking to drop back in grade. He had it as easy as you wanted, and he couldn't get around him. So, I think he's drawn poorly tonight. A couple of wide runners inside, and we'll soon find out in a few moments' time. But did you say that Jason said box 8 is pretty hard to win from at Sandown?
Correct. But that's why I said to him that you told me you can't win from box 8, but he's made Postman Pat his best of the night because he loves box number 8.
Well, he's had absolutely zero luck.
I hope he wins. I hope he wins
so
Postman Pat. He comes back here and goes roof roof. I don't know what that means, but he says, "I stuck it up, you Mitchy." You know.
To be fair, to be fair to Postman Pat though, he was on a limited preparation going into last week, and I must admit, at first sight, I agreed 100% with Mitchy. I thought he was disappointing. There's been a couple of runs throughout his career where we've sort of given him the benefit of the doubt. He's got up to the lead, hasn't really put them away, and then Troy Iwanick, who used to be a board member at the Meadows, posted to social media who's the best greyhound around, and our man Corey Smith, as much as it pains me to give him a bit of a pat on the back, he said, don't write off Postman Pat yet. He's on a limited preparation. He's coming back. He's trained by Team Thompson. He didn't say exactly this, but I'm reading between the lines. He will bounce back coming into tonight. And, when Team Thompson are saying he is his best contender, they're going to have Postman Pat primed and ready to go. And I like what Mitchy does, though.
He's just had the wrong address the last couple of weeks, hasn't he, Postman?
Yeah, the cane corns.
Possibly delivering in the wrong location.
Been able to deliver.
The cane corns of greyhound racing, you are, Mitchy Obey. Let's have a look at the speed map here. What's the speed map? There he is, Postman Pat straight to the front.
Yeah, look, the biggest problem I see with Postman Pat is the greyhound drawn underneath of him, Morton. Last week we saw him jump from 6, wanted plenty of room. And he will stay out there. Idolise has just been absolutely spearing the lead. So if Mitch is right, and what do you call him, a flat track bully or something like that?
Flat track bully, yeah.
If Mitchy's right, there is an alarming
so he can't
win the way this race is going to be run, because he's not going to get it his own way. This is Postman Pat when he gets it his own way probably about a month and a half ago. Jumped from box number 1, held the lead. Hector Fawley's the pink, and we all know how good Hector Fawley is. And
had him on post until he ran up his bum here.
But based on what Postman Pat did last week, not being able to run down Storm Stroller, Hector Fawley's got his chance here to run him down, and he holds him.
Yeah, he was a good run there.
If he finds the front, if Postman Pat finds
it's all over.
They don't beat him.
No.
If you had box 1 tonight, it'd be a different story. Totally different story. Yep, the pockets would be unloaded.
So Idolise wins then, straight at the front.
To be honest, hard race, Mitchy.
Yeah, it is a hard race. Yeah. To be honest, the fastest dog outside of Postman Pat in this race is Mapunga Smokey by panels.
Look at this, Mitch.
Right? Mapunga Smokey by panels. And this greyhound has had zero luck. 1837, there you go. I like it as well. Yep. And had no luck with box draws. It's 29.60 at the Meadows, absolutely airborne. 29.20 odd here. What's it gone best time?
I'll be devil's advocate for Mapunga Smokey. Last week from box number 3 was crowded, but he didn't show that burn and acceleration. Now I'm taking on Postman Pat purely because I think he's unders, but I think Postman Pat can definitely win the race. But yeah, Mapunga Smokey, Mitchy, if he gets it right, like what's his PB? Is it 29.27? 7 starts here, 3 wins.
For those out there that don't know, 29.27 is scooting.
It is not as quick as Big Energy though.
No, it's not. But
tell you what, I don't reckon
it's an intriguing race. It's a crack of a race.
I don't want to get a little bit distracted here and go backwards, Hawley, but maybe we haven't spoken enough about just how good Big Energy was. I mean,
let's leave that.
But 29.70 Fab's Vegetable, 29.40's the bulk of them, and he comes out and just says 28.90.
I did mention a few times he's the best dog in the world at the moment.
Well, Adrian Scott gave the word last week.
Yeah, Big Energy was from WA. We had the first winner from WA. We had a Tassie winner, and they'll bring the house down there at New Zealand if Postman Pat, who started off his career in New Zealand, by the way, before joining Jason Thompson's kennel. Here's Corey Smith catching up with the participants before they get ready for this upcoming heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
All right, well, once again, no parade. The rain is still coming, but I will tell you one thing. I know all the talk is about Postman Pat, and I said last week he was a little bit fizzed up pre-race, and he probably just spent his petrol tickets before the race, and the Peacock Mitchie Bayer gave him a fair spray. And to be honest, on first look, it probably is pretty reasonable to do that, but in my opinion, I think he's going to be on his game tonight. He's not as fizzed up. I'm no Jane Ivel, but he's not sweating in the mounting yard or anything like that. I think he's going to be incredibly hard to beat. The thing that may bring him undone is the fact that Idolise can be electric early. We've seen her go 5 seconds, even better than that to the first peg, which is electric. If she does that and holds him out, then he's really going to have to overcome that box number 8. But as we heard from Gareth before, Jason Thompson says box number 8 is not going to be an issue whatsoever. He should be able to overcome it. The crew are coming in now. I might try and grab an interview with someone. I might even grab Peter Prosciutto here with Idolise. Pete, I noticed you were kind of hanging away from everyone. I don't know whether that's because the other handlers smell or not, but is there something to... Maybe you smell. You're being polite to them. Is there anything in that, or is it just part of your process?
No, it's just part of my process. I take her away, and then as the law comes around, I let her run into it. So just sort of key her up a bit.
Is that like that with every dog, or is it something special?
That's what I do with her, that's all. Yeah, they're all different.
They are all different, and she's very, very special to you guys. She's come back from having a litter of pups. She still looks in phenomenal nick, and I think she might be able to nearly hold the lead from box number 3.
I hope she keeps going, but we'll see.
All right, well, good luck. Hopefully you can find your way into a Melbourne Cup next week. Peter Prosciutto there. My on-top selection, Postman Pat, just narrowly from Idolise. I just like the fact that Postman Pat's not as fizzed up this week. I think he's ready to go. This is one of his grand finals to get him into the Melbourne Cup and then the Phoenix later on.
So, boys, tip before we go up to Daniel Hibbert.
Look, I'm going to go 1837. I think Postman Pat's starting to get out to a price where it entertains me at $3. I think he was around that 250, 245 early, probably too short. You play Mapunga Smoky. There's not as much between them now, so I'm 1837, but I'm starting to be tempted by Postman Pat.
Yeah, the odds are there. 1, 3, 8 and 7 for me, so similar numbers, but the one on top also, Mapunga Smoky, is into $5. Postman Pat out to 3s. Morton $5.50, Idolise $6.
Here's Dan Hibbert.
54, 4 of 11 over this trip, and she is coming off a third at Sale. 8.50 Shimmer Current next best with Morton at $5. Morton won 3 in a row before third here to Crackerjack Bull last time out. An intriguing heat. Heat 6, race 10. Favourite in the pink. They're set. Ready. Racing. Postman Pat only fair to begin. There was good speed, Heffernan Bale, and also Idolise is flying over, and Idolise is going to lead to the first turn. Up to second goes Petzl Bale, trying to get through. Postman Pat got chopped out. Going up the track, Mapunga Smoky, and Morton got it up to third. Postman Pat's out of play. It's Idolise the leader. 2 in front of Petzl Bale. Morton third. Running on strongly was Akina Jack. It's Idolise in front, trying to hold off Petzl Bale and Morton in the straight. It's Idolise. Months into the final. Idolise won it. Beat home Morton. Third in was Akina Jack. Fourth home was on the inside of Petzl Bale ahead of Heffernan Bale. Then came Mapunga Smoky. Postman Pat never in it. Last in Shimmer Current. It's 29 and 71.
I tell you what, Idolise is a seriously, seriously special greyhound. She's come back from a litter of pups. That performance is off the charts. I know the time's not that quick, but that doesn't matter because she found her way to the front and she just showed what a big heart she has.
Got a big heart. All you can do is win, and that's what she's doing. That's what she did. So I'm still, very excited.
For those that are sitting in their living rooms at home, can you tell us how much time she had off and what it sort of took to get her back to the track?
I think she had about 8-9 months off, and it took a lot of work, a lot of preparation. So she's done fantastic since she's come back, but a lot of work.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can see how special it is to you. I know your heart is absolutely pumping.
All credit goes to her. I mean, she just does it herself. We help her, but she does it herself, so the credit goes to her.
Well, you say that, and people might think that you're just being humble and you're saying, but she obviously showed you that she wanted to come back racing because otherwise you wouldn't have brought her back.
No, well, that's what I was saying. It was a big decision to bring her back, so, and I'll worry about it when she goes around, but it's great when she's out in front. It's sort of, just hope she holds on. But I think the track was a little bit wet, but she's got a lot to make up, but she's there, so who knows? We'll have a bit of fun for the week, and next week we're here.
What box do you want?
Any box, as long as it's a good box for her. I mean, as long as around her there's no pace. I mean, she's got pace, but I mean, if she can draw inside, that'd be fantastic.
All right, well, good luck. Go and say g'day to the family, because I reckon there'll be plenty of happy connections there. Well done. Yeah, I could hear him screaming as well. Well done to Idolise. Well done to the Prosciutto family. A phenomenal performance from Idolise. Gee, she's tough. That's why she's one of my favourites.
The brilliant stories just roll on here tonight with the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup heats. Idolise. She gave birth to 3 pups and then she come back into racing and now she's into a Melbourne Cup final. That doesn't get any better, that story.
I reckon it would just about be the only time we've seen that happen. A greyhound have a litter of pups. We've seen them come back to race, but not to the elite level the way that she has tonight. Yeah, she hasn't run the time of big energy, but the one thing I reckon you can never underestimate is that will to win.
Yeah.
And she has such an amazing will to win. Hence, she's won over 300,000 and now she's into a Melbourne Cup after becoming a mum of 3 pups. It's a phenomenal story.
Poor old postman Pat missed the kick and he was out the back and never a chance. So
he's no good, isn't he, Mitch?
Yeah.
I didn't say he's no good.
Mitchy's relieved.
I don't have to say anything.
Idolise. There's super mum. She is the super mum of greyhound racing and she's into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final next week. Let's take a break. We'll be back with plenty more straight after this. There she is, super mum Idolise. She's had a litter of 3 pups after a stellar career at the track. Then she was retired to be a mum. She had those 3 pups and then she told the Prosciutto family, I'm not done racing yet. She could hear the dogs training at home in the background when she woke up in the morning and she was barking at Peter saying, put me back in work. And so Peter said, okay girl, you'll have another crack at it. And now she's into a final of a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup and she could be a rich mum. Next Saturday night, if she wins $700,000 for the Prosciutto family. And that's a story and a half, James Vandermark.
And it has happened before.
Yeah.
A greyhound by the name of Flashing Floods had a litter and then became a Group 1 winning stayer, I've led to believe. That's a text message I'm getting from Troy Harley. And I said Neil Brown's an encyclopedia when it comes to greyhound racing. Troy Harley probably...
Legend.
He's the sort of next page on that encyclopedia, but Flashing Floods. So it can be done. It'd be a phenomenal effort if Idolise is able to do that next week.
The greyhound racing community do a lot of terrific work with charities and local communities, and the Sandown Racing Club do just that during this time of the year. They have a community competition where they get local sporting clubs around the district and they get a chance to enter a competition. It's a little bit like a cup sweep. So 8 lucky organisations get put into a draw. They get drawn out a greyhound in the Melbourne Cup final, and then they get their chance to earn some terrific money that can go a long way to help their local sporting club. And I'm now joined by Bruce Smith, who joins us on our coverage from the Melbourne Park Bowls Club, which is just around the corner. And last year, Bruce and his bowling club drew Yarchi Bale, who came from the clouds to win the Melbourne Cup, and they won $6,000, and Bruce joins us now. Bruce, welcome back to Sandown.
Thanks very much for having us.
How about that last year, mate? It was a big night for your bowling club.
It was a terrific night, and it wasn't one of the favourites leading into the actual cup, but it won its heat well, powered from behind.
Yep.
And in the final, it did the same, and we just couldn't believe our luck and good fortune. And then to pick up the $6,000 prize money, it was just terrific money for the club.
Yeah, what did that $6,000 do?
Oh, look, it just helped the club just with a lot of the ongoing expenses. And, there's a lot of money required to run community clubs, and that money definitely just helped, pay a lot of bills, and that was terrific. So we're really happy to have this great relationship with the Sandown Racing Club, and we're just looking forward once again to having a runner again next Saturday night, and our members are really excited about who knows what could happen next week.
What I'm noticing is a little bit of passion with the Melbourne Park Bowls Club now, and you said you did a little bit of form on the race last year as well. You watched the heat, you knew what you needed.
Yes.
And talk us through the race. You must have felt like you were a winning owner of a Melbourne Cup.
Well, look, coming here on the night, we were just, we had a lot of anticipation and there was a lot of excitement, but just to see that dog the way it just powered over the top, it was just terrific, and we just really had a great night.
How do you get in this competition?
Well, the Greyhound facility just reaches out to a number of community clubs and just invites the club to participate in this. And once again, we were just one of the lucky ones that they reached out to and said, hey, we're going to have another, it'll be community, there'll be heats run on this night, and we'd like your club to once again participate. So, of course, you know.
And when do you find out which greyhound you've got in the Melbourne Cup?
Well, it was only tonight when that heat was run.
Yep.
So we know we've got a runner. We had heat 5. And that winner, you know, is through to the final. So
who was heat 5?
So heat number, and you've got that greyhound in the final.
Yes, we have.
Heat 5, which was Fab's Vegetables. So you're going to have
no, wait a second. I don't
not
think
heat 5. Heat 7. What do we got?
Working beautifully here.
We're struggling our way through a
Here
form
we
guide.
go, Let me here have we a go.
With the expert here, of course.
Buddy Manelli. Buddy
race
Manelli.
5. Yes. Race 5.
Race 5. Sorry, race 5, not heat 5. Race 5.
Yeah.
So we're really looking forward to Buddy, you know, saluting next week.
You know, Bruce, when you go to a sporting club, you've got the club champions there. Does Yarchie Bale get a photo? Surely he's next to the club
We
champ.
haven't got Yarchie Bale, but that's probably something we should work on for sure.
I think so.
I think he earned his way to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
they tell me you got the chocolates today.
We did, mate. We had three winning teams, so the club's very happy after today's bowls.
The club's going very strong because of Yarchie Bale winning last year.
That's
I
it.
think it's really
so
pumped
anybody
up.
looking for a game of barefoot bowls, or you know, just come down to Burden Park and we will happily accommodate you.
Well, Bruce, I'll be following you guys. When's the finals?
Well, finals aren't until February next year.
Yep.
We've got a number of more home and away games to go.
Yep.
But things are tracking.
Bare feet bowls?
Barefoot bowls, you know.
Barefoot, yeah.
Barefoot competition pennant is on Saturdays and midweek Tuesday.
I'll be there.
So, no, great to have you, mate.
Have a few sherbets there.
Yeah, well, we can accommodate you.
Drink responsibly.
Exactly,
Yep.
all of that.
Yeah.
$6,000 will be gone if we go down there.
We'll make
No
it
worries.
6,000. Don't worry about it, Bruce. Thanks.
No, I'm sure we can.
Good on you, Bruce. Well done, mate.
All right, well, thanks for having me, fellas.
Mate,
So, really
anytime.
looking forward to next week.
Good on you, Bruce.
Thank you, Tuck.
Bruce Smith there from the Burden Park Bowls Club, and he'll be hoping that the WA Greyhound can get the chocolates next week and another 6,000 jumps in.
Yeah, Buddy Manelli, if he is successful, $6,000. It might even be a little bit more this year with inflation. It seems to go up. Here's the Bold Trees draw. It was done about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Zohar Bale's come up with the 1. Val Poticello for Queensland in 2. Untapped. She's just such an old warrior. I think they've been tempted to retire her a few times, and a little bit like Idolise. She just keeps on fronting up and wanting to race. Maureen Susie draws box number 4. 5, Get Ready Dora. 6, Miss Avenger, and Palawa King. 7, Ritza Piper box 8. I also had another text message come through here, and it says you and Garth are doing a great job. Garth, great combo.
I've made it. I used to get called Garth at cricket.
Tell you what, my last name's had every single spin you could ever get on it.
Yeah.
Do you know I've got a new nickname for Mitchie?
What?
I call him the Trading Post.
Okay, I call him the Jix.
Because my last name's eBay.
Yeah. Well, Garth Brooks was my nickname back home when I was playing for the Mildura Settlers Cricket Club because my middle name's Brooke.
Yeah.
Garth Brooks, you know who he is?
No,
Country singer.
Is he?
One of the greats.
Slap some in.
I reckon you've got a few good vocal cords.
No, I'm terrible.
Give us a demo.
Anyway.
He tried to get Timmy Godfrey, the curator, when we were off air. He said, can you sing a song for him?
The only song I know is Goodbye My Lover, Sonia Data back in 1993. Let's have a look at the upcoming market for the second last race.
That's the song the bloke was singing to Kelsey after she sacked him off the date at the Dogs. Race 11, the heat.
He wish
7.
he wish he was singing that Whitney Houston. I hope you always will love me. they were going at it.
Not even the lyrics.
No,
Not even close.
What was
Come on, Garth.
in 1993? They were fighting for the number 1 on Rage. Whitney and Sonia Data. Anyway, Victor Damien's a great greyhound.
Victor
He
Damien
just needs some luck.
Yeah, 230 out to 270 for Team Greeno. Drawn a tad sticky, I would have thought, in box 3. Probably would rather a wider draw. Scalacci, 320 out to 370. We've had our pizza fix for the night. He might get a couple if he can win tonight. Crackerjack Boom, $14 he opened into 650. Kane Bale getting a run off box 2 as reserve, 550 out to $7. Tim Zoo. Can Jason Thompson turn the tables after a rough old night tonight? $6 out to 8. Quebec Bale My on top selection, 16 into 13s. Royal Gypsy 14s. Lornette Express at $20. Chances are you're about to lose for friend. Confidential support. Call the 1-800 number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Victor Damien usually finds as much trouble as when Mitchie goes to Bali. He got more hits than Elvis Presley the other day. But when he gets from clear galloping room, I think he's nearly one of the most talented dogs in the land here, Mitchie. Can he get that clear clear galloping room tonight because, as Jackie Greeno and Cal Greeno have pointed out on several occasions, when they have a look at their 3 dogs that they entered for the Melbourne Cup, we saw, of course, Welshie's Fast, who's a superstar, didn't have the greatest of luck. Big Energy's the best dog in the world at the moment, but they tell us that this dog here, Victor Damien, pound for pound, one-on-one, is as talented as those 2 dogs.
I actually think he is faster. Look, the way the map goes tonight, for those out there that like to follow map-based selections, I think he's actually drawn half okay. Speed in 1, Quebec Bale. Loose Seuss was scratched off box 2, so Cane Bale comes in. Both of them are pedestrian early. They just flop out the boxes. So he's got space straight away. If Quebec Bale pings the lids, he's got all that room on the inside.
Well, he wins then.
It's not as easy as that because out wide you've got a couple that have got some pace. Tim Zoo, Scalacci, Crackerjack, Boom can ping. And if he wants to shift off the track a bit and they want to come down to the rail, that's when he could find the trouble. That's why I like the 1 Quebec Bale, who could well be off and gone. He's probably going to run 29.60 or 70. But if he gets untouched, Victor Damien, boy oh boy, lights him up.
I like what he's done there, Mitchie. He's come up with Quebec Bale just purely based on the way the draw is, not so much on the ability, but he's a big chance of getting the right run. Now, let's take a look at the speed map, as Mitchie touched on. Pace aplenty. Royal Gypsy's one who I think will be out really hard. Tim Zoo's one who can hit the start, show great speed. And then you've got Scalacci, who, look, he's had a little bit of an outlier, I suppose, in his last couple where he's missed the kick. But if he could get back to his best, he jumps and he charges out. Quebec Bale's going to be on speed. Crackerjack Boom's another with pace. Here's Scalacci, box number 5. I think this is the moment in the lead up to the Melbourne Cup that he really elevated up the order of the all-in betting. Jump from box number 5 here. His sections were outstanding. He did get a fairly soft lead from box number 5. Now, there is a massive risk as we see him stretch away and win this magnificently. There's a big risk he's not going to get that soft lead. Royal Gypsy's going to try and hold him out. Quebec Bale's going to try and hold him out. And then you're going to have the pressure of Crackerjack Boom from the outside. So, yeah, look, I'd love to say I'm super confident on Scalacci, but I'm tipping him on top.
Jeez.
But I'm a little bit concerned about the speed, and I agree Victor Damien's actually drawn pretty good, but I think the price of Victor Damien for a dog who is going to rely on luck, it's almost Palawa King times 5 because of the bigger field, the sprint race, but if he gets half a run at them, Victor Damien, I'm confident he can charge past and potentially get the job done.
Has Scalacci gone sour in a sense? The last 2 starts 5:20 early, that's like... that'd be like you normally running 5 seconds and, got a slight little hamstring strain or something like that. But he's just lost 3 lengths. He's lost 3 lengths early. That run when he led off box 5, there was no pace in the race, like zero. Tonight, tonight he's going to have pace all around him. Is it he goes well when there's zero speed and he gets out in front and there's no pressure? Or does he just not like pressure?
Well, look, I think he went 5 flat when he led here, so I don't think it really matters what's around him. If he runs that, he's a big chance of leading. But I think we got a great insight as to training and why greyhounds can change the way they perform with the chat with Craig Burns. He believed that when Tinker Norm just sort of nicked his nose on the lids as they came up, it sort of created a habit of him standing back a little bit further. Now, my inside spies tell me in the Top Gun, Scalacci actually tried to jump before the lids had opened.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
there
is a definite concern that he's just being a little bit cautious as the lids open. And when you're going into a Melbourne Cup heat, you need everything to align, and we saw that with Big Energy. It probably hasn't happened with Scalacci, which is a bit unfortunate, but you sort of, a part of me goes, let's get Scalacci through to a Melbourne Cup because you want this greyhound in the Melbourne Cup, but the brain is saying you should be taking Scalacci on. So I don't know, do I go with the heart or the head?
I go with the heart. You've got to go with the heart. Jihad Telgi. Telgi's one of the great stories. He's the pizza owner that's got a dream greyhound here in Scalacci, named after one of his favourite all-time gallopers, and we'll head down to Corey Smith. I wonder if he's got Telgi nearby.
Unfortunately, no parade once again, G-Man, so I'll wait for them to come. And I reckon I might have to go on strike and just say I'm not eating a pizza, which I reckon there might be a few people that'll say that's a good thing, Corey. Not eating one until I get to Carrum Downs and get to Talgi's Pizza Joint and give that a try. This is a tough race. This is arguably, for me, the toughest race of the night. Tim Zoo's a greyhound that's on the up that I think can run a really nice race. Victor Damien is a greyhound that we probably haven't seen him at his best for a fair while, and he maybe is looking out for 600 metres or even further at this stage of his career. But if he lobs nice and close from box number 3, he's going to be incredibly hard to beat. we've seen a couple of races where there's been a huge amount of speed, multiple speed influences where they can go 5 seconds flat. In my opinion, I think Royal Gypsy is probably the speed influence from box number 5. And I'll tell you what, a beautiful type. If I was Jane Ivel and doing a pick of the yard, Royal Gypsy would be it. But I think it's going to be a really tough race. And as they come behind me, I might try and grab someone to do an interview with. And I might even grab Mark Delbridge if I can, with Kane Bale, who, Mark, he's got a phenomenal engine, doesn't necessarily nail the jump at this stage of his career. Is there anything that you can do in between races to try and get him to jump a little bit better?
I try a bit of box work, but I haven't at the moment. But hopefully he can just settle down with in his racing after a few more runs and then show what he's made of.
You won the Melbourne Cup obviously last year with Yarchi Bale, who was a get-back, run-on sort of type. Kane Bale's probably got a similar sort of engine, but he's going to have to get things right. Do you think in this sort of race setup that he can do that?
As long as he just stays clear, doesn't get hit. As I said, he's just got to nail the start right.
All right, well, hopefully you can get him to nail the start right when you're handling him, when you chuck him in the boxes. Kane Bale there. I'll tell you what, this is a tough race. I've got Tim Zoo on top from Victor Damien. If he can get nice and close to them, he's going to give him a big shake. But 6, 3, 9 and 7 are my final numbers.
All right, Mitchie and James, market and tips, please.
Yeah, 1837 for me. Who are you, Jimmy? And I'll read out the market.
I'm 7, 3, 5 and 8, but I'm actually going to back both now. They're backable prices, Scalacci and Victor Damien. I think you can back them both and cut a profit. One of them should win.
All right, Victor Damien, 230 out to 320. Scalacci, 320 out to 420. Kane Bale, a late push, 7 into $6. Crackerjack Boom, $7. Tim Zoo out to $8.50, now $9. Quebec Bale, 16 into 11. The each way player of the night, my selection. Royal Gypsy 13s, Lawnet Express 23s. Chances are about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. Race 11, Heat 7. Can the Greenos get another one through in Victor Damien? Let's throw it up to Dan Hibbard,
who's won 7 of 15, 1 of 3 over this trip. Getting set. Race 11, heat number 7 of the Cup. A tricky race. And we're just about set to go. Victor Damien is going to go the favourite at $3.20. Race 11, heat 7, they're set. Racing, slow Kane Bale and Victor Damien. Royal Gypsy won the start. There goes Tim Zoo. Tim Zoo's going to fly over and he found the lead and he got away. Quebec Bale through to second. Up to third goes Royal Gypsy. Trying to loop them was Crackerjack Boom. Well clear on Victor Damien. Then came Kane Bale, followed by Scalacci, and last of all was Lawnet Express, but it's Tim Zoo. 6 in front. Trying hard was Quebec Bale. Further back into Royal Gypsy and Victor Damien, but he's left, right. Good night. 10 lengths. Tim Zoo bolted in, won and beat Quebec Bale and Victor Damien. Fourth across the line was close. Crackerjack Boom got it, I think, over Kane Bale and Royal Gypsy. Lawnet Express, Scalacci was last. What a run. He has set it up for next week, 29.07.
I'll tell you what, Holly Thompson, it's been a little bit of a rough night for the kennel, but to get this boy through to a Melbourne Cup, I think I might even see your name in the ownership now.
Yeah, it's been one of those nights where we just kind of thought, as it was getting later tonight, we might just have one of those bad nights. But yeah, wow, he did everything right this week. Last week he came out of the same box and basically flopped out, to be honest. So I was a bit nervous. I said to him, "You can do it. You know, it's the same box. You just gotta jump." And he finally has. And we have the syndicate with all of us kids and some couple others, and yeah, he's a pretty special dog now.
All the talk has been in the build-up to Postman Pad, Alpha Zulu, Flying Zulu even, and then this bloke comes out and runs 29.07. I can imagine that you guys have always had a massive opinion of him, but for him to do it when it matters, box number 6 into a Melbourne Cup, when you're in the ownership, I can see why you're so happy.
Yeah, it's all new to us, having so many good dogs that we actually have part in, and it's definitely a pinch yourself moment now that we've got the dog in the final and we all have a share in it. It's everyone was kind of looking at all the big names and you can't really blame him, and he was kind of under the radar, and I think now he's made his mark and hopefully he can just keep going and get a decent box next week.
All right, well, good luck. Hopefully he can draw a box next week. The family dog Tim Zoo is through to the Melbourne Cup. Well done, Holly Thompson.
Thank you, Corey. Well done to Holly Thompson. Jason Thompson, he probably thought that he might have maybe 1 or 2 into a final of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. But Timmy Zoo, a couple of youngsters that I met tonight, they're in the ownership of Timmy Zoo and they will be celebrating. He led them a merry dance. He's made a statement, said, hang on, don't write me off for next week's big dance.
He did, mate. His second quickest through to the Melbourne Cup in the second last heat. He landed a couple of punches early. He checked the yellow on the way past Royal Gypsy and lived up to his name, didn't he? Landed the last punch, I think you could say there, and won it very, very impressively. And I think we've got a genuine contender to Big Energy now. Like, Big Energy was going to be the $30, $40 favourite. Now it opens the door maybe for Tim Zoo to be
$1.45.
pressing. Yeah.
29.07, he's lit the clock up the track. You wouldn't say is ideal for running blistering time, but got a little bit his own way out in front and shows what he can do on the arm. I thought Quebec Bale was a pretty gallant run out there for second as well, if you had taken the each way. And Victor Damien, can they please put him over 600?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
I think now that has to be the last run for Victor Damien over the sprint.
Yeah,
He's not going to go toward the Phoenix. Nobody's going to select a greyhound who wants off and lacks speed. The Sale Cup, I think Hector Fawley's my clear on top selection to win the Sale Cup, but I'd be pressing really hard to get him to 600 in the next week or two and then have a crack at the Sale Cup with a greyhound like Victor Damien.
Well, Tim Zoo nearly breaks 29. This is what the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup needed. They needed someone to put their hand up and say, hey, Big Energy, I'll see you next week. It's not over yet. The gloves are on. Holly gives him a kiss because she parts own. She is a part own. That's what I'm trying to say. And $700,000 if you win next week. So we wish her the best of luck. As we take a quick break, we'll come back with plenty more. This is night 3 of the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival. We've still got one more chance for someone to get into the Melbourne Cup with the last heat not far away. Welcome back to night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival. Look at the love there. Holly Thompson giving her greyhound a big kiss after Tim Zoo led them a merry dance in the second last heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. 29.7 was the time, clearly the second quickest of the night. Quebec Bale second. Victor Damien, bring on that Sale Cup, the boys say. He needs 600. Crackerjack Boom back in 4th. When it comes to great size, there's Fernando Bale, Brett Lee, and then there's Tony Abaya. He's the father of Mitch Abaya, the superstar tipster, and he joins us now. He's just been on overseas holiday, and you can see because you are tan to perfection. Welcome to our coverage.
Thanks for having me.
Tell us a bit about Mitchie growing up.
Actually, early doors, Mitch used to come down with me.
Did he break him well?
He broke him very well, yeah. He picked up how to handle dogs and whatever at a young age. But about 15, 16, he spent a couple of weeks down at Daly's and came home. And next thing I've got about 15 kennels built at my place. And suddenly we've got dogs everywhere. So it hasn't stopped.
Have you always been in the dogs?
All my life.
Yeah.
All my life. As a kid, came through. Got involved heavily as a kid at probably 17, 18. I think at 15 I had my first dog, but hooked up with a guy, Graham Bate, who was the leading trainer at the time. Got really good friends with his brother, Jeff Bate, who was a copper down at Lara. And that started from there. We started breeding a few dogs with him. And then, as I said, Mitch went to the Dailies for a couple of weeks, and so they got a lot to answer for because suddenly we've got about 35 dogs at our property.
The rest is history. So it was in your blood, mate.
Yeah, it was. We used to go in with the pups when we were younger down at his mate's place. And to be honest, Dad's mate Jeff, he had 200 dogs. 200 greyhounds on this property, go in there with all the pups, and you're absolutely scratched to the shies. But caught the bug working at the Dailies and going down to their place, and now it's a zoo at our place.
The best dog that you've had, mate?
Christmas Wish, a bitch called Christmas Wish. She made the heats. Won a heat of the Easter egg and got didn't do it in the final. But she was by far the quickest dog I've ever had. And Terrorizer was probably, and I had Terrorizer with me, which was good. So we had a lot of fun.
Tell Gareth the story about Terrorizer. So you had this greyhound that ran from anywhere from 400 to 700 metres, and the day it got out down at Geelong.
So I get this phone call from Graham, and he says, "Oh, look, I might have to scratch Terrorizer tonight." And I said, "Oh, why is that?" He said, "Oh, we went shopping. When we come back from shopping, Darlington Way is a long probably, I know, say a couple of miles. And he's driving down the thing, and here comes Terrorizer running down the road." So he said, "I might scratch him." He said, "Oh, I think you'd probably have to scratch him." He goes, "Oh, look, leave it with me." So I don't get a phone call, and the next thing I overlook, so he's running. So he's in box 2. Jumps over 700 metres, so the dog's probably run 10 miles up and down on the bitumen, and Graham puts him in, and he wins by 4 lengths. And I have not a cent on him because I thought he could win prior to that, but that's what.
Well, there you go. Next, for all the people in the Bold Trees final, that's what you need to do. Send the dog to the shopping centre. Go about, 7K, then come back and away you go.
Put him in
the perfect lead up.
Yes.
Now, Mitchie tells me that you sneak down to the trials from time to time.
Well, he was down here.
Yeah, I worked here. I also work at Hills.
What's the best dog you've seen trial and you thought we're going to have a bet?
Currently, or what, going back?
Just throughout the years.
I'm trying to think of the dog that the doctors and had. He was the best dog I've ever seen come around here. I can't think of the dog's name. I can't even think. The doctors owned it, remember? And they took it to
Dr. Tucker?
No. The doctors owned it.
Oh, the doctors.
Yeah, it was a stud.
doctor?
Yeah, no, Simon
told Helen.
Simon told Helen. Trialled here one day.
Oh, yeah.
Quickest trial I've ever seen. Yeah, fast dog.
Yeah.
Very, very fast dog.
And have you seen a few trainers try and paint their paws and all that, so they hide the dog at the trial? So they can
No. Most of them are pretty good. Most of them will come out and tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. Like guys like Paula Bella, I know that will tell you actually who
Will
the
they
dog
really?
is.
Paula Bella?
Paula Bella will come up and tell
I
you.
find that hard to believe, Paula Bella. If you don't know Paula Bella,
Great
he's a terrific guy.
He reckons he's the best looking bloke in greyhound racing too.
And if you have a look at him, you know he's ambitious. But he's got a beautiful soul, Paula Bella. But there's some terrific people in greyhound racing.
Yeah, I agree.
And you've seen that with the coverage tonight. I've got a lot of texts from my friends who... I've got friends, but I know that's hard to believe. But they just been like real people here that love the sport, and the emotion that we've seen after we've seen them get into a final of a Melbourne Cup. And they would do it if they were running for ribbons, wouldn't they? They just love the
just
dog.
great people. Although I ran into Tom Dale. I haven't seen Tom for probably a couple of years. And he says, as soon as I've started walking into to have a meal there, he said, "No, get out. This bloke's banned. You can't come out, get him out." So, it's just a great people. Really, Cal Green is another one. Just a lovely guy. So, just good people.
What did Mitchie get for your birthday? Happy birthday, mate.
We went out for dinner, actually.
Breakfast.
Breakfast. He shouted breakfast this morning.
Couldn't you know him here? Wasn't getting him a pizza from over there.
Now, can he play? He plays cricket okay?
He's a very good cricketer.
Did you play cricket?
No, I played football.
Yeah.
Dad and I played a bit of backyard cricket once, and the ball ended up through the glass window. Mum wasn't too impressed, and when I was a young kid, Dad used to try and tell me about cricket skills, and I said, "Oh, you stick to the footy, I'll stick to the cricket," because Dad used to go pretty good in the footy back in the day. So.
Which one, soccer or football?
Football.
Rover?
VFA, and the old VFA days.
Yeah.
Play for Portman.
Oh, you would have been like, I reckon you would have been clipping at the heels of a few,
pretty quick.
talking trash. Yeah.
They hit you pretty hard, so you had to be pretty quick.
Well, have you got a winner first in the last?
No, I haven't.
No.
I haven't looked at the form. I've been away for a month, so I've just arrived back yesterday.
Yeah, literally was away for 5 weeks overseas with Mum, so all the dogs and the property been looking after, so it's been a bit of a rude awakening, I'd say. Had a bit of responsibility, but it's been good having them back.
Well, Tony, well done, mate.
No worries.
You've bred a wonderful son. You've done well.
Very proud. Yeah, Paula
next time you see a really good dog trial, I'll give you my number.
Hopefully we own it too.
Yeah, that'll be much appreciated. Good on you, mate.
No worries. Thanks for your
There we go. Tony Abaya, the father there of Mitchie. He's off and gone. Let's have a look at the market for the final heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And the dog that you're in love with, Magic Muffin, is the favourite at 220.
Yep, and this one has been absolutely smashed. 390 into 220. Magic Muffin is by far the best backed greyhound in this race. Transponder for the Thompson team, 320. Touches low as 310, back out to 330. Hector Fawley, can he overcome a wide draw? 460 out to 480. Exalted for the Prosciuttos. Can they get another one through after Idolise earlier? 950 into 850. Awesome Avenger is 950 out to 15s. And Landon Bale, the greyhound the Delbridges were talking about earlier, Lisa Delbridge said hopes can lead and hold on, is around the $14 mark. If you like max damage 15s and trending Yale 26s, chances are about to lose. For friend confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
What is that number, Mitchie?
1800 858 858.
What's that website?
gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Beautifully done.
Good. Let's have a look at the speed map. And I'm all over Hector Fawley here. Surely it's his night. There'll be trouble. Magic Muffin will get nailed right on the post by Hector.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking Hector Fawley can run a big race. But speed map's interesting. I mean, transponder in box 3 is the key. Like, the engine won't start without transponder in this race because he'll jump and he's going to push straight to the outside. Now, he nearly bowled over Big Energy in a head-to-head match race. So here's Transponder here jumping from box number 3. And what you saw early was that want to push wide before he straightens and then goes back to the inside. Now, Team Thompson have found a bit of form, got Tim Zoo through. Look, he was dominant here in this Top Gun. When you think the yellow right back there is Big Energy, I know there was no luck, but he's right back there. Wow, she's fast is the 7. Jay runs on really well, and Scalacci's the red going back to 4th. So he downed a really good field transponder in this particular race. He's jumping from box number 3 again, so he jumped from this draw to win the Top Gun. But yeah, it's an intriguing race. Speed map's interesting. Hector Fawley.
So where does Hector get to then?
I know you're a big fan of Hector.
Dangerous.
He's going to get back, and he's going to rely on so much luck. But he's run in the Top Gun, in the shootout, was as good as Big Energy in defeat.
I find this race is interesting, right? Transponder at the Meadows doesn't push off the track. In all the
Not
races
as
I've
hard.
seen it, not as hard.
Yep.
But here at Sandown, there's something about the track. He goes hard right. He wants to get to
And
the outside fence.
You make a good point, because in
And
the
he bombs
Meadows, he steps up, then straightens.
Yep.
Here, he'll continue to stay off through the corner.
Yep. So there's going to be room. Magic Muffin's going to
Good
get
pick up
room.
from you, Mitchy.
You know why? There's an ice cream van just at the top of the straight there, and that's where he wants to get to.
That's where I'll be going
Yeah.
soon too.
I know. So do I. Yeah,
Just
McDonald's.
on a serious note, Sandown Park all year, the buffet.
Yes.
I would know. I used to work here, and hence a little bit of extra kgs Hawley over the years. But
This is
they've got
a vegetarian
Yeah,
diet,
no,
ladies
that's
and gentlemen.
what I do. I don't have any meat in the burger. I'll fill it up with lollies and
How long
things
have you
like
been
that.
vegetarian?
4
That's
years.
got me buggered.
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, so I get tempted to chow into a dim sim or something. every now and then.
So you cheat on the vegetarian.
No, I don't. I don't actually. It doesn't matter if I do, but I don't. But no, they do have a good lolly bar, really good ice cream sort of area upstairs as well.
It's
so
great for kids. Bring
it is, yeah. Bring them along. Good crowd tonight too, boys. We haven't spoken much about the crowd. Last night was a bit light on. Last week, sorry, with the shootout, but it's never generally a big crowd. But I would suggest if you're doing nothing next Saturday, or if you are, reschedule and come to Sandown, because next week will be absolutely bananas.
Kelsey Brown loves the greyhounds that much. She actually left a wedding early to get to the dogs.
I know.
There you go.
She's hooked on the dogs now.
100%.
First date didn't scare her off.
Yep.
She's not even getting paid tonight. That's how much she loves them.
I've got to put my earpiece back in, because I don't know if Darcy's yelling at me, telling me, do we need to get to Corey Smith? We do. Smithy, take it away.
Thanks, Hawley. Appreciate it. I'm here with Joe Borg, who managed to get a runner through to the Bold Trees earlier, and he's looking to find one into the Melbourne Cup with Awesome Avenger. Box number 4 is probably not the easiest box to overcome on first look, especially when you've got Transponder on your inside who likes to use a little bit of the track. Do you think he can avoid a little bit of trouble?
Oh, it'll be good if he can get the job done.
Obviously, there was a massive high earlier when you managed to find your way through to a Group 1. How do you kind of compose yourself and then come out and handle another dog?
We've just got to treat every race as it comes. And, look, he's big brother. And his little sister's outlived him at this stage, so he's got to lift his game and get the job done.
All right, well, hopefully Big Brother can find his way into a Melbourne Cup for you. Good luck, Joe. Might grab Peter Prosciutto as well. Following the same sort of pattern, I interviewed you prior to Idolizer's win. Now, hopefully, I can interview you prior to Exalted's win. That would
be very nice.
Obviously, a very good performance in the Silver Bullet, winning the Group 3 a couple of weeks ago. Can he come out like that again?
Well, he can. Yeah, just, you know what they're like. They're hit and miss, but he's feeling good. It's been going okay, so he's in with a show.
How was everyone when you made your way back after Idolize found her way through?
Oh, Nat was in tears, as usual. But they're all wrapped, yeah.
Well, I don't reckon you can get too stuck into that, because I reckon if I hadn't have come over to you, there might have been a few tears rolling out as well.
Next week. If she happens to get up next week, you'll definitely see tears next week, that's for sure.
Well, we'll bring some tissues if Idolise can actually win next week, which will be awesome to see. But good luck with Exalted here. Hopefully winning another group race next week with Idolise after taking out the Group 3 Silver Bullet with Exalted. This is a tough race, in my opinion. I know I said that about the previous race, but my on-top selection's Magic Muffin. I think drawn to perfection. Transponder likes to use a fair bit of the track, particularly at Sandown, as Mitchie Avea said earlier. But my numbers 2, 3, 6 and 8 for the last race of the Melbourne Cup heats.
Good on you, Corey. Looking forward to this. Boys, tips here, please. We'll start with you, James.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go with old mate Hector Fawley. 8, 2, 3 and 5 are my numbers. I'm actually even having a little smoky Quinella here, 8 and 7. They're both drawn horrifically.
Why 8 and 7? Why not
just
7
because,
and 8?
well, 7 or 8, 8 or 7, because I'm going Hector Fawley. I just see a line of 5 at the first corner, and if Hector can slot in, we know what he can do, and I think the Melbourne Cup would be a better race for having Hector Fawley in it next week. So maybe, again, it's a bit of an emotional selection, but I'm going the 8 on top, 8 from 2, 3 and 5. I think if you're betting on box draw who's drawn to get the good run, it's the 1 and the 2.
1 and 2, yeah. I'm 2, 8, 1 and 5. They're my numbers. Magic Muffin, I think, gets a really good run here. Transponder will push off the track. If the 2 can clear the 1, I reckon it's curtains. But max damage at the price is very, very tasty. And, really good race this. But, the 2 on top, and it's on the drift.
So straight after this, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back with the all-important Sportsbet Melbourne Cup box draw. So you might have won your way into the final, but then all of a sudden you can lose the Melbourne Cup at the box draw.
Well, mate, let's look at it this way. Tim Zoo goes into box 1.
Yep.
Hector Fawley wins this and goes into box 2.
Yep.
Big Energy goes into box 8 or box 5 or box 7.
Yep.
There's a chance Big Energy won't run favoured if that's the case. But swing that around and Big Energy draws the red and Tim Zoo draws the pink. He's $1.40, $1.50. It's so important. So important.
Anthony Azzopardi had a greyhound that won the Australian Cup. It's a black and yellow dog. Blitzed them. He was in a rich vein of form, was winning everything. Drew
Whiskey
Riot
won the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, won the How can I forget that? So in the Australian Cup, after it won the Melbourne Cup, unbeatable. And I backed it at 20 or something dollars in the all-in market, and it was $1.80 after the heats. And the only draw it didn't want was box 8 with a beginner that goes wide drawing box 7.
They got it.
Yeah.
Got box 8.
It happens.
Yeah,
It's so important. And at the end of the day, when you get to a grand final that is the Melbourne Cup, all 8 greyhounds can run. They've all got elite ability. Box draws are really important, as it is in this particular race too. But I tell you what, punters, if you're sitting at home on racing.com coverage and you're having a bet on Hector Fawley, do not be worried if he's beyond midfield.
Yep.
If he gets a clean run through the first corner, he will take lengths upon lengths off this field.
Last look at the market, 270 Magic Muffin, into 260 Transponder, 380 Hector Fawley, $5, Exalted 9, Landon Bale 14, Max Damage 16, $19 Awesome Avenger, and Trending Hour 21s. Chances are you're about to lose for free and confidential sport. Call the number on screen. Dan Hibbard, take it away for the last on the card.
Luck from the outside draw, and Exalted, who won the Group 3 Silver Bullet at the Meadows, is the third pick, the next pick rather, and they're getting set for the last heat of the night. Race 12. It's been a fantastic night, and this is the last of the evening. Heat 8 of the Melbourne Cup, they're set. Racing, Magic Muffin jumped well. There was speed from Exalted, and have a look at Landon Bale go forward. And now Max Damage is driving through. They hit the first turn. Max Damage the leader. Magic Muffin second. Railing through was Exalted. Going deep was Landon Bale. Pushing on was Awesome Avenger. Then came Transponder. And running on strongly was Hector Fawley, and the other 2 dropped away. Off the back, it's Max Damage in front. On the outside was Landon Bale. And here comes Exalted in the straight. It's Magic Muffin up after Max Damage. Hector Fawley flies! Wow, what a finish! I think Max Damage, but Hector's flown! Hector has flown! I don't know, Magic Muffin third. Then came Awesome Avenger, Exalted, Transponder, Landon Bale, Trending Yale. Oh, he might have done this. 29.58.
Gee whiz, the number's not in the frame just as yet. It's nice and close. So we might hold up until the judges put it in the frame. But Hector Fawley with one of the biggest runs. The one's got up, Max Damage. So we've got that wrong. I'll head over to the connections of Max Damage. I tell you what, that was close. I think everyone here thought it was Hector Fawley. Did you think Hector Fawley got up as well?
Yeah, I really did think that it was Hector Fawley that got up, but geez, it's bloody awesome.
Jumped absolutely outstandingly from the inside, managed to hold off. Had to be tough because there was dogs laying all over the top of him, but he's through to a Melbourne Cup.
Oh, I know, it's awesome. Yeah, we knew he had to lead, but he had his box finally, and it's awesome.
So Team Whelan's had some good dogs over the last few years, and now you've got another one into the Group 1 Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, I don't even know know what to say. It's just, yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
Well done, go and give him a big pat. I'll tell you what, that was a close race. I did think Hector Foley had won as well. Everyone behind here thought Hector Foley had got the job done in one of the biggest runs you'll ever see, but Max Damage, too good from the inside.
I can't believe, I thought he won. Hector
Look at
Foley.
that, Foley.
How did he, that's the biggest run you'll ever see. That's Amron Boy Phoenix like.
That's bigger. That is the biggest run in a Melbourne Cup heat without getting through to a Melbourne Cup. Look at him here just treading water, Hector Foley. Credit to the winner. He's fought off a really good field, but look at Hector. Still no chance. And then he surges. Look at this. He looks like he's won it.
Oh!
He looks like he's bloody won it. It is a really, look, I have to be honest here, really deceptive angle. And the cameramen actually stand about 5 metres past the post. So you're getting a deceptive finish. Hence, if you're watching at home, you're cashing in on Hector Foley, but it's been a stinking
Tell you what, we said 1 and 2 were right in the market.
Yeah.
First and third.
I
don't
can't.
know what more
Where's
you
the
want.
photo? Where's the photo? Well done to the Whelan family, the pride of Meetung.
That's right. You feel for the Cockerels though. Like this is a once in a lifetime greyhound, Hector Foley.
And no disrespect to Max Damage, because it's great to see him in the race, but the race would have been so much better with X Factor.
Here we go.
Hector.
Deception of the angle. It's probably the winning post is actually 1 stride further back.
Yeah.
And if you bring it 1 stride further back, it almost looks like a dead heat. The deception of the angle, you give it to the outside. That's nearly as close as the Melbourne Cup when Whiskey Riot won it.
I'll tell you one thing, that Magic Muffin made the vital mistake of trying to go around Max Damage instead of going up on the inside of it down the back. Total different result if that happens. Magic Muffin desperate for the inside.
Tell you what, I only had a very, very small bet on Hector Foley.
You were doing backflips.
I was doing backflips because
I was worried about the platform out there.
No, I know. It's Daniel Hibbert upstairs, the caller. I know how excited he gets with Hector Foley, and he's taken me on the journey.
No, he's got us.
Like,
I'm speechless.
I'm gutted
after
he's been
that.
beaten to me.
Let's take a break because we've got the all-important. There we go.
Well done to the Whelans.
The Whelans don't
Well done
care.
to- yeah, the Whelans.
Max Damage is the king. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the all-important sports bet box straw for the Melbourne Cup straight after this. Welcome back to Racing.com's coverage of Night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival, and we just had the final heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And what about that performance from Max Damage? He just got there because the run of the second dog, Hector Foley, was one of the biggest runs ever in a heat of a Melbourne Cup, but he misses out. So Max Damage, and he did all the work up front as well. He deserved that. Hector Foley, massive back in second. Magic Muffin third. Awesome Avenger was fourth. Corey Smith's got the all-important job with the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup box straw. Be interesting to see what happens here. We've got the photo, by the way.
It's like the skin on the,
That's
the
a
skin
dead
on the
heat.
nose.
I don't know if we can get a shot of that.
If we have a look, I've got it on the iPad here, but you can see, if you have a look really close,
Zoom it right in if you can.
really close, you can see a margin here for the just mind the numbers down the bottom there, but there is a very, very slight black.
Yeah, see the extension
dot.
of the nose just past the red line there.
Yeah, it's close.
Is
There's
there a
margin.
chance I can point? Can I point that out?
You can.
If you just look about here, you'll see the little bit of the nose.
That's the
sticking.
difference.
That is the difference.
That's the difference.
But they're both touching it anyway.
But one's over it.
What
Gareth.
happens if it's a dead heat?
That happened.
Ballot, yep.
That happened the year
Couple of years
Koblenz
ago.
won the cup.
Yep.
Dead heated. Who was it? I'm trying to think who it was with now. I looked at that earlier today. But dead heated, then went on to win it.
Yeah.
Was the Thompson dog as well? Was
Yes, it
reserved?
might have been.
Was.
Yes.
There's a greyhound who probably
No, it
should have
wasn't.
been in there.
No. It won and didn't make it in.
Yeah,
the
no,
dog
that's right.
Thompsons.
That's right.
Yeah. So there was a dead heat, and
that's what happens.
The ballot dog went on to win the final, which was Koblenz.
Okay. The box straw's not far away, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup box straw. So we're just awaiting...
Some awesome tunes outside too.
Sandown's
Yeah, a bit of a
absolutely dead set pumping
shuffle.
tonight.
Yep.
Forget about going to the nightclub tonight, Mitch. You just head back and the DJ, I don't know what time he plays to.
Let's get loud.
Yep.
We can
So the
keep him
box
on to one or
straw-
two.
So who,
Especially if Hector.
what would be the perfect box straw for you?
Hector Foley in one. No, we'll have to let this one go, don't I?
You do.
The perfect box draw for the race would probably be Big Energy in 3
Yep.
and Tim Zhu in 2. Because I think they're the two that have stood
And,
really
idolise off the red.
Yeah, just to throw the speed into the race. But
So Japara and Typhoon Semi thinks to Trent Laneskill, those were the dogs that dead heated.
So Japara and Kablen's dead heated.
Yeah. Yeah, correct. So the box draw is underway, I think. Can we go to... No, it hasn't started yet. So
let's go through the winners.
runner by runner. Why don't we do that?
Let's go through the winners. We'll go through heat by heat. Have a bit of a chat about the way they got to where they're going to be next Saturday night. Buddy Manelli.
Yes.
Box number 1, 29.44, 5.06 early. What do we make of that?
Really good run. Used box 1 to his advantage. It's going to need a low draw next week, 1, 2, 3, to feature, if I'm being totally honest.
Yep.
I don't think can win off a wide draw.
I agree. Race number 6, Make No Promise. Draw on the inside.
Yeah, if he needs an inside draw, but trained by a master.
Yep. And I don't think can win off a wide draw.
Another greyhound that needs inside, that doesn't have breathtaking early speed. Heat number 3, race number 7, Aussie Rocks. We had Ray Brittain on here, and he's so excited to be in there. And he's a greyhound that can probably run that 29.20 when he does get it all right, so he's half a chance.
Yeah,
and he's got some strength.
Yeah, he got a little bit of luck with Flying Zulu breaking down, so let's hope he's okay. Big energy. If he draws box 1, it's all over. If he draws box 2, it's probably all over.
Yeah, look, it probably is. Just having a quick look to see with Flying Zulu. A left hock sprain, so nothing overly serious, which is great
I
news.
literally just pulled the phone out of the pocket to check that up, but yeah, interesting.
And yeah, back to big energy. Look, on times, for those who don't really understand times in greyhound racing, 28.91 compared to 29.07 is about 3 greyhound lengths.
Yeah.
So it's not a massive difference between Big Energy and Tim Zoo. And if you think if Big Energy can lose 2 or 3 lengths trying to get to the rail, then Tim Zoo can definitely beat him. But if he draws inside and he runs 4.97, 18.40 down the back, it's Fernando Bale-esque with strength.
Okay.
That's how good it is.
I think we're ready to go for the box draw. Corey Smith, take it away, mate.
G'day guys, it is a massive box draw for the Group 1 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup next week, live on racing.com, and I tell you what, this is a big crowd here as well to do the box draw. The way this process is going to work is our stewards, Max and Paul, will spin the barrel. There's an egg in there. Once they open up the egg, there's a name in there. The name that is drawn, the representative will come up and then they will pick up one of these cups that are in front of us. On the bottom of those cups is a number. That is the box draw number. That is the number that the greyhound will come out of that box next week in the Group 1 final. So once our participants come up and they pick up the box, they'll show it to the whole crowd, they'll show it to the camera, and we'll talk our way through that. So if we spin away now, we've got Make No Promise with the first cab off the rank, and I think it'll be Diane Bartolo coming up to select it. So we'll see how we go here. Diane's making her way up. Which cup is she going to go? Picks the second cup. Box number 8 for Make No Promise. You can see the look on Diane Bartolo's face there. A little bit disappointed with that selection, and we will spin the barrel again. We'll see with box number 8 off. There's 1 to 7 to come. The next Greyhounds participants to come up will be Idolise. It looks like James and Natalie Prosciutto with a very happy little guest. We'll see which one. Tough decision this. The Group 1 Melbourne Cup. Show it to the crowd. Box number 6 for Idolise. I spoke to Peter Prosciutto prior to the draw, and he said boxes don't matter too much. It's just where they are. James, you got your lucky little helper there. Do you think box number 6 was what you wanted?
Not really, but you got to be in it to win it.
She can go low 5 seconds early, so hopefully she can cut across. Are you seeing it, just kind of hoping that she can just nail that start?
Yeah, that's it. But also it depends on what's drawn around you as well, which can make or break the race.
Well, good luck. We'll spin the barrel again and we'll see the next one. I might ask Diane Bartolo's thoughts on box number 8 as well as they spin this. I don't think you were really happy.
No, not really. But it is what it is.
You got to be in it to win it. I like that. I like that saying. The next connections to come up will be Big Energy, the all-important favourite, I'd imagine, for this as Calgrino comes up. Boxes 6 and 8 are gone. I reckon he'll want to be drawing down near the inside. And let's see if luck is on his side here. And he goes box number 4. Cal, I'll get you to come.
Hang on.
bring the cup with you because you can't give it back, unfortunately. But plenty of big races for Team Greeno over the last few years. And box number 4, it's going to make it difficult. But if you can get the room early, he might be the fastest dog in the race.
Yeah, look, 4's okay. Probably knowing Idoliser's habits, didn't want to be drawn on the outside of him, so that's probably a good thing for us. And he's got, Idoliser's got brilliant early speed, so we just need to get a clear air early and hopefully get a clear run.
All right, well, good luck to Team Greeno. We'll spin the barrel once again. You can come out behind me here if you like, Cal. We'll see which is the connections for the next one to come out as Max opens up that gold egg. And we've got Aussie Rocks. So it looks like we've got Ray Brittain coming to have a little selection. He's had a good night. He found his way into the Melbourne Cup with his dog, Aussie Rocks. And he was also in the competition as well. And he's found box number 5. Probably not ideal, Ray, but as the team here are saying, you've got to be in it to win it.
Oh, well, we live in it here, so we'll see how we go.
Tasmania would have been cheering earlier on tonight.
I think I heard them all.
Do you reckon what are they feeling right now after box 5 comes out?
I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's a couple of them here, so they're pretty happy.
All right, well, good luck next week. We'll spin the barrel once again. There's 4 numbers to go, and the inside boxes are still there. 1, 2, 3, and then there's box number 7 as well. So plenty of greyhounds to come that would love those inside draws. And Fab's Vegetable's going to be the next one to have a crack, and I think it's Tom Daly coming up to pick a box. Plenty of Melbourne Cups have gone to the Dailies over the years, and none better than the Fernando Bale versus Dinah 1-1 race. Ooh, box number 2 for Fab's Vegetable. Very, very nice. We'll keep rolling through. Tom, I'll get you to come over here out of the way of the screen. Box number 2, you happy with that?
Yep.
This is probably a silly question. Andrea, we saw how excited she was after the race. This is one of her absolute favourites by the sense.
It is, yep.
All right, well, good luck next week. Hopefully you can add another Melbourne Cup to the mantelpiece. Boxes 1, 3 and 7 are still available. So 3 dogs to be picked. We'll see who this one is. Max Damage got over the line in the last race, and here comes Harley Whelan. He's got 1, 3 and 7, and he gets box number 3. I'll grab you over here, Harley. Box number 3. You had box 1 tonight, and I'll tell you what, I still don't know if you won, but they say there was a margin. It must be a nice feeling.
Yeah, no, it is. I thought he got done on the line, so to see the number pop up, no, it's great.
And box number 3, that gives him every chance.
Yeah, no, sure does. No, you'd be rather drawn down there than out wide, so no, happy with that.
All right, well, good luck for next week. There's 2 to come, the box 1 and box number 7. I reckon there might be a couple of people here that are hoping to pull out that cherry. It's interesting, the way that the cups were set up, it's the 2 widest ones. Random draw, but everyone's grabbed the boxes in the middle.
Tim Zoo.
And we've got Tim Zoo. Plenty of happy owners in this. I spoke to one of the connections before, and he said it was his first dog. We've got Sophie and Luke Thompson to pick a box. I'd imagine they want box number 1, despite him winning from box number 6 earlier today. Sophie's picked it. And box number 7. Luke, he won from box number 6 earlier. Box number 7, similar sort of draw. The performance tonight, 29.07. It's got to fill you with a little bit of confidence despite the draw in the cup.
Yeah, it's a real standout performance from him. We knew he had that type of ability. It was just a matter of putting it together, and he put it together at the right time. Looking at the draw, it's probably not the worst draw with the amount of speed in 5 and 6. And if he can get the star like he did tonight, well, we know what he can do.
All right, well, good luck next week to Team Thompson. There's 1 draw to go, and I reckon it was the one that everyone wanted. So we'll spin it. We'll take the egg out. May as well. We've got to go through the process. And he's dropped it as well. Here we go. Buddy Manelli for Lynn Smith. 1 from box number 1. And he's going to come up with box number 1 as well. So there it is, the Group 1 Melbourne Cup box draw for 2023, sponsored by Sportsbet. You got the 1 is Buddy Manelli, the 2, Fab's Vegetable, 3, Max Damage, 4, Big Energy, 5, Aussie Rocks, 6, Idolize, 7, Tim Zoo, and 8, Make No Promise. The 2 reserves will be Dundee Rebel and Navarino in 9th and 10th there. So what a draw that is. It's going to be interesting to see how this gets pulled apart by all the experts and all the people analysing this race this week, but it's certainly an interesting box draw.
Thank you, Corey. Last man standing, the old-fashioned last man standing. You got to get to the best prize, and the best prize was box 1. It was the last box that came up there, and the WA fans there of Buddy Manelli, they're cheering because he does come up with box number 1. Let's run through all of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup heats, and we'll kick off with Buddy Manelli, who won race number 5, which was the opening heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. He needed a little bit of luck, and he got the luck after drawing box number 1.
Yeah, he did, and there are the results. 1 from 5 to 3rd. How about Dundee Smoke? He ran this exact same race in a heat of the Melbourne Cup last year. Led up, just couldn't quite run it out. He was overhauled by Buddy Manelli, who got the beautiful run to leaders back. And once old Alpha Zulu bombed the start, Mitchie had opened the door for Buddy, and he took full advantage of that.
You can see big Buddy Manelli has big strides. It takes a little while to get rolling. He's not this nippy greyhound that can just dart around him, but grinds away on the fence there and was strong late to the line. So big sniff off box 1.
Heat number 2, well, she's fast. Everybody wanted to really see her get into the final, this superstar greyhound. She drew box number 2. She needed to cross Makes No Promise for the Bartolo camp, and she nearly did it, James.
Yeah, look, I think if she crosses here, she probably advances into the Melbourne Cup, but a bit of credit has to be given to the winner. Make No Promise fought really hard to maintain that inside running rail. We're going to see a good view here of Sage Daniil. Look, the run she tried to get underneath, it just closed. It wasn't her fault. Would have been a fairy tale for Cody Charles to have got her through after winning the Nationals, but credit to the winner here, Mitchell.
Yeah, this greyhound was as gutsy as, and off an inside draw, awfully hard to beat, but come up with a wide draw in the final.
Jason Thompson had Alpha Zulu, who missed the kick, and then he had Flying Zulu draw box number 1, and unfortunately for the Thompson camp, he did everything right until he went amiss. He'll be okay, but he cost himself a spot, that injury anyway, a place in the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and Aussie Rocks took advantage of his misfortune.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't too sure if he half pulled up, but just having a look at that replay, he's definitely hurt himself. He sort of balked going through that first corner, and it's just a horribly unfortunate time. But Aussie Rocks, as I said earlier in their coverage, he sees the opportunity, and sometimes you need a touch of luck to make it through to a Melbourne Cup, and he's there.
Yeah, spot on. Flying Zulu, awfully unlucky, and the interesting thing was it ran on a little bit late, so we're kind of like, oh, what's going on there? But Aussie Rocks, beneficiary of an inside draw and strong, and I think the 600 metre campaign really helped his course and up.
Big energy, I think, was the dog to beat pre-heat night because of his shootout victory. He drew inside here, and look at him go. This was devastating. One of the best performances I've seen at Sandown.
Yeah, as good a performance as you'll see. Hector Fawley's probably the only one tonight, I reckon, that matches this performance, or maybe shadows it, but he doesn't even win the race that he was in, but he's just in the zone. Cal Greeno knows how to prepare them for a big race, Mitchie, and this was phenomenal. His last 2 weeks, his form here at Sandown, he's broken, I think, 29 seconds 3 times now. Like, he is genuine superstar class.
Yeah, he's a serious animal. And if you go back and watch the replay closely, going off the back there, he almost bounced off the running rail, or he balked and lost a stride. He was going too quick. He was going 18.41 off the back. So he's going to be awfully hard to beat next week.
A Melbourne Cup final wouldn't be the same if the Daily team didn't have a runner, and they got a runner through to the final with Fab Vegetable. There he is, the pink doggies, last as they passed the winning post the first time.
Yeah, we almost need to see the replay just to see how he's got through the field to actually win it, but he might have been a touch lucky there, but he's worked through at the right time. Yachibar was the hard luck story. He's 7 wide down the back, and right now the yellow, you see him just clip the heels with nowhere to go, but to the credit of the winner, Mitchie, he found the run at the right time.
Yeah, he did, and I think the thing for Yachibar was there's too many greyhounds in a one clump, which pushed him about 6 wide, almost into the cafe upstairs. So good win from Fab's Vegetable.
Yep. This is the story of the night for mine. The super mum idolised. She's had a litter of 3 pups. Now she's in a Melbourne Cup final.
And toughed it out really well. Look, she didn't run the time of the Big Energies and the Tim Zoos, but what she did do was just show that tenacious fight that she has. And there were challenges. There were challenges throughout the race. Morton got right up behind her, but she's just got such a will to win, Mitchie.
She does, and she looked to shift off the track a little bit there, so may well not be the greatest draw for her off box 6 with Tim Zoo on her outside, but gee, she's been an absolute star for the sport.
So Idolised won her way through to this Sportsbet Melbourne Cup final, and then Jason Thompson, he had a host of favourites earlier on in the night, but Tim Zoo said, don't worry, boss, I'll get you a start in the big dance.
Yeah, and what he did early then from box number 6 was he actually ran a very straight line. He let Royal Gypsy do the work to try and carve across, and then, as I said earlier, he landed the punch, didn't he? He really pushed Royal Gypsy out of the way. He showed a bit of guts, and yeah, look, the last 2 boxes available, Mitch, 1 or 7. If he draws red, he's under $3. He draws 7, makes it a little bit harder.
I think Lukey Thompson's reaction says it all, doesn't it? I think box 1 really changes the things, and in the scheme of things, it was a dirty night for Team Thompson, but they got a dog through to the final, which is
shows the quality of that training operation. Though, like they had a really tough night, and then they were that far away, I suppose, from drawing the red and maybe having the favourite in the Melbourne Cup.
Magic Muffin was the favourite here. She missed the kick, and Max Damage railed through. But watch the run of the 8 dog here.
Look how close he is, Hector. Watch this.
Oh, bang!
3 absolutely nailed him.
Can't win from here.
I actually feel a bit crook.
I still can't believe you. I don't know how it wasn't a dead. Like it looked like it was a dead heat.
Look at the way he just ducks and he weaves. I'm telling you now. I'm on the green light on Premier Racing and Sport podcast, right? Myself and Corey Smith. It's called The Flight to the Phoenix. I have been saying gamble responsibly, but just get on this dog to win the Sale Cup. Just get on him to win the Sale Cup responsibly.
He was big in defeat. The Hector Fawley, but I don't think he was as big as Kelsey Brown's performance tonight. She was sensational. Kelsey, well done once again.
But I think I'm here with the MVP of the commentary team tonight, no offence. I'm here with Corey. I want to hear you wrap up your highlights. Talk to me.
Yeah, it was a cracking night of racing. Obviously, that last race went right down to the wire with the photo finish, but it's hard to go past Big Energy again. If we were giving the 3-2-1, I reckon Big Energy would be on top. He's come up with box number 4 in a really tricky Melbourne Cup final next week, but Big Energy, his performance tonight in conditions that weren't exactly conducive to fast times, once again, phenomenal.
Well, you've heard it here first. How's that wrap up? I'm so excited for next week.
Good on you, Kels. Well under Corey. Tip here before we say goodbye for the big one next week.
Corey Smith to wear gloves next time he puts his measly hands all over the trophy. I'm with Big Energy.
All right, then.
Yeah, I'm with Big Energy as well, and I think Fab's Vegetable could be some value off the inside draw.
There was plenty of Big Energy tonight. Thanks for your company on racing.com for night 3 of the Dream Chasers Festival. Join us next week for the big dance, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Have a wonderful night.